Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The day after receiving the Ravenclaw inheritance, Shane slept until 3 o'clock in the morning before getting up. He didn't know why, but when he looked at the bright sun outside the window, he felt particularly refreshed. He slowly climbed out of bed after a simple wash. His only thought was to go to the auditorium to work. But why is there not a little eagle in the lounge, Tilda? They wouldn't have stayed in the Bronze Tree Palace all night. Right, with such doubts, Shane wanted to go to the Bronze Tree Palace first. But he didn't expect that as soon as he opened the door of the lounge, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. What the hell? Shane looked outside the door and exclaimed, "Did you act too aggressively, or did you open the wrong door? Why are so many little wizards gathering outside the lounge? And they all look expectant." And just when Shane was confused, a little wizard heard the sound of the door opening, and subconsciously heard the sound, only to see the person he had been waiting for all morning finally appeared inside the door, and immediately shouted excitedly, "It's out. Shane Dolea is out, the successor of Ravenclaw is out." In an instant, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Shane, who was still inside the door, and they exclaimed, "Oh, early this morning." Dumbledore suddenly announced in the Great Hall that Shane Dolea of Ravenclaw Academy had obtained the Ravenclaw inheritance. When the young wizards at Hogwarts heard this shocking news, they all excitedly wanted to have a close contact and interview with Shane, the successor of Ravenclaw. So they all gathered at the door of the Ravenclaw common room one after another, and hunkered down all morning without even packing their luggage for home. At this time, Shane woke up quickly when he heard the little wizard's enthusiastic screams. He broke out in a cold sweat and wanted to close the door, but he didn't expect that it was too late. I saw a few little wizards grabbing his hands and dragging him out of the door, and all the little wizards around him immediately gathered around. "Dolea, how did you obtain the Ravenclaw inheritance? Not to mention how you got it. Can you tell me what Ravenclaw's inheritance includes? Wands, spells, or other very powerful things? I heard that you met Rowena Ravenclaw yesterday. Isn't she very beautiful? And did she tell you about any clues about the inheritance of other founders?" Like a flock of birds, the little wizards gathered around Shane and kept chattering. Shane was so busy talking that he couldn't hear clearly what they were saying. And after an unknown amount of time, Shane, who was squeezed in the middle of the crowd, finally couldn't stand it any longer. He felt that he might be squeezed into a meat pie if he stayed here any longer. So as soon as I thought about it, I immediately activated space magic and escaped. In the Hogwarts astronomy tower, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Shane was lying on the stone platform with his body turned white. His soul floated out of his mouth, and he slowly said with lingering fear, "It's so scary." It can be seen that Shane has become a big star in Hogwarts now, because the identity of the comic book author was suddenly exposed by Peeves. Shane already has a large fan base at Hogwarts. During Halloween's, the scary game activities and troll invasion events created by Shane made all the little wizards in the school see Shane's powerful strength. During the Snake Eagle fight in the school, Shane captured the hearts of many little witches with his magic spell. And this time he obtained the inheritance of Ravenclaw, which made him a fanatical idol of all the little wizards in the school. Just now, even some little girls from Slytherin were squatting at the door. Shane was lying on the stone platform, thinking of the red hearts that kept popping up in the pupils of the little witches just now. He shuddered unconsciously and quickly took out a chocolate and ate a piece of chocolate to soothe his weak mind. As it is now, it is impossible to go to the Bronze Tree Palace anyway, let alone the auditoriums. Why did he forget to leave a few spatial anchor points there when he left last night? Shane scratched his head regretfully. and had no choice but to use light and shadow magic to send a message, asking Kelulu to deliver breakfast and dinner together. After a while, the meal was delivered. The elf's work efficiency is still very fast, however. Just as Shane was preparing to eat, a familiar voice suddenly came. "Shane, I knew you were here." Shane raised his head and saw that it was Hermione floating in the air not far in front of him. So he raised his hand and said hello with a smile. "Oh, tilde good morning." Hermione at the same time. He started stuffing chicken drumsticks into his mouth. "Why is it so early? It's already noon." Hermione rolled her eyes angrily. "If I hadn't heard a commotion in front of the Ravenclaw lounge, I wouldn't have known how I would have found you." "What do you want to see me for?" Shane asked vaguely with his mouth full of food. "And today is the day to go home, aren't you afraid that Mr. Granger and the others will be waiting at the station in a hurry?" "It doesn't matter. I asked the owl to send a letter home yesterday so that they don't have to pick me up at the station. You will take me home anyway." Hermione looked matter-of-fact. "Wow, tilde, I don't remember that I promised you this." "What did you say?" "Nothing." Shane shook his head. But he still felt that he should not bully the little witch. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if he got angry again later. So he quickly finished the breakfast and lunch in front of him, wiped his mouth and stood up. After moving his hands and feet for a while, he said to Hermione lazily, "Okay, let's go. You know what I'm here for." "Nonsense, if you don't come to me, I'm going to find you." Shane rolled his eyes at her and replied, "It's so hard to find you 3 free workers. How could I let them go?" Hermione became furious when she heard this. And she retorted angrily, "We are not working for free. We are just accepting punishment according to school regulations." "Is that any different?" Hermione was speechless. But when she saw Shane's unusually unbeatable look, she suddenly became furious. Then she couldn't help but raise her calf, thinking of kicking Shane's knee. But unfortunately, she failed to succeed instead. Shane pressed her head and kicked the air randomly. On the other side, the Gryffindor lounge, at this time, Harry and Ronald were playing wizard chess out of boredom. "When will Hermione come back?" Ronald complained weakly. "It's been all morning. Where has this Dolea gone? I heard that everyone from Ravenclaw has disappeared, and there is no news about him at all. Now many people are guarding the Ravenclaw common room, and many girls want Dolea's autograph." Harry's tone of reply was a little strange. He was so obsessed with appearance and saw so many beautiful girls liking Shane. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous in his heart. "0, please give me flowers," however. Just as Harry and Ronald were waiting painfully for the news of Shane's appearance, a strange magic wave suddenly appeared in the Gryffindor common room. The two of them felt their eyes suddenly blur. And then their buttocks were empty, and they both fell to the ground. Ouch. The 2 little lions screamed at the same time. "What happened?" Ronald lay on the ground and covered his head, looking around in horrors. He had just met Voldemort a few days ago, and he thought something bad had happened to him. "This seems to be the 8th floor of the school. We were here the day before yesterday." Harry sat up and looked around, then spotted the stone beast guarding the principal's office not far away. "Why did we suddenly come to this place? I sent you here." A familiar voice reached the ears of the 2 of them. Harry and Ronald immediately heard the sound and went out, only to see Shane and Hermione standing not far away looking at them, with a door behind them that they had never seen before. "So it's you, Dolea." Harry slowly got up. Only then did he realize that in his memory, Shane was probably the only person in the entire Hogwarts who could bring them here from the common room without anyone noticing. "Was there a door before here?" Harry walked forward and asked, rubbing his butt. Gryffindor's common room was also on the 8th floor, but it was on the other side of the floor. Although he didn't pass by it often, he clearly remembered that there must have been nothing here before. Ronald from the side also came over and said yes. "I remember there is only one wall here. When did there be an extra door?" "This is actually the room of requirement, where you will be punished by the school rules," Shane explained. The entrance to the room of requirement can only be opened when the user concentrates on thinking about the place they need and walks through the wall in front of them 3 times. Appears the room of requirements. Hermione looked confused when she heard the name. Why is it called that? It can satisfy your wishes as much as possible, for example. If you want a toilet, the room of requirement will become a toilet. If you want an empty room, the room of requirement will also provide you with an empty room. Then if I want a room full of gold galleons, can it be given to me? Ronald said with excitement when he heard about the room of requirement's ability. He has begun to fantasize about becoming a rich man, but soon. Shane poured a basin of cold water on his head and heard him say contemptuously, "Think too much, look at your potential. The room of requirement is not omnipotent. What it can give you can only be a room that actually exists within Hogwarts. And its authority is not the highest, permissions." A question mark appeared on Hermione's head. What do you mean, for example? If you want to go to Dumbledore's office, the room of requirement cannot grant your wish. Because the principal's office is the center of Hogwarts at any time. It is protected by powerful magic. So even if there is a secret passage in the school, it can lead to the principal's office. It's impossible for the room of requirement to give you a door to get there. After Shane explained the restrictions of the room of requirement, he opened the door in front of him, and the guild's headquarters switch had begun to take shape. Was immediately displayed in front of several people. Wow, what kind of place is this? The 3 of them stared blankly at the luxurious but incomplete garden and marble fountain in front of them, and the basically endless gray-white brick road sparkling in the simulated sun. Looking above their heads, there were blue sky and white clouds floating on the ceiling. The 3 of them could even feel a breeze blowing gently around them, and the direction of the soil suddenly filled their entire nasal cavity. This is the residence of the Fairy Tale Guild that I founded, Shane said with a proud face. This is the largest room that the room of requirement can provide. It was used to store sundries. But later it was used to store sundries. Everything was burned by me, Fairy Tale. And what's a guild? Hermione looked at Shane with confusion. As did the other 2. It's a student organization I established. We'll start recruiting people next semester. Shane replied. As for what the guild does specifically, don't ask, no, you'll know then. Then what are we doing here? Harry asked 920. Now I am building a house in the station. I have already built the 3-story wooden house in the distance. And I have put all the furniture and facilities inside. Shane pointed to the house in the rest area in the distance and said, "What you 3 have to do is to arrange all the furniture and facilities in the wooden house. And I will guide you then, of course. If you feel that there is still something missing in the house, such as decoration set, you can also tell me and I will buy it back. Is this the end?" Ronald asked weakly. "What are you thinking about, young man?" Shane turned around and smiled sinisterly, then pointed to a few large sacks stacked not far away, after taking care of the inside of the wooden house. "You have to continue plant those bags of seeds into the base of the flowers. Then water and fertilize them, so many." Ronald looked at the big bags of seeds and was stunned for a moment. "This is just the beginning. There is still a lot of work to be done," Shane said calmly. "But if you feel it's too hard, you can also ask Fred and George to come over and help. I can pay them galleons 1 piece a day, then do I have one?" Ronald looked up and his eyes suddenly lit up. "That's a good idea. You came here to be punished for violating school rules. You don't get paid." Shane suddenly looked like an evil capitalist. "And if you are short of money, you can go to Pumpkinhead on the 1st floor. I remember that since Frey after Germany. It seems that no one can get the game rewards I set." "Forget it then." Ronald immediately shook his head in horror. He had entered that Pumpkinhead once, but that game experience gave him nightmares for almost a week. "But Dora, there is a problem." Harry raised his hand and said a little embarrassed. "Hogwarts does not allow students to return to school during the holidays. And we have all gone home then. You don't have to worry about these problems. Shane waved his Hondan, then took out his wand. Old B has already acquiesced by letting you come here that you can freely travel to and from Hogwarts during the holidays. As for how to come to school, now I will cast a spell on you. Every day I will draw you on time and send it from home. After saying that with a wave of the magic wand, a silver magic circle lit up on the back of the three people's hands. But it quickly disappeared. Then what time do we come here every day? Ronald asked. I will teleport you here at 8:30 in the morning. And I will teleport you home at 6 p.m., Shane said with a smile. Don't worry, I will take care of lunch. But please remember not to do it during this time. Go to the toilet. Otherwise, I will throw you into the Black Lake if you soil the station. I think the mermaids there would be more than happy to bathe with you. Devil Mom, this person in front of you is a devil. Ronald looked horrified at Hogwarts. All boys are warned not to approach the Black Lake easily when they first start school. Especially in spring and summer, but strangely, the school does not tell them the specific reasons. But as Ronald, who was born in the Weasley family, he knew. Before enrolling in school, his father, Mr. Arthur, had told him that in the spring and summer, the mermaids in the Black Lake of Hogwarts might catch as many as a dozen people to mate with the tribe. Although I don't know what their purpose is, they don't seem to care about age in this way. Shane's first school year at Hogwarts gradually came to an end. In late June, the little wizard's vacation has just begun. After Shane said hello to the three little ones' families, Harry's family was threatening. He sent them and the Weasley twins, who learned that they could earn gold galleons to Hogwarts. Then we came to London's largest Chinatown. He came here just because today is a special holiday. Today is the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, a traditional festival for flower growers, the Dragon Boat Festival. Shane came here in search of the taste of his hometown that he had not tasted for a long time. Walking on the streets of Chinatown looking around. Although this is a place where the rabbits of flower growers live together, the architectural style is still British style. Perhaps the only thing that can keep in touch with the flower growers is the rabbits and food here. Shane walked around and came to a restaurant with a blackboard saying Zongzi for sale. I opened the door and walked in. Perhaps because it was not lunchtime, there were no customers in the store. And even the boss was nowhere to be seen, ever since. Shane shouted to the store in his long-lost Mandarin, "Is anyone there?" As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man suddenly poked his head out of the store and responded in a less fluent Mandarin, "Oh. Yes, what do you want to eat, pretty boy, huh? Is the boss from Cantonese?" Shane asked curiously, speaking in Cantonese, because he heard that the boss's Mandarin accent was very strong, like a rabbit from Guangdong and Guangxi. So the broad-spectrum flavor should not be too strong at first. Yeah, I've been here for a few years. The boss replied with a smile. He wasn't surprised that Shane could speak Cantonese. There weren't too many Huxia in Chinatown. But you look so cool, is this your first time in Lidu? Are you an international student or an immigrant? Boss, you are wrong, tilde. I grew up in London. Shane generously pulled up a stool and sat on it. Are you so sharp? The boss was surprised when he heard that Shane grew up in London. You grew up in London and you can speak fluent Mandarin and Cantonese. Are you talking about me? No need to worry. Shane responded with a smile, boss. Let's not talk about it for now, I just saw it outside. Do you think you are selling rice dumplings to the public? It's tight. The boss nodded. Do you want to taste it first? Are there any rice dumplings with pork and salted egg yolk? Hey, you know how to eat. How much do you want? It depends on how old you are, after a while. Shane dragged more than 200 kilograms of rice dumplings out of the store, and then activated a space magic and disappeared in an instant. But then, people from the Ministry of Magic suddenly appeared near the place where Shane disappeared just now, and began to search for something all over the world. They had just detected unknown magical fluctuations nearby. Dragging the rice dumplings he bought, Shane returned to his home first. Alia was sitting on the sofa with her big white legs exposed. When she saw him suddenly coming back with several big bags, she immediately asked in surprise, Shane, didn't you go to Hermione's house to play? Why did you come back suddenly? Also, what are these things you got? These are rice dumplings for eating. Shane dragged the rice dumplings to the kitchen, and then pulled out the largest iron pot at home. Who else told you that I went to Hermione's house to play? I have something important to do looking for her. Is there any difference? Alia came over and curiously picked up a rice dumpling in the iron pot. You just said it was for food, aren't these just leaves? What kind of tree leaves are there? Shane immediately said in disbelief, this is a good thing. It uses a very fragrant plant leaves to wrap glutinous rice. And various ingredients are added to the glutinous rice. It is delicious. Oh Tilda, I don't understand what you're talking about. 4.7. Alia put down the rice dumpling. Then suddenly her expression changed and she patted Shane on the head. And please tell me clearly, why did you go to see Hermione so early in the morning? Did you make other girls angry by coming back so soon? Who made her angry? Shane pretended to look aggrieved. She violated the school rules. I went to send her back to school to receive punishment. Nonsense, Alia gently lifted one of Shane's ears. Don't think I don't know. Hogwarts does not allow students to go back during the summer vacation. Why am I lying to you? Besides Hermione, there are several other people. I prepared these rice dumplings for their lunch. I will send them to them when they are hot, real. Really? Shane nodded, then take me with you later. Arya smiled and let go of Shane's ear. I haven't seen Hermione for a long time. And it happened to be the last time I went to watch the Quidditch game. Take a good tour of Hogwarts. This time during the holiday, you take me with you. After cooking the rice dumplings at home, Shane left a note for Aunt Julie and the others, explaining how to eat the rice dumplings, and then took Arya to Hogwarts. Holding Shane's arm a little nervously, Alia felt her eyes blur, and then she found herself suddenly in an extremely luxurious garden. In her impression, maybe only the large estates of wealthy families had such scenery. Wow, Tilda, where is this? It's so beautiful. Arya exclaimed as she looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her. But at the same time, she was confused. But aren't we going to Hogwarts? What are we doing here? This is Hogwarts, a small room in the castle. Shane explained the sun and white clouds in the sky, as well as the scenery you see in the farthest distance, are actually illusions created by magic. There is such a magic. Alia looked surprised and her eyes were shining. Can you make my room like this too? Of course, no problem. Shane agreed immediately but then said jokingly, I can turn your room into a haunted house. Tilda, go to hell. The two siblings joked and then came to the rest area of the Fairy Tale Guild. Not far away in the steps in front of the wooden house, Harry and Ronald were sitting there sweating profusely and looking like they were about to collapse. Looking at Hermione, though, her face looked a little tired. She looked more relaxed, Hermione. Arya ran towards Hermione as soon as she saw her. When Hermione heard this familiar yet unfamiliar voice, she immediately raised her head. Seeing that it was Shane's sister, she quickly got up and ran forward, Alia. The two girls hugged each other happily. Alia, why are you here? Hermione asked happily. I heard Shane say you were at school, so I asked him to bring me here. Alia held Hermione's hand and was smiling. On the other side, Harry and Ronald looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Ronald looked at Alia's extremely unfamiliar face and asked, Harry, do you know her? I don't remember there being such a beautiful girl in our school. I'm not sure, I've never met her before. Harry shook his head. But it seems like she has a good relationship with Hermione. Are they from other colleges? And just when the two of them were wondering why a strange girl suddenly appeared in the school, Shane appeared quietly behind them. He quietly stretched out his hands and slapped them on the head, catching Harry and Ronald off guard. They both looked back and saw Shane standing behind them, looking at them with a smile. No need to guess, she is my sister, Arya Swinton. Shane let go of their heads and said, she said she wanted to visit Hogwarts, so I brought her here. Harry and Ronald suddenly understood, however. Harry looked at the two girls who were laughing happily not far away, and couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "But Dora, your sister, is a muggle, right? Are you not afraid of being discovered by bringing her to school like this? Well, you must know that the Ministry of Magic has clearly stipulated that even the parents of students, as long as they are muggles, are not allowed to enter Hogwarts. The rules of the Ministry of Magic are for ordinary people." Shane said calmly, "There are many things. As long as your strength reaches a certain level, these so-called rules cannot restrict you. Just like the Professor Dumbledore you know so well. Do you think he is a kind person when he was young? He wanted to impress the Ministry of Magic more than once. However, considering the stability of the magical world, he refrained from taking action. How is that possible?" Harry looked shocked. "Young man, don't be too naive. Both Voldemort and Dumbledore are called devils, but one is black and the other is white." Shane looked at Harry with disdain, then patted both of them on the shoulders. "Let's do it. You must be hungry this morning, so come over for lunch first." As he spoke, he controlled a large pot of rice dumplings floating in the air, placed it on a large wooden pier, and then shouted to the two girls not far away, "Hermione, Alia, it's time to eat." Harry and Ronald walked over, smelling the unique aroma in their breath. The two of them wiped their hands, and then each took out a steaming rice dumpling from the pot. Looking puzzled, "How do you eat this?" Harry asked, holding a long rice dumpling. "Tear apart the outer layer of leaves. Dip the long strips in sugar or honey and eat them. And eat the rest directly," Shane explained. Then looked around again. "Where are Fred and George? Not long before you came. They said they wanted to go to the Black Lake to see." Ronald said, "Here. They are really not afraid that they will be captured by the mermaid and taken back for S**X. Shane exclaimed, "Forget it, ignore them, let's eat first." After saying that, he waved his hand and conjured up a few chairs, and then took out the prepared sugar and honey ready to eat. As soon as Shane put a piece of lye rice dumpling into his mouth, he burst into tears. "Woohoo, TT, this is the taste. There is even red bean paste in the alkaline rice dumplings. So delicious." Everyone on the side saw Shane looking moved by the food, and curiously put this first food into their mouths. After a while, everyone's eyes lit up and they all shouted in their hearts, "It's delicious." Next is the daily lunch break and lunchtime. More than an hour later, seeing that Harry and Ronald were still lying on the grass like two dead snakes, Shane couldn't help but began to urge, "I tell you to. Get up and get ready to work after you have eaten and rested enough." "Can't we rest for a while?" Ronald suddenly had a bitter look on his face. "And haven't Fred and George come back yet? Whether the two of them come back has nothing to do with when you start working." Shane said mercilessly, "Also, I just went to see. How come you two big boys can't do things as efficiently as Hermione? A little boy in one morning, where are the girls? She can use magic," Ronald argued with an aggrieved look. "Haha, tilde, I thought you were a muggle when I heard this." Shane looked at Ronald with contempt and said, "You have to remember that you are a wizard. You can practice the magic you don't know a few times and it will be fine. Being so impatient is a waste of your talent. By then, all the second grade classes will be finished, and the first grade magic will only be passed. Talent, what talent can I have?" Ronald glanced at Harry next to him with a look of self-defeat, but the only response he received was that the latter shook his head. "I heard Hermione say before that in Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, you used 10 broken wands to turn a 10-year-old mouse into a 10-year-old goblet. Is this the case?" Shane decided to teach in Professor mode. "Guide, it seems that there is indeed such a thing. But that goblet has a rat tail. Then let others try using a broken wand to see if they can do it as well as you. Especially when you first come into contact with Transfiguration. It will be good if you don't get the curse backlash. So I'm very talented in Transfiguration." Ronald's mouth suddenly started to rise when he heard this. "That you thought too much and just clicked." Before Ronald could be happy, Shane cruelly interrupted the beautiful fantasy about to come in his mind. In Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, Every student in it is better than you. Ronald suddenly drooped his face again. Okay, why are you talking so much? Get up and start working. Shane impatiently took out his wand and began to threaten. If you stay on the ground and can't get up, I will use the Imperious Curse to control you to work. This last sentence frightened Harry and Ronald so much that they quickly got up from the ground. Because they knew that the man in front of them was really capable of such sinister things as using the Imperious Curse. What about Hermione? Doesn't she have to work together? Ronald looked aggrievedly at the two girls who were playing with Puff wrong on the grass in the distance. Hermione has this afternoon off. Why? Harry and Ronald shouted in unison, blowing the horn of resistance at the same time. You can't be selfish just because your sister is here and needs Hermione to play with her. Harry said angrily, yes. You must know that she received the punishment with us. Ronald 253 also nodded in response. You too have the nerve to say that. Several tic-tacs appeared on Shane's forehead. Hermione is a girl. She has done more work all morning than you two boys. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Then Fred and I'll catch them and bring them back. After saying that, Shane pushed Harry and Ronald into the cabin, then walked to Hermione and said, Hermione, you don't have to work in the afternoon. If you can take Arya around the school. I'll go find Fred and the others first, okay? Hermione nodded while holding a velvet. After a little warnings, Shane walked out of the room of requirement and flew directly out of the window of Hogwarts Castle. Flying over the Black Lake and looking down, Shane's eyes turned into vertical pupils, and he suddenly had the vision of an eagle. The entire Black Lake is not that big, with a diameter of less than 1 kilometer. I checked around in the air and couldn't find the Weasley twins anywhere. They didn't run into the Forbidden Forest, did they? Just when Shane was confused, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the shore of the Black Lake closest to Hogwarts. There were some drag marks on the lawn there. He quickly landed and checked. I saw 2 shallow drag marks on the grass on the shore of the lake, which could not be found without careful inspection. And there was a lot of mucus around the marks. Shane immediately held his forehead and sighed. These 2 guys might actually have been captured by the mermaid. Just when Shane was complaining that the Weasley twins might lose their virginity, several dark figures in the Black Lake had quietly approached. Suddenly, several rope loops made of water and straw bales shot out of the water, aiming directly at Shane's neck. However, Shane didn't even look at it as the rope loops were all reduced to ashes not far from him. Then he hooked his fingers, and several ugly mermaids were pulled directly out of the water by Shane. Shane looked at the ugly mermaids in front of him, which were completely different from the images of mermaids in fairy tales. It has protruding brow bones, large yellow fish eyes, a flat nose, incomplete fangs, and clear black-green hair like thin strips of waterweed on its head. The skin all over the body is iron gray, with mucus and thin scales. The upper body is human and the lower body is fishtail, and it always exudes a strong fishy smell. Several mermaids were struggling in midair, and one of them with a spear wanted to attack Shane. But the spear made of fish spines and stones turned into ashes as soon as he threw it. Shane sighed, then used light and shadow magic to simulate the appearance of the Weasley twins, and then asked politely, have you seen these 2 people? However, in the face of Shane's question, the mermaids just kept struggling and made hoarse screams, as if they were very angry. It seems we can't communicate. Shane was helpless. When he watched Goblet of Fire a long time ago, he remembered a scene where mermaids could talk. Moreover, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them also says that mermaids have an IQ no lower than that of humans, and they like to sing and have their own unique culture and language. But now it seems that creatures like fishmen may have more beast aspects than humans. However, since we can't communicate, we can only do it hard. So he waved his hand and flicked it casually, and several mermaids flew out instantly and bounced on the lake surface a dozen times as if they were floating on water, and then slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. After dealing with the mermaids, Shane stamped 1 foot on the grass, and a huge purple magic circle quickly unfolded. The twisted patterns on it looked extremely oppressive. Super magic, celestial magic, super gravity activates. Suddenly, the entire Black Lake began to fly rapidly into the sky, as if it was attracted by some force. The creatures in the lake soon discovered the strangeness, got into a mess one after another, and began to run rampant in the lake. The mermaids were even more frightened. They looked at the exposed bottom of the lake and desperately followed the water up to the sky. After a while, the south side of Hogwarts Castle. I saw a huge water bag floating in the air. It was like a balloon filled with waters, twisting constantly under the interaction of gravity. Giant squid Grindelwald, mermaid and other magical creatures are swimming quickly among them in a panic. Under the water bags, the bottom of the Black Lake has been completely exposed and formed a huge cavity. Countless water plants and many fish are jumping between the wet sand and cloth. And at this moment, the direction of Hogwarts Castle. Hermione was showing Arya around the school. Suddenly saw the water bladder floating in midair in the distance, and the completely empty Black Lake. And she suddenly became stunned. "Oh my God, what is Shane doing again?" Hermione said in shock as she leaned against the window. Then that was Shane's doing. Alia looked at the almost miraculous scene in front of her with disbelief on her face. Because this was the first time she had seen how powerful magic could be. Did something happen to Fred and George? Hermione frowned and guessed to herself, Fred and George. Are they the brothers of the boy named Weasley just now? Arya turned her head curiously. That's right. I'm afraid something happened to the two of them. Otherwise Shane wouldn't have made such a big fuss. Hermione nodded affirmatively. How about we go over and take a look? Good, immediately. Hermione took out her wand and began to cast the levitating spell, flying towards the Black Lake with Arya on the other side. Shane walked around the completely exposed bottom of the Black Lake for several times, and finally found the Weasley twins tied up with water plants and stripped of their clothes in the mermaid village. Fred and George looked at Shane in front of them. Tears filled their eyes, and they immediately struggled and whined for help. But when Shane saw this scene, he did not save them immediately. Instead, he suppressed a smile, took out his camera from his pocket, and took a dozen photos before releasing them. Cough, 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 you. Fred and George fell to their knees naked, coughing and nauseated. I saw that they still had fish gills on both sides of their faces, and their feet were still webbed. It looked like they had been fed gillweed by the fishmen. PFFT ha. Shane finally couldn't help laughing when he saw the miserable situation of the two of them. While using the water plants that had tied them up just now, he turned them into a simple piece of clothing to cover their shame, and then began to ask, how could you two end up like this? Fred coughed twice and then complained, forget it. It's all George's fault. He was the one who first suggested coming to the Black Lake. But he was kidnapped by the mermaid. What? You, George vomited a few times and immediately said unconvinced. You obviously said you wanted to see a mermaid. But I didn't say come to Black Lake, it's your fault. It's all your fault. After arguing, the two started fighting. You want to fight with me, right? Come on. Watch me rip your ears off, B********D. Weasley cursed at each other and began to fight each other. Shane shook his head when he saw this, but he was too lazy to care about these two living treasures. He reincarnated and started walking around the mermaid village to see if there were any rare potion ingredients or herbs nearby. You know, herbs like gillweed were only found growing in the Mediterranean Sea before. I didn't expect that they would also grow in the Black Lake. And this herb grows in water and is difficult to pick. The growth conditions are also relatively harsh. And apart from allowing people to gain mermaid-like abilities in a short period of time, it actually doesn't have much effect. Therefore, gillgrass is rarely circulated in the market. But its price is extremely high because of its scarcity. And just when Shane started looking for herbs everywhere, Hermione had already brought Arya to the Black Lake. Arya held Hermione's arm and looked up at the huge water bag suspended in midair. She couldn't help but feel a little worried and asked, isn't this going to fall? Probably not for the time being. Hermione looked up. Also a little unsure, but don't worry as long as we find Shane. We won't have this problem. As he said that, he accelerated and flew forward. After a while, they saw the Weasley twins wrestling with each other in the middle of the lake, and Shane digging for something not far away. So they quickly flew in the direction of Shane. After landing at the bottom of the lake, Arya looked curiously at the strange lake environment around her, while Hermione walked up and asked, "Shane, what are you doing?" "Oh, tilde Hermione, Arius, you are here," Shane said, pulling out a huge lake clam with a diameter of more than 2 meters from the mud, and then said, "Happily dinner is ready." He didn't find the herb first, but he discovered that it was fresh from the rising lake. It was also the first time for Hermione and Alia to see such a big shellfish, and they were very surprised. Alia asked curiously, "Shane, do you think there will be pearls in it?" "Yes, there may be pearls in this thing, let me take a look." Hearing this question, Shane suddenly remembered that most of these large shellfish would produce pearls, so used magic to force open the shell of the lake clam, rummaged around inside, and soon found several fist-sized and irregularly shaped pearls hidden in the flesh. Shane took out the pearls, cleaned the largest one and gave it to Arya, and then handed the other smaller one to Hermione. However, compared to Arya's natural joy, Hermione looked at the pearl in front of her and immediately shook her head and refused. "This is too precious. I can't have it." "What's precious or not? There are plenty of them at the back." Shane gestured behind him with his thumb. Then Hermione discovered that there were countless giant lake clams in the pile of rocks behind Shane. But because they were covered with water plants, they looked no different from real rocks. So without feeling any pressure, Hermione happily accepted this pearl, which could easily be sold for tens of thousands of pounds in the Muggle world. However, just as the two girls were happily playing with the gifts in their hands, there was suddenly no sound from Fred and George. Shane looked curiously and found that they were exhausted from the beating and were lying on the ground limply, looking as if they were hopeless at this moment. Hermione suddenly remembered that there were 2 other people, and immediately asked curiously, "Letter 3005 by the way. Fred and George, you had happened to them?" "It's nothing, they were just kidnapped by the mermaid," Shane explained nonchalantly. Then suddenly he felt sick in his stomach and shuddered. "I just don't know if they were ed by the mermaid while they were kidnapped. Something indescribable." "What indescribable things? Why are children asking so many questions?" Shane knocked Hermione on the head and walked straight towards the Weasley twins. "Let's finish the quarrel. After the quarrel is over, I will take you home first. Anyway, you can't work today like this." After saying that, without waiting for the twins to respond, he pulled them and flew to the shore without saying a word. After a while, several people returned to the shore. However, a huge figure was also standing on the shore of the lake at this time. "Oh my God, Shane, it's you." Hagrid saw several people slowly descending from the sky. What the hell happened a few minutes ago? He had just returned to Hogwarts from Diagon Alley. He saw the incredible scene on the Black Lake from a distance. He thought something terrible had happened. The 2 of them were caught by the mermaid and taken into the lake. Shane explained with a teasing look at the Weasley twins on the grass. "Hello, Nano, oh tilde, that's really." Hagrid suddenly became embarrassed when he heard the news. He looked at Fred and George with his mouth open, and after a while he asked in a pitiful tone, you two okay?" The Weasley twins shook their heads but said nothing. It was obvious that they did not want to tell what happened at the bottom of the lake. Only they know if something is wrong. Shane said while also unblocking the lake water. "I saw that the water bag floating in midair suddenly lost its support and began to plummet to the ground. Then there was a loud bangs, and a large amount of water hit the bottom of the Black Lake, causing a huge storm. However, just when a huge amount of lake water was about to fall on Shane and everyone, an inexplicable force suddenly pushed the lake water back. Hagrid, this is my sister, Arya Swinton." Shane first introduced Arya to Hagrid, and then grabbed the Weasley twins with both hands. "I will send these 2 unlucky people back first. Please take care of them okay. Of course that's no problem, Hagrid nodded, also. There are more than a dozen rice dumplings on the 8th floor of the school. They were originally prepared for these two guys. But now they are no longer tasty. You can take them back and try them, after saying that. Shane activated his magic and left Hogwarts. Immediately afterwards, he came to the outside of the village of Otterycent, Catchpole in Devon, England, where the Weasley family lived, the Burrow. The Burrow is where the Weasley family lives. It is a crooked little building several stories high that was built using magic. There are 4 or 5 chimneys on the roof that are emitting smoke. Its base seems to be a large pigsty made of stones. It can be seen that from the beginning to the present. The owner must have built some rooms on top and around it with wood and other materials to form its current appearance. At this time, Shane looked at the fairy tale-filled house in front of him. He still couldn't figure out why the Weasley family was so poor until now. Even Ronald's wizard robe was worn by his brother. To be honest, it was ordinary. There is no difference in price between the clothes. It didn't matter before. I had a large group of children to raise, so I needed to live frugally, but now. The male owner of this house, Arthur Weasley, works in the Ministry of Magic's office for the prohibition of the misuse of Muggle items. Although the salary is not very high, it is still acceptable. The eldest son, Bill Weasley, worked as a curse breaker at Gringotts Bank after graduation. This job is not something you can do casually, because the curse breaker may be killed by ancient jinxes, poison spells, or curses in daily work. And this position requires wizards to learn arithmetic and divination, as well as defense against the dark arts charms, potions, and transfiguration, the subject's NEWT. Certificate sometimes requires them to be able to read ancient runes, which is a very dangerous and serious profession. So accordingly, the rewards for curse breakers are very generous. The second son, Charlie Weasley, is studying fire dragons in Romania. This job is also extremely dangerous. There is no guarantee that one day he will be sprayed into ashes by the dragon's breath. So the salary is also not low. The third child, 310, Percy Weasley, is about to graduate now and has basically no money left except tuition and daily meals. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, sell prank props and homemade potions at Hogwarts every day, and they can completely support themselves. So the Weasley family now only has 2 children, Ronald and Janito Reyes. No matter what, they won't be this poor. And just when Shane was wondering where all the money from the Weasley family was going, the twins next to him were looking at the door of their home, looking uneasy and hesitant. So, when Shane saw them like this, he took the initiative and knocked on the door of the burrow. Boom, a boom, a boom, here we come, Mrs. Molly's voice came from the door, and then she was heard shouting, Ginny dear, come down and help open the door to see if Dad is back. After a while, there was a sound of coming down the stairs from the burrow, and then the door was opened, and a beautiful red-haired little girl poked her head out. Hi, Ginny, Shane greeted with a smile first. Brother Shane, why are you here? Ginny opened the door happily and looked at Shane again. She was happy, but at the same time, she felt a little more disappointed for some reason. Upon seeing this, Shane immediately shouted that he had seen through the little girl's mind. So he joked, don't look, Harry is not here. This moment made Ginny blush with embarrassment, however, compared to that guy who is still being punished at school. I think you should be more worried about your 2 brothers now, he said with a smile. Then Shane stepped aside, revealing Weasley hiding behind him, twin, ad. Oh my God, Ginny exclaimed, Fred George. What have you done? At this moment, Mrs. Molly, who had been hearing no movement at the door and was afraid of any danger, also walked out with a wand. As soon as she saw her 2 sons standing naked at the door, with only some water plants covering their bodies, she instantly felt a surge of anger rushing to her forehead. Oh my God. Fred George, what on earth did you do to end up like this? The twins were speechless at this time. Shane, who was standing aside, said hello politely, good afternoon. Aunt Molly, Then he took out a large bag of rice dumplings and said, "I brought you some food, oh welcome." "Thank you so much, kid." Mrs. Molly saw that Shane was there, and immediately changed her face and showed a warm smile. She took the rice dumplings and waved, "Come in, dear." Then he yelled at Fred and George, "And you too. Come into the house immediately and tell me what happened." With that said, he turned around and walked back into the house. As soon as you enter the Weasley family's burrow, you can see the dining room. On the left is the sink and the kitchen next to the dining table. At this time, there was a brush on the sink that was automatically cleaning the dishes in the sink. And there was also a broom not far away that was constantly jumping around to clean the house. After passing the restaurant and walking inside, there is the living room. There are several sofas in the living room. On one of the sofas, 2 needles are automatically knitting a sweater. There is also a nearly 2-meter-high vertical clock placed on a pillar between the living room and dining room. The hands on it are printed with mugshots of the Weasley twins and Ronald. Anyway, although the entire burrow looks very old, it is very warmly decorated, Mrs. Molly first put the rice dumplings on the table, then turned around menacingly and stared at Fred and George with her hands on her hips and asked, "Tell me, what trouble did you two get into again?" Fred and George looked at each other. Neither of them dared to speak normally. Even when facing professors in school, they would dare to show off, but facing their own mothers, their natural suppression was not just talk. The twins didn't dare to say anything, but Shane, who was watching the show on the side, took the black tea handed over by Ginna, took a sip, and immediately explained to the two of them calmly, "The two of them sneaked away while I was away. Went to the Black Lake and got captured by the mermaid." Upon hearing the bad news, Mrs. Molly felt a bolt from the blue above her head. She took a breath of cold air, turned around and looked at her 2 sons with wide eyes, and asked in a trembling voice, "Zia, is what Shane said true?" The Weasley twins were silent for a while and nodded stiffly, which made Mrs. Molly feel her blood surge, and she was about to faint as soon as her eyes rolled back. Fred and George were so frightened that they quickly went up to help him. And Fred immediately began to explain, Mom, don't worry, George and I have never been harmed. Yes, Ice. The mermaid just tied us to the stone pillar and fed us some unknown herbs." George also explained, "Really, Mrs. Molly asked helplessly as she looked at the twins. The Weasley twins nodded in unison, but then the burrow began to panic. "You 2 idiots. How many times have I told you not to approach the Black Lake during this season? But how dare you turn a deaf ear? Watch if I don't beat you to death this time, Mrs. Molly picked up the broom that was sweeping the floor and angrily chased Fred and George around the room. Shane watched this scene and just drank black tea calmly. Ginny on the side was eating rice dumplings filled with red bean paste. She couldn't help but curiously asked, "What will happen if you are captured by a mermaid? Why is Mom so angry?" You'll know this later." A drop of cold sweat ran down Shane's forehead. Ginny was too young to have these things told to her, however. He vaguely remembered that it was said in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them that mermaids seemed to be oviparous, and they seemed to mate without negative distance. In this way, the Weasley twins' quantum loss of virginity, as a small episode at the beginning of the summer vacation, slowly came to an end. More than half a month has passed. During this time, the construction of the fairy tale station in Hogwarts was progressing very smoothly. But at the same time, the entire European wizarding world was still eager to find Shane. Since Shane received the Ravenclaw inheritance, many media have wanted to interview him. But Shane has disappeared, and Swinton Giowan has added powerful guardian magic to him. Therefore, until now, no media has been able to find Shane. Instead, the eagles who witnessed the Ravenclaw inheritance were brutally tracked. At this time, Shane was staying at home with a copy of the Daily Prophet, and his heart was gradually becoming more active. You must know that if you want to defeat the pure bloods theory, you must take the initiative in the battlefield of public opinion. Because only in this way can we win the general support of the general public, so that we will not fall into passivity and follow the truth when doing anything. If you want to control public opinion in the magical world, those paper media are the main targets. Shane has mentioned before that because the wizarding world has been out of touch with the muggle world for a long time and has lagged behind in technological development. In addition to playing Quidditch and wizard chess, the most important means of entertainment are reading. Reading newspapers, listening to the radio, etc., etc. And the broadcast content is also pitiful. There are currently three most famous media outlets in the British wizarding world: the Daily Prophet, Wizards Weekly, and the Quibbler. The Daily Prophet mainly reports on social news, political and business trends, and some major sports events. It can be said to be the official media of the Ministry of Magic. But at the same time, it contains a lot of content that criticizes the Ministry of Magic. Wizard Weekly is the entertainment section, which contains a lot of messy gossip and untrue news, as well as some boring current affairs in which Gilderoy Lockhart won the award for the most charming smile. The Quibbler is a bit like Muggle-style literature. It spreads some things that are very unreasonable even in the magical world. The style is very absurd and bizarre, and it is therefore deeply loved by many young teachers. For Shane, Wizard Weekly is just an entertainment magazine that reports gossipy news, and its use value is not great. But the other two are completely different. The content reported by the Daily Prophet is usually some current news and advertisements, such as the Gringotts theft case and Hogwarts defense against the dark arts professor recruitment information, etc. Therefore, because of its seemingly serious and high-sounding characteristics, it has always been the main channel for people in the British magical world to obtain information, and its credibility has always been the highest in people's minds. But at the same time, as an official media not completely controlled by the Ministry of Magic, the Daily Prophet has always been a thorn in the side of the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, ever since Fudge became Minister of Magic. His desire for power has continued to expand. In order to consolidate his power, he has always wanted to completely control the entire Daily Prophet. And there are even rumors that he wants to bring Gringotts into his sphere of influence. It's just that the existence of a special reporter from the Daily Prophet newspaper has caused Fudge's plan to completely control public opinion in the British wizarding world to fail. And this reporter is Rita Skeeter, the beetle animagus in the original work, who likes to exaggerate the truth and describe the news in all kinds of extravagant language. It can be seen from the usual content of the Daily Prophet that most of the sections she writes are negative news about the Ministry of Magic and Fudge. What is interesting at the same time is that these news reports are all based on certain facts. Of course, it's just a little bit. When Rita Skeeter writes news, she will use her wonderful writing to attach various logical conjectures that are in line with people's favorites to these facts, and unreasonably expand conjecture, radialize, and visualize. The main focus is on selling sales and gaining attention, without any regard for the truths, which often brings great pressure and trouble from public opinion to the protagonists of the news content. And the reason why Fudge and the Ministry of Magic have been helpless with the annoying reporter Rita Skeeter is probably because this little beetle has obtained some information through its own ability that can ruin the reputation of some people or some institutions. Secret Soch has been around here for at least a week, so I should talk to her about it. Thinking of this, Shane ducked out of the way and instantly captured the little beetle that had been wandering near his house during this time into his room. There was a muffled sound, and Skeeter, who returned to his human form, fell to the carpet and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings with a horrified look on his face. Oh my God, what happened? It was obvious that he had just been crouching near the possible home address of the Ravenclaw heir that he had investigated as usual. But he didn't expect that his eyes suddenly blurred and he came to a strange room in an instant. She thought she had been kidnapped by a dark wizard. While the little beetle was panicking, Shane was also carefully looking at the media lady in the British magic world in front of him. He instantly felt that his aesthetics seemed to be a little distorted. To be honest, Rita Skeeter's overall image is not ugly, but she looks very awkward. He has a face with a big chin, and his pale blonde hair is styled into delicate stiff and weird curls. He wore a pair of jewel-encrusted glasses on his face, and the nails on his fat fingers were about 2 inches long and were painted red like a vampire. Looking at Skeeter, who was still sitting on the ground, Shane greeted politely, "Hello, Ms. Skeeter." Skeeter immediately heard the sound and turned around to look behind him, only to see that the man who had been searched for by the entire British media industry for half a month was sitting in front of him. "Oh, Mr. Dolea, it's an honor to meet you." Skeeter stood up immediately, not caring at all that Shane caught her rashly, and showed a professional fake smile. "I think you know whether you really feel honored to meet me or not," Shane said teasingly while sitting on the bed. Then he drew his hand in front of him and a table, a chair, and a cup of black tea appeared between the two of them. "To be honest, Ms. Skeeter, I kind of admire your professional ability. I cast a powerful protective spell on the house under our feet and my family, but you can still find it around here. I have to say you are much better than your peers. Thank you for the compliment, but let me tell you, no matter how powerful the magic is, it can't completely erase the traces of a person's growth. Can it not?" Skeeter sat on the chair unceremoniously and took out the dark green shorthand quill and notebook she carried with her. And Shane didn't stop her when he saw her doing this, because he actually took the initiative to find this little beetle, which showed that he didn't care about her random fabrications. So Shane continued calmly, "Madam, I took the initiative to come to you this time because I want to give you a gift. But at the same time, I also want to ask you to use your ability to do something for me." "I'm all ears," Skeeter replied with a smirk. At the same time, the notebook in her hand already had the words, "Shane Dolea is arrogant and complacent, and wants to bribe reporters through his identity as the successor of Ravenclaw." But Shane ignored it. Instead, picked up the black tea in front of him, took a sip, and began to say, "Ms. Skeeter, I can grant you exclusive rights to report on the Ravenclaw legacy, and you alone, but at the same time, I need you to help me dig out as much of this man's history as possible." With that said, he handed over a piece of paper. Skeeter picked up the note and looked at it, only to see a name written on it, Tom Marvolo Riddle. She did not immediately agree to Shane, but continued to write in her notebook. Shane Dolea personally admitted to having an affair with a man named Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then she continued to ask, "Then, Mr. Dolea, can you tell me the relationship between the person on the note and you? It's a little related, but not too big." Shane replied calmly, "Actually, you know him too, but you all call him Voldemort." As soon as he finished speaking, the proud and confident expression on Skeeter's face suddenly froze. She slowly raised her head and showed a stiff smile. "I'm sorry. You just said that this person named Tom is Voldemort." After hearing Shane's exact answer, Skeeter suddenly began to sweat on his forehead and felt a chill rising from his back. As a reporter, especially as a beetle animagus, she was able to learn the news that Voldemort might still be alive through various channels. Intentionally or unintentionally, half a month ago, Shane received the inheritance of Ravenclaw and was born. Therefore, she learned in detail through investigation that the author of the comic book that is now widely popular among young wizards is actually Shane Dolea. "Zero, please give me flowers." So she knew very well what the name Tom Marvolo Riddle actually represented. This is completely teasing and ridiculing the Dark Lord. Thinking of this, Skeeter immediately stood up from his chair and refused with a trembling voice. "Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Dolea, I can't accept your request." After saying that, I wanted to turn around and leave. At this time, she no longer cared about the exclusive interview rights, because as a reporter, her intuition told her that this seemingly harmless little wizard in front of her was very dangerous. However, just when Skeeter wanted to leave Shane's room, she suddenly felt that she could not move, and at the same time she had no control over her limbs. And he slowly sat back on the chair. "Don't leave in such a hurry. We haven't finished talking yet," Shane smiled, holding the teapot and adding some black tea to the teacup in front of Skeeter. And this weird atmosphere immediately made the latter breathless. "Ms. Skeeter, you have already accepted the gift. People should be polite and reciprocal." Shane pointed at the notebook in Skeeter's hand and said, "Zero. I can't promise you that the Dark Lord will kill me before he's dead. What? Skeeter suddenly revealed the secret that Voldemort was still alive, hoping to exchange for Shane's automatic withdrawal. But it's obvious that she made the wrong calculation. Shane's face didn't change when he heard this so-called secret. Instead, he added some black tea to himself, and then said slowly, to be honest, as a reporter who often deals with the Ministry of Magic MS, Skeeter, you are a little too confident. There are so many unknown secrets hidden in your heart. You should practice occlumency, or... Hearing these words from Shane, Skeeter's scalp instantly went numb, because only then did she realize that a blue halo was flowing in the pupils of the little wizard in front of her. So he was so frightened that he screamed at the top of his lungs, "How is that possible? You can actually use legilimency." If he was shocked when he learned Voldemort's real name just now, then Skeeter's mood now is pure fear. Because Shane can use legilimency, this means that the secrets he knows have been completely exposed. Let's not talk about the fact that she is an illegal animagus and may make her spend 3 years in Azkaban. She had offended so many people by writing articles before, and the Ministry of Magic would definitely add insult to injury and aggravate her punishment during the trial, coupled with other secrets that she accidentally learned. If these were leaked, some people would definitely try their best to shut her up permanently. Therefore, after struggling repeatedly in his heart, Skeeter nervously asked with a cold sweat on his forehead, "Mr. Dolea, can you tell me why you want to revisit his past? You don't have to worry about the specific reasons. But what I can tell you is that Voldemort's history will be of great help to some of the things I want to do in the future." Shane replied, "Now let me ask you, Ms. Skeeter. Do you want to agree to my request? Or do you want to go to Azkaban to dance with the Dementors? What other options do I have?" Skeeter's face turned pale. She tried her best to suppress the chill in her heart, then took a deep breath, nodded reluctantly, and said, "I promise you, Mr. Dolea, a pleasure to work with." After providing some limited information about Voldemort, Shane sent Rita Skeeter out of the house. The current editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, Barnabas Gufty, is basically a hands-off boss, while Rita Skeeter is one of the most influential staff members of this mainstream newspaper. Reporter, as long as Shane grasps the secret of this little beetle, he will be able to control a large part of the mainstream public opinion in the British magical community. After settling the matter with the Daily Prophet, it is now the turn of another company. The content and style of the Quibbler are absurd and bizarre, and most of its audience are young wizards. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic and many adults will ignore it. Therefore, this provides Shane with the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and start from scratch. Shane took out the first draft of his new comic strip, activated space magic, and came to the village of Ottersint. Catchable, he had forgotten the name of Luna Lovegood's father, the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler in the original book. But he remembered that the Lovegood family seemed to live near the Weasley family's burrow. So, he thought of coming to Weasley's house first to get some information. Boom, 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 Shane knocked on the door of the burrow. Within 2 seconds, 920. Fred pushed open the door and stuck his head out. "Hey, Fred." Shane greeted with a smile first. "Hey, Shane." Fred opened the door and jumped over the threshold, then put his arm on Shane's shoulder and said, "Didn't you say you have the weekend off? Why are you here?" "Also, I'm not Fred, I'm George." "No, you are Fred." Shane confirmed with a smile. "Usually if you or George say this, it's probably you." "Oh, come on, we have to think of another prank." Fred said with fake regret, "Are you here for fun? Or do you have any good business to introduce to us?" "There is no good business at the moment. I just wanted to come over and ask if you know where the Lovegood family is." "A Lovegood? Are those father and daughter with some weird personalities?" "Why are you looking for them?" Fred asked doubtfully. "Oh, nothing. I just want to publish my new comic strip in the Quibbler." "What, you've made a new draft?" Fred immediately beamed, then raised his eyebrows. "Can you show it to me first?" "It's been prepared for you a long time ago." Shane took out a stack of bound comic books and reminded, "There are 5 books here, but don't leak them to me in advance." "Don't worry. Fred excitedly took the comic strip and pointed to a hill not far away. The Lovegood house is behind that hill. A house shaped like a cart. You can just fly there, it's very close. Okay, thank you. After saying goodbye to Fred, Shane flew straight to the direction pointed by the former. Looking down from mid-airs, the strange-shaped house soon came into view. Shane landed at the entrance to Lovegood's yard. Behind the tall hedges and delicate orchards, there was an irregular three-story cylindrical house. It looks like an upright bus, seemingly made of many huge black stones randomly mixed together. And there is a huge green kite that has been flying outside the roof. In addition, there is a large mistletoe growing at the door of the courtyard. And there are 3 hand-painted wooden signs nailed to the ruined courtyard door. Shane stepped forward curiously and took a look. From left to right, 3 wooden signs read, "The Quibbler Editor-in-Chief, Lovegood. Please pick a bunch of mistletoe yourself. Don't touch the airship." It is enough to see the eccentric personality of the owner inside. What is this airship lay? Shane was a little confused about what was written on the last sign. This first sign is to introduce yourself. For the second brand, although I don't know why I have to pick the plant with white berries that is traditionally used for Christmas decorations. I can at least understand the noun, but this airship. Is it the kite above its head? And just when Shane was confused, an elf-like voice suddenly came and answered his question. Airship Lee, it can help people accept abnormal things. Shane looked up and heard the sound, and saw a girl with a somewhat aloof temperament suddenly walking out of the dense jungle next to the yard. She has messy waist-length dirty blonde hair, a pair of trance-looking gray eyes that protrude outwards, and light eyebrows temperaments. There was also a necklace made of butterbeer corks hanging around her neck, and a pair of carrot earrings in her ears. Hello, Shane Dolea. A voice that sounded like an elf singing. Hello, Luna Lovegood. Shane smiled and looked at the girl in front of him. Oh, you know my names. Luna showed a hint of happiness and surprise, perhaps due to family and personality reasons. She has not had many friends since she was a child. At the same time, the trance-like and dreamlike quality she showed when she spoke also made the surrounding children of the same age afraid or unwilling to take the initiative to contact her. But in Shane's opinion, the trait shown by Luna is more like a talent, moreover. In the conversation that lasted less than 10 seconds, he even saw that the quirky girl in front of him also had abilities that were naturally different from ordinary people. Are you here to see my dad? It's a pity that he is sleeping now and I can't wake him up. Luna turned to look at the second floor of the house, which seemed to be her father's room. That's a pity. Shane also followed Luna's gaze to the second floor. But he added, but I think you should be able to accept my submission on your father's behalf. With that said, Shane took out his newly drawn comic strip from the portable space and handed it over. This is my new creation. Can you see if you can publish it on the Quibbler? Oh, this is it, Luna happily took it. The story of your painting is very interesting. But unfortunately, the copy I got was accidentally stolen by Owl Hook last time. Then I can give you a new one, Shane promised. Really? Luna raised her head and asked softly, an unknown halo flashing unconsciously in her gray pupils. I don't need to lie to you. With that said, Shane copied an old version of the comic book from the portable space using copy to double Geminio and handed it to Luna. Thank you. Luna happily touched the cover of the picture book, and then suddenly changed the topic and asked, actually, I have always been curious, what is its name? Shane didn't realize what Luna's words meant for the moment. But when he saw Luna staring at the empty white skin on the comic strip, he instantly realized it. It seems that my comic book never had a decent name. So he thought about it and suggested, how about you give it a name? I can call it Tom Marvolo Riddle's Diary. Luna thought for a while and replied, because he seems to be doing something very interesting every day. These paintings are like his diaries. Okay, no problem. Shane agreed without saying a word. But at the same time, a voiceover suddenly came. Voldemort's diary Horcrux said with a confused expression, "Then what is my name?" What? Luna held the drawings of the diary of Tom Marvolo Riddle in her arms, then raised her head and stared at Shane's face. "I will give these drawings to Dad. Maybe next week or the week after that. The Quibbler and you can see it, thank you." Shane nodded and thanked, and then suddenly handed over a piece of paper. "This is my contact address. If you have anything, you can send me a letter." Luna tilted her head and took the note. With a deeper smile on her face, "It seems that my owl can help send some different things." "This is a good thing, isn't it?" Shane smiled, then turned to look at the figure who had been peeking on the second floor of the house. "Then I will ask you to pass my manuscript to your father." "Nice to meet you, Luna. I'll be waiting for you at Ravenclaw Academy. I'm also very happy that someone can talk to me today. Don't worry, these paintings will not be stolen by Owlhook." So Shane ended his visit to the Lovegood family. He was flying in midair, looking at Luna, who had just entered the house, and suddenly murmured a natural legilimens. Time flies, it's late August, and it's less than a week away from the end of summer vacation. However, just when Shane was accelerating the completion of the construction of the 0-8 Guild Station, he suddenly received a special express delivery. "What is this?" Shane asked, confused. He had just returned from Hogwarts when an owl suddenly flew across the sky, and then his head was hit by a wooden box the size of 2 fists. When I opened the express delivery, I saw that the contents of the box were wrapped in many layers of fabric. 3 inside and 3 outside, but there was nothing else. "Who on earth sent this? It's not signed yet." Shane complained and then took apart the fabric. After a while, a bottle of magic potions suddenly appeared in front of me. Oh, no wonder that Owl had such a bad attitude just now and dared to hit me on the head. I dare say it belongs to the old bat family. Shane picked up the potion and looked at it. It seemed like it was a potion made from Helena's venom. Although Snape did not leave any letters, he also wrote on the potion bottle the effect of the potion. It can keep people absolutely awake for 24 hours and immune to the Imperious Curse. With this simple sentence, Shane immediately saw the characteristics of this potion, which was completely a double-edged sword. The potion made by Snape using Helena's venom can be described as a double-edged sword. Let's talk about the advantages first, staying awake and being immune to the Imperious Curse. Let's not discuss whether this potion is immune to the Imperious Curse before drinking it, or whether it has the effect after being hit by the Imperious Curse. Anyway, looking at the entire magical world now, the bottle in Shane's hand is probably the only potion known to be able to resist the Imperious Curse. If this matter gets out, there will definitely be a big commotion in the magic world. As for the second function of maintaining absolute sobriety, its greatest function can be manifested in continuous combat and research and development work. For example, when Shane uses Origin to develop magic, if he can stay awake for a long time, this will greatly improve his efficiency in developing new magic. Because, to be honest, facing those intricate magic structures and magic patterns, just looking at them is already dazzling. So when Shane uses Origin, he usually has to take a break every once in a while. Otherwise, he will be very fast. I fainted. Then let's talk about the disadvantages, staying absolutely awake for 24 hours. If this is not used properly, it may be fatal. You can imagine that if a person is extremely tired and his body and brain are in urgent need of rest, and he suddenly pours a bottle of magic potion into you to keep you absolutely awake for 24 hours. See if you will go crazy. For another example, if a person who is being tortured drinks this magic potion, he will be able to feel the extreme pain of the punishment all the time for 24 hours until his body dies completely. So this new potion is a complete double-edged sword. Of course, whether anything in this world is right or wrong actually depends on the standpoint and intention. Shane looked at the blue potion in front of him and did not try it rashly. Instead, he gave this potion a name, Awakening Potion. Then he thought about it and decided to go to the old bat himself and ask him to help him research the antidote for waking up his brain. Otherwise, if you just send a letter, He will probably throw it into the trash can as soon as he sees the signature. But where is this old bat's home that Al just flew away? But in fact, Snape's home is not difficult to find. The next day, Shane received a letter from Dumbledore, and he learned that the old bat's home was actually located in Spider End Lane. Cokeworth. Cokeworth, this is a large town located in the central region of England. There are many streets with houses made of the same bricks on both sides of the road, which looks very monotonous at this time. Shane was walking on the slippery streets of Cokeworth town, covering his nose with black lines on his head, and kept complaining in his heart, why can people still live in such a ghost place? Cokeworth is located on the edge of an extremely dirty river. The river is winding and winding, with overgrown weeds and piles of garbage on both sides of the riverbank. An unknown mist floats on the surface of the river. People passing by can hear the gurgling whimpering of the dark river water inside. There was no sign of life except for a lane. Bald fox slinking down the bank, nosing hopefully at the wrappers of a few rotting fish and field beans deep in the weeds. Looking across the river into the distance. The most conspicuous thing about Cokeworth town is the towering old chimney, which stands in an abandoned mill. This makes this dusty town even more eerie. It was ominous and dead. Here, it seems to be the boundary between the world and hell. Shane walked across the smelly river, entered the town, and looked around. He pinched his nose, trying his best to block out the strange smell in the air, and complained again, my old swan. This old bat really lives up to his name. How can he bear living in such a dark and damp place? Or do all Slytherins like such dark and dark places, also? Why do I feel like I have stepped into the screen of some horror game? I don't know why, maybe it's because it's raining now. But Shane is the only one walking on the streets of Cokeworth town at this time. There's a dead silence all around and the sky is still gray. He's like someone from a horror game, opening screen. Following the address given by Old Beat, Shane walked along Spider End Alley to the end, and finally arrived at Snape's home. A 2-story red brick house, boom, boom, boom. Shane knocked directly on Snape's door somehow. This ordinary knock on the door seemed unusually abrupt here. The door suddenly opened by itself, as if someone kicked it open from outside. But Shane didn't feel any surprise at all. Instead, he walked in with a nonchalant expression. As soon as he entered the door, he came to a dark and small living room. There were several shabby furniture in it. A candle-lit lamp hung from the ceiling. The surrounding walls were filled with information about potions. Books. Snape was sitting under a bookshelf, which was the brightest place in the living room. He held a book in his hand and looked at Shane, who came in coldly. Professor Snape, long time no see. Shane greeted with a smile. It has been almost 2 months since the last final exam. Dolea, I didn't allow you to come to my home. Snape looked as cold as ever. Professor, I am your outstanding student after all. So don't be so outspoken, Shane said with a familiar smile. Lifting the bag in his hand, look, I even brought you a gift. Your grade in potions this semester is only an A. Snape sneered, then snapped the book in his hand shut. Stop talking nonsense, you hat. Do you want to do here? I just received the potion you sent me, and I suddenly wanted to visit you. Shane took out a thick book from his arms and this. To be honest, it's a bit awkward to have this thing here. Wasted. What is this? Snape sat there and did not take the book immediately. Ravenclaw's inheritance about potions. Shane replied with a smile. 10 years later. Rowena Ravenclaw's records on potions seemed too simple and backward compared to now. A lot of the knowledge about potions that has been passed down usually only records the names and approximate quantities of the ingredients. There is no such thing as the current textbooks that even tell us the number of stirring circles. In addition, so much time has passed. The names of many potion ingredients have changed, and the measurement units and standards for their weight are completely different from those thousands of years ago. Therefore, Shane felt that for a person like him who had a very average potion talent, Ravenclaw's inheritance on potions would be a complete waste on him. So, in order to prevent this ancient knowledge from becoming dusty, he decided to hand over all this knowledge to a potion master. Snape, and this is also the most appropriate. And you can also earn favors by the way. Snape heard that the book in front of him turned out to be Ravenclaw's inheritance. He immediately stood up on the sofa, took the book from Shane's hand, and began to open the pages to check. After a while, there was a slight fluctuation in Snape's eyes, and he suddenly said without raising his head, "Dolea, tell me your purpose." Sure enough, it is refreshing to deal with smart people. Shane sighed in his heart, and then said, "As for the awakening potion, you use the magic potion prepared by Helena. Can you prepare an antidote that can relieve absolute wakefulness?" Snape frowned for a moment, thought for a moment, then turned around and took out the crystal bottle that Shane had given him on Christmas Day from the nearby cabinet and threw it towards Chang'en. And Shane also directly and understandingly summoned Helena to extract some venom. Snape put away the crystal bottle that once again emitted a faint blue light, and then suddenly began to drive people away mercilessly. "You can leave." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to walk upstairs. But after walking a few steps, he saw Shane suddenly rushing into the kitchen. So he immediately frowned and asked coldly, "Dolea, what are you doing?" Shane did not respond. He just opened the refrigerator, which was only about 1 meter high, and then complained, "Wow, Professor. You usually eat these things, no wonder your face is so white. It turns out to be caused by malnutrition. I saw only stacks of cold bread in the refrigerator. Nothing else. This old bat doesn't usually use magic potions as condiments." Right when Snape saw this, the veins on his forehead twitched, and he immediately said in a cold voice, "Dolea, I order you to leave my home immediately." Okay, Shane agreed. Then took some bread from the refrigerator and left. "Thank you, Professor." After saying that, he disappeared instantly. He simply finished eating the chocolate in his pocket, and wanted to find something to eat when he was hungry, and to make the old bat feel sick, who told him not to even give him a cup of tea. When Shane was young, Snape stared at the squeaking and shaking refrigerator door. Feeling depressed, he forced himself to calm down. Waved one hand on, the refrigerator was slammed shut. Then he turned around and opened a secret door on the bookshelf and walked up to the second floor, leaving only the candle light in the living room creaking and shaking. With another week passed quickly, and finally it was the first day of school. The Hogwarts Express is spewing white steam and running across the endless grassland, and its huge whistle echoes in the distant mountains. And Shane also did not use space magic to go back to Hogwarts directly for the so-called sense of ritual. Instead, like many young wizards, he went to platform 9 3/4, got on the express train to school. In the empty train carriage, Shane was reading a book leisurely and eating delicious afternoon tea. But suddenly a commotion came from outside, and the carriage door suddenly opened suddenly. Then a little witch rushed in and shouted, "Shane, I finally found you," at the same time. A little eagle followed him and said apologetically to Shane, "Sorry. Wisdom Master." She rushed over suddenly and we couldn't stop her. "They say just call me by my name," Shane sighed helplessly. Ever since he got on the bus, he inexplicably gained the title of Lord of Wisdom. The eaglets even spontaneously occupied an empty compartment for him to rest and read. This excessive respect left Shane at a loss as to what to do and extremely embarrassing. Although he refused many times and emphasized equal treatment, the strange stubbornness of the eaglets left him speechless many times. Therefore, in the end, he could only accept this cult-like way of getting along calmly and helplessly. Although he didn't know what made Hermione so angry, Shane still closed the book and let her in, and at the same time said to the little hawk behind her, "It's okay. Let her in, just go and do your own thing." Zioing nodded respectfully, "Okay." After saying that, he turned and left. Shane looked at Zioing's leaving figure and sighed helplessly. Then he took out a new piece of chocolate cake and put it on the table and asked, "Tell Muhi, are you so anxious? Harry and Ronald are missing. I searched all the carriages and couldn't find them." Hermione explained as she closed the carriage door behind her, then sat down opposite Shane. "So I doubt that the two of them have any chance at all. Didn't get on the bus. So is there anything strange about this? Shane shrugged. Not feeling any surprise, aren't the two of them often late? It's a traditional craft. If I hadn't used my strength during the summer vacation. If I hadn't convinced people with my reasoning. That guy Ronald would have dared to sleep until noon and not get up. This actually refers to the fact that Harry and Ronald are often late for class. Originally, Harry was a bit better, he was a good boy. But for some reason, he was gradually led astray by Ronald, who was led by his two older brothers. This really means that if you are close to Ridiu will be red, and if you are close to Nkaiu will be black. Looking at Shane's nonchalant look, Hermione immediately stood up and sat next to him anxiously. And then continued, "You don't understand. That's not the reason." While talking, he was moving his hands up and down. Just over half a month before the start of school, Harry's aunt didn't give him dinner, so he moved to Ronald's house temporarily. "Don't you know this?" Of course I know about this." Shane nodded. "I also said this would save me from having to go to two places to pick people up. But what does this have to do with the disappearance of the two of them?" Previously in the room of requirement, Harry said that before he moved to Ronald's house, he suddenly met a very strange house elf in his room. The elf warned Harry that Hogwarts was in danger and persuaded him he doesn't want to go back to school. And no, suddenly and by chance, Harry and Ronald disappeared together before returning to Hogwarts. Don't you think it's strange that these two things come together? They may have encountered some danger. Hermione was talking nonstop. But Shane was silently sighing at this time. Netizens are sincerely deceiving me. Hermione now looked like a mother who had lost her child and was very anxious. When I was watching short videos in the past, some fans of Harry Potter commented that Hermione was like Harry and Ronald. The two stupid old ladies. Now it seems that this statement is based on facts, however. After Hermione's reminder, he seemed to remember that there was indeed such a thing in the original work. In the original Chamber of Secrets chapter, he remembered that a house elf did appear, and his name seemed to be Dobby at the same time. It seemed that it was precisely because of it that Harry and Ronald were unable to get on the express train back to Hogwarts. Thinking of this, some plots hidden deep in his memory gradually emerged in his mind. Shane looked out the window consciously, and his pupils instantly turned into eagle eyes. Sure enough, in the midair in the distance, a car was flying crazily towards the express train. Shane made a sound of gloating. These two little lions have gotten into big trouble. At least Ronald will definitely be scolded by Mrs. Molly. In fact, these two idiots could have stayed at the burrow and waited for the professor from Hogwarts to pick them up back to school. Or they could have waited for Mrs. Molly or Mr. Arthur to send them off. But they unexpectedly chose the stupidest way and drove out Mr. Arthur's privately modified flying car at this moment. Hermione had been chattering nonstop. Also noticed that Shane had been silent. She thought that the other party was not paying attention to her words. So she said angrily, "Shane, are you listening to me?" I heard it," Shane responded helplessly. Then reached out and pinched the little witch's face. "Don't be so anxious, let's have something sweet first." Then he stuffed a piece of cake into Hermione's mouth. Feeling the sweetness on the tip of her tongue, the little witch's face instantly turned red. Because what Jean was eating was what he had just eaten in front of her. "Don't worry, those two idiots will be fine." But that won't be the case later. Shane started stroking Hermione's head again like a cat. "How did you know?" Hermione asked, frowning in confusion. "It will be clear when you look at it." After saying that, Shane got out of his way. Hermione leaned against the car window with questions and looked outside. She immediately discovered that 10 Ford Anglia 105E Deluxe speed cars were flying outside with Hogwarts. Express trains are competing against each other. The question mark above my head instantly turned into countless exclamation marks. She recognized the car in front of her. When she visited the Weasley family during the summer vacation, Ronald's father, Mr. Arthur, pulled her along more than once to introduce his favorite works, and asked her for advice on modification more than once. "Why are they there?" Hermione exclaimed. "Because they are little lions." Shane replied matter-of-factly at the same time. He stood up happily, opened the door of the carriage and suddenly shouted outside, "Ravenclaw." Boom, boom, boom as soon as Shane finished speaking. The sound of more than a dozen doors opening echoed throughout the carriage corridor. And then the eaglets swarmed out, that car outside. Try to rescue the people inside without damaging the car. The eaglets all looked out the window. Although they didn't understand what was going on, they still agreed in unison, "Copy that." Wisdom Lord at any times. The truly valuable wisdom comes from the development process of each thing, not the result after closing the carriage door again. Hermione looked at Shane dumbfounded and asked, "Why are you doing this? You can obviously solve it with just a wave of your hand." "No reason, it's just fun," Shane showed a harmless smile. This was the first time Hermione sensed the ill intentions of the person in front of her. At the same time, outside the carriage, the eaglets are gathering together to discuss the rescue plan. To be honest, it is not difficult to rescue people. What is difficult is how to ensure the safety of the car. Because not to mention the entire Ravenclaw, there is no one in the entire Hogwarts who can drive, let alone a modified magic speed car. So after a detailed discussion, the little eagles gradually came up with 3 plans. Rescue Plan 1. First, send out a few little eagles with flying magic to pick up Harry and Ronald. Then find a way to fix the car on the train and drive it to the Hogwarts platform to unload it. However, just when the little eagles started to demonstrate this plan, the train under their feet suddenly entered a dark tunnel. This immediately led them to discover a fatal problem with this plan, which was that the train had to pass through several tunnels before reaching Hogwarts. And the method of fixing the flying car on the roof of the train would definitely destroy people's lives. So this plan pass, Rescue Plan 2. After rescuing the person, directly use the deformation technique to turn the car into a small toy for recycling, which is simple and crude. But there are 2 problems with this plan. One is that no one in the academy can guarantee that the flying car will return to its original shape after it is completely transformed. To put it bluntly, the car may not be able to change back, or it may only change back a little bit. So in order to ensure the integrity of the car because of how this plan is also pass. At present, Rescue Plan 3 is the most reliable. After rescuing Harry and Ronald, he turned off the car. And then several people worked together to use the levitating spell to pull them directly back to Hogwarts. In fact, this method would have been difficult to work in the past, because even a wizard who was very proficient in floating spells would have been difficult to lift a car weighing a ton. But it's better to do because of Shane. Ravenclaw is now a master of levitating spells. If we talk about it individually, no one can beat the eaglets in this curse, not even the Aurors. However, although this plan is relatively reliable, there is still a small problem, that is, there will be nearly an hour of darkness before arriving at Hogwarts. It's easy to lose your way when traveling in the dark, even with an express train to guide you. So after further discussion, the eaglets plan to send several Quidditch players to follow the train and use magic lighting before nightfall to guide the eaglets in the sky who were tasked with towing the car. As a result, Plan 3 was finally adopted after being perfected. However, just as the kitty eagles were about to set off to rescue people, Ronald, who was racing outside, suddenly found that the car under his feet seemed to be gradually starting to lose control. I saw that the car began to vibrate inexplicably, and from time to time it would automatically steer itself, as if it was consciously trying to do exciting rolling movements. At this time, Ronald, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was a little afraid to hold the steering wheel because his hand was suddenly twisted just now and his wrist was sore now. However, Harry, sitting next door, didn't seem to notice anything strange about Ronald. He just thought that the actions of the car just now were all done by Ronald. So he reminded him in fear, "Ronald, drive more carefully. I also want to drive steadily, but..." Ronald slowly turned his head with a bitter look on his face. "I feel like there may be some technical problems when my dad was modifying this car." What? Harry looked confused. Just before he had time to understand what Ronald's words meant, the car suddenly started to roll in midair, instantly throwing the two people in the car away. "Oh shit," Harry shouted in horror from the passenger seat. While protecting his head, Ronald think of a way. "I'm thinking, but I can't do it." Ronald frantically tried to control the steering wheel, but his little arms couldn't compete with the mechanical power. At this moment, the car door on Harry's side was suddenly thrown open. He, who was not wearing a seat belt, was caught off guard and was thrown out of the car. "Harry!" Ronald screamed when he saw this, and suddenly felt cold all over his body. He thought Harry fell off the car and died, however. Just when he was desperate, a broomstick suddenly flew out from under the car 830. I saw the little eagle above struggling to pull Harry's clothes. And then with a rolling movement, Harry was completely thrown up. And then he stopped firmly on the broom. Ronald was relieved to see his friend saved. At the same time, a thumping sound suddenly came from the car window next to him, and he immediately turned his head to look. Outside the car window, a little hawk was driving a broomstick and tapping on the window. Ronald quickly lowered the window, stopped the car. Zioing shouted loudly against the strong wind, "No." Ronald shook his head in fear. "If I turn off the engine, the car will fall." Wow tilde tilde tilde. Before he could finish his words, the car once again lost control and spun horizontally, almost causing the car to spin horizontally. The little eagle next to the car was knocked out. After the car returned to stability again, Zioing cautiously continued to fly forward and shouted, "We can't save you if you keep losing control like this. Trust us." "Stop the car," he said, pointing. "Distant direction." Ronald looked in the direction of his finger and saw not far away. There were several Ravenclaw Quidditch players riding broomsticks and wands on standby around the car. Ronald was instantly moved by the picture in front of him. He looked at the car in front of him that started to shake violently again, and he was heartbroken and then put out the fire of the car. But then he felt a strong sense of weightlessness, and quickly shouted in fear, "Help." And just when Ronald thought his life was hanging by a thread, the eaglets flying around suddenly picked up their magic wands, pointed them at the car and shouted a spell, Wingardium Leviosa. The car was suddenly stopped in midair, and Ronald in the car was also hit by the wolf at the same time. But at this moment, a little hawk without a flying broom flew to the car, pulled Ronald, who was a little dazed from being hit, out of the car and took him flying towards the train. The young wizards on the train, who had been observing the development of the incident, immediately cheered collectively when they saw that the person was successfully rescued. At the same time, the Ravenclaw Quidditch players flying outside the train also began to pull the car towards Hogwarts as planned. Teasing. The two eaglets successfully brought Harry and Ronald to the car window. After Fred and George pulled them in, they immediately said in unison, "Welcome back the two warriors." But Percy, who was the senior next to him, was not so good-tempered. He rushed up and started to curse. But it was mainly aimed at Ronald. "Ronald Weasley, you idiot. How dare you take the family car out?" Then began a period of crackling curses that lasted for who knows how long. The little wizards gathered in the corridor of the train to watch the show, and Hermione was relieved to see that the two of them were okay. However, just when she was about to go find Shane, she turned around and saw a strange girl already occupying her original position. And she was very close to Shane. And they were talking and laughing. Clicked. A strange sound like something breaking suddenly sounded. Neville raised his head and looked around in confusion, and then asked the demolition wizard next to him, "Seamus, did you hear any strange noises just now? Something seems to be broken." "No." Seamus shook his head and replied, "Did you hear it wrong?" "Maybe." Neville scratched his head, and then continued to step into the carriage to watch the show. The little wizards were all joining in the fun. But on the other side, Luna had crossed the crowd in the aisle and came to Shane. "Hello, Shane Dolea." "Hello, Nat." The two greeted each other as if they were meeting for the first time. Luna walked forward holding a stack of magazines, tilted her head and stared closely into Shane's eyes. "Your eyes are still very clean." Just like mine. Ravenclaw's eyes have to be clear at all times, right? Shane replied with a smile. Are you here to deliver me the new issue of the Quibbler? Yes, Luna said softly, a dad. Then took out a brand new copy of the Quibbler and handed it over. Tom's interesting stories are all published in it. There are also scimitar horned beasts, thank you. Shane reached out and took the magazine. But didn't open it immediately. Luna slowly turned her head, looked at the changing scenery outside through the carriage, and suddenly said, I hope the train can go faster. Why? Shane asked, confused. I'm hungry, I hope there will be pudding tonight. Luna replied with some confusion, and then shifted her gaze to Shane's eyes again. My dad hopes to know which college I will go to as soon as possible. Then I think you can use the owl to send messages now. And you will definitely be assigned to Ravenclaw. Why? Luna looked a little confused. Why are you so sure? That's it, Shane replied confidently. Then took out Ravenclaw's crown from his pocket and placed it between the two of them. Want to give it a try? I feel like something is attracting me. Luna stared curiously at the mysterious crown in front of her. And at the same time, her hand began to stretch forward unconsciously. The moment Luna's fingers touched the crown, the gem embedded in the middle of the crown suddenly began to emit a faint blue light. This phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of the little wizard in the train. That's Ravenclaw's crown, how is that possible? That girl seems to be a new student. This has nothing to do with whether you are a new student or not. Have you forgotten what Jishu once said? Those with a clear mind will be recognized by the crown. Are you so envious of the natural Ravenclaw? She is the first person besides the Wisdom Lord to be recognized by the crown. The eaglets discussed in shock at this time. Luna felt that her brain was sober as never before. She felt that her vision was much clearer, and her perception of things around her was much sharper. She also had many problems that were difficult to figure out before. But now she gradually had ideas. Why I feel something in the crown. Luna slowly retracted her finger. It seems to be welcoming me. The secret of Ravenclaw's ability to increase people's wisdom is actually to constantly draw on the lessons and experiences of previous generations to prevent people from making the same mistakes over and over again. Shane explained. But people with messy minds can easily be disturbed and influenced by the memories stored in the crown, leading to another unpredictable path. So when Rowena Ravenclaw made the crown, she specially added an ancient spell to it. If the person holding the crown does not have a clear mind, the crown will refuse to show its ability. But if the reverse is true, this ancient charm will also protect the owner of the crown, keeping his mind clear and not affected by the memories of his predecessors. Very interesting, Luna exclaimed as she stared at the crown in front of her. Indeed, I just felt a lot of things, but I didn't accept them immediately. That's the memory and lessons of the predecessors. Shane continued to explain with a smile, and then put the crown on Luna's head. Congratulations. From now on you are the new owner of the Ravenclaw crown. That's right. He decided to give Ravenclaw's crown to the girl in front of him. Facing the sudden gift, Luna was stunned for a moment. After a while she tilted her head and asked, why? The most important thing is that this thing is for women. And I can't wear it even as a man's. Shane scratched his head and said with a bit of resentment. Is it because of this? Hearing Shane's reason, the little wizards around him suddenly went crazy. This is Ravenclaw's crown. It is the relic of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Rowena Ravenclaw. It is also a sacred object of Ravenclaw Academy. Why don't you find a noble reason to give it to others? The crown you make like this will be very cheap. But then again, why does this scene look so familiar? At this time, the eaglets silently recalled the scene when the Bronze Tree Palace was named a few months ago. As the sun sets in the west, the halo of the setting sun has completely disappeared from the mountains in the distance, and night has enveloped the earth in Hogwarts Castle. The elves and school staff are busy preparing for tonight's opening dinner. This should be a happy day, but at this moment, Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall, as the principal and vice principal, had serious faces. because the arrival of an uninvited guest broke the tranquility of Hogwarts. Wearing a pinstripe suit, a bright red tee, a long black cloak, purple pointed boots, and a dark green top hat, the person who came was none other than the current British Minister of Magic, Connolly. I saw him walking quickly with several staff from the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters, and took out a stack of photos and said to the two professors, Albus, Professor Minerva McGonagall, take a look, this was just sent by the Auror. At least dozens of muggles saw this car along the way. I checked before I came here. The car was illegally modified by Arthur Weasley. But the people sitting on it were your students Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley. Now the wizards in the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters are busy eliminating the effects of this magic exposure accident, which has caused a lot of trouble for me and the entire Ministry of Magic. So I am eager to know why two Hogwarts students who were supposed to be on the express train suddenly drove an illegally modified magic speed car and flew over Britain. Fudge was not in a hurry to ask Dumbledore or Hogwarts to give an explanation, because the biggest problem after thinking about this accident may be the Ministry of Magic. Platform 9 3/4 is under the jurisdiction of the Transportation Department of the Ministry of Magic, and the entrance is usually guarded by more than 2 Ministry of Magic staff. They will promptly erase the memories of passing people to avoid exposure to the demonic world. So if it can be confirmed that Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley have been to the platform, but the Ministry of Magic personnel on duty did not find anything unusual, then the Ministry of Magic must bear a large part of the responsibility for this incident. And if the cause of the matter is really as mentioned above, then Fudge can completely predict that tomorrow's Daily Prophet will definitely have a headline like this: Serious Magic Exposure Accident. The worst magic in history minister. What that woman likes to do most is to turn nothing into a trivial matter, and a trivial matter into something big. But on the contrary, if the two parties involved in this accident had not been to the platform, that would be a different matter. At least he can put most of the blame on the poor education at Hogwarts. However, although he still didn't know the cause and effect of the incident, Dumbledore still maintained a calm look when facing the somewhat excited Minister of Magic in front of him. I saw him reaching out his hand to comfort me. Connolly, please be patient, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley may have had an accident. Everything will have to wait until they return to school to determine. Albus, as soon as he finished speaking, Professor McGonagall next to him suddenly patted Dumbledore's arm and gestured to the distance with a hint of worry in his eyes. Everyone followed Professor McGonagall's gaze curiously, and saw in the farthest valley, a red light spot suddenly flew from bottom to top into the sky, and bloomed under the night, making it particularly dazzling. What is that? Fudge asked in confusion. Is there a fireworks show at Hogwarts tonight? Before anyone could react to what was happening, another firework suddenly exploded above the even closer Black Lake. After a dull explosion sounded, followed by a whizzing sound in the air above their heads. So everyone subconsciously looked up and saw two students riding flying sweepers circling in front of Hogwarts Castle. One of them shot a stream of fireworks into the sky, while the other landed on the ground. Walk straight towards the crowd. Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall. Miss Blanchard. Professor McGonagall stepped forward and looked at Ivana in surprise. What is going on with you? The Wisdom Master asked us to deliver a magic flying car safely to the school. But it was already dark, so we could only lead the way on flying broomsticks. Ivana explained magic speed car. Professor McGonagall was stunned, and quickly handed over the photo Fudge just brought. Can you look at this car? Yes. Ivana took the photo and looked at it carefully, nodded and replied, what about Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley? They are all fine. They should have almost arrived at the Hogwarts platform by now. However, I think it's better to let Madame Pomfrey prepare. Because when they were in the car, the magic speeding car suddenly lost control several times, and Weasley even hit a big bag on his head. Ivana roughly explained the situation at that time, and at the same time drew an extremely exaggerated circle in front of her with her finger. Oh, tilde, at least the two of them are not in any danger. Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. But it could be seen that her face suddenly became not so pretty. After a while, the Quidditch eaglets escorting the magic speed car back to school also arrived in front of Hogwarts Castle. I saw the car slowly falling onto the grass, bouncing up and down a few times, and then stopped safely on the spot. However, the little eagles who had just completed their tasks also fell to the ground, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Upon seeing this, Professor McGonagall hurriedly stepped forward and asked worriedly, "Oh, my God's children, are you all okay?" "We're fine, Professor McGonagall." One of the eaglets raised his hand feebly, but with a smile on his face. Although maintaining the floating spell for a long time was very exhausting, he also gained a lot at the same time. After passing this escort mission, he felt that not only had his attainments in the floating spell become more refined, but he had also accumulated a lot of experience in using the spell. At the same time, other Zioing who participated in this escort mission also felt the same way. At this moment, Dumbledore also came over. He looked at the eaglets lying on the ground and nodded appreciatively. "Good job. Kids, you did a great job this time." Then he ordered Professor McGonagall, "Minerva, please send them to the campus hospital and let Poppy take a look at their bodies." "Okay, I'll go right away." Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. Then, with a wave of the magic wand in his hand, a few stones on the ground turned into four-legged stretchers. And then the tired and half-dead little eagle was pulled away directly. Watching Professor McGonagall go away, Dumbledore stroked his beard, and then said to Fudge next to him, "Connolly, this unexpected incident may take some time to deal with. Maybe you can go back to the Ministry of Magic and wait." "Zero, please give me flowers." "Oh no. Actually, I don't want to go back just yet." What people didn't expect was that Fudge directly rejected Dumbledore's proposal. And he continued, "It's rare for me to come back to Hogwarts and I want to attend tonight's banquet." "Of course," Dumbledore nodded expressionlessly. In fact, he already knew in his heart what the Minister of Magic in front of him was doing. To be honest, whether this magic exposure accident is big or small, there is no need for the Minister of the British Ministry of Magic to make a personal trip. So just like that, at the opening dinner of the new school year at Hogwarts, there was suddenly such a habitual master. On the other side, after a long drive, the Hogwarts Express train finally sounded its whistle for entering the station. The carriage door opened, and the little wizards began to pour out of the car one after another. At this time on the platform, Harry was supporting Ronald, whose legs were still weak, and kept comforting him. "Ronald, don't worry too much, I think the car will be fine." **. "Harry, you don't understand. This has nothing to do with the car." Ronald looked like he was about to collapse, while looking blankly in the direction of Hogwarts. "I'm so stupid, in fact. We should stay at home and wait for the professor to take us back to Hogwarts. But I drove the family car out without permission. My mother will definitely beat me to death as soon as she finds out." Harry looked at the other person who was ready to die generously and didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. But at this moment, Hermione, who was following them, suddenly glared at the two of them sharply. And the cold voice made the two of them suddenly startled. And they suddenly sobered up a lot. I just heard her start to curse in an endless stream. What's the use of regretting it now? Why did you go there earlier if you are so afraid of Mrs. Molly scolding you? Why didn't you know how to notify the school with an owl in the first place? Or do you think Hogwarts will expel you for this matter? Now you two are awesome and have become famous. You raced an express train on the edge of the track in front of the whole school. Have you ever thought that you could drive? Can you reach the accelerator with your legs while sitting on the seat? Can you see the road ahead clearly? I'm afraid your brains were eaten by trolls to do such stupid things." This sudden series of venomous words immediately stunned both Harry and Ronald. They stared dumbfoundedly at Hermione, who was filled with resentment. The nervousness and fear they felt just now suddenly disappeared. What's wrong with her? Did she take gunshot or did Snape get pregnant? Ronald asked in a low voice in Harry's ear. Full of questions. It didn't seem like this in the car just now. You'll know, just look at the front. Harry glanced at Hermione secretly to make sure she didn't hear him, and then continued furtively. You forgot that last Christmas. She was 2, is it like this now? So who do you think it's related to? When Ronald heard Harry's explanation, he immediately looked forward subconsciously. Not far away in the Ravenclaw team, Shane and Luna were chatting and laughing, while the crown on Luna's head was also shining. Oh, Tilda, I understand, Ronald nodded in realization. But at this moment, Hermione suddenly turned her head and glared at them fiercely for some unknown reason. Harry and Ronald were so frightened that they quickly pretended to be fine, lowering their heads and not daring to say anything. I'm afraid this is the dimensionality reduction blow that the old lady used on the fool. As the bright moon hangs high and the stars converge, the long-lost Hedwig Variations plays. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the freshmen of the class of 1992 are following Professor McGonagall's footsteps into the Great Hall, preparing for the solemn sorting ceremony first. Dumbledore read out a few more important school rules as he did in previous years. And then Professor McGonagall took the list and began to read out the names of the new students. At this time on the long table of Ravenclaw, Shane looked with interest at the nervous little wizards who had just entered school not far away, and at the same time lamented how time flies. Now I think back to when I attended the branching ceremony at this time last year. As if it was yesterday, Luna Lovegood. Professor McGonagall called Luna's name. As soon as he finished speaking, all the little wizards in the auditorium all said 977 and looked at the figure who was already sitting on Ravenclaw's long table. At the same time, Professor McGonagall naturally noticed the strangeness of the students, so he also followed everyone's gaze, and then shouted with a voice raised by more than 10 decibels, Luna Lovegood. Go, Shane smiled and patted Luna's head gently, his eyes indicating the direction of the sorting hat. No matter what, you can't skip the process of sorting. Okay, Luna replied softly. Then he stood up and skipped to the stage, however. As soon as she walked onto the stage, there was a sudden commotion in the direction of the professor's chair. Professor Flitwick stood up from the high stool and said in disbelief, Oh, my God, she is wearing Ravenclaw's crown. Professor McGonagall was also looking at the girl with a unique temperament in front of him in shock. At the same time, the sorting hat that was being held in his hand also suddenly said the moment he saw the crown, Oh, Tilda, I don't think you need to wear mine anymore. Ravenclaws, yeah. The little eagles suddenly cheered. But they had been holding on to their hearts just now. If the person recognized by Ravenclaw's crown is not assigned to Ravenclaw Academy, they will definitely consider kidnapping them directly after the opening ceremony. Even if Merlin comes, he can't stop it. After being officially recognized by the sorting hat, Luna happily returned to Ravenclaw's eagles in the same jumping way just now. Shane grabbed Luna's hand and helped her cross the wide wooden stool, then smiled and congratulated, Welcome to Ravenclaw. Thank you, Luna smiled happily, but at this moment, under the influence of the crown, she seemed to suddenly feel something different. And then her hand touched Shane's chest, click. The sound of something breaking suddenly came from the long table on the other side of the little lion. Both Harry and Ronald looked at the direction of the sound in horror, wondering if they should take some life-saving measures now. Ginny tugged on her brother's sleeve and asked in a low voice, What's wrong with Hermione? SHH ... Ronald immediately covered his sister's mouth, and then whispered with fear, Don't say anything. It's best not to mess with her now. Otherwise, you don't know what terrible things will happen. Looking back to Ravenclaw, Luna put her hand on Shane's chest and asked curiously, I seem to feel the beating of a heart here. Oh, you found it. Shane looked down and instantly knew what Luna was referring to. It's called Helenates, my pet. A very beautiful crouching devil, really. I have never seen such a magical creature. Luna's eyes were suddenly full of curiosity. Is it a girl or a boy? Girl, Shane replied. I want to get to know her, is that okay? No problem at all. To be honest, Luna is really an incredible witch, because she was the first person to know that Helena was a winged demon. But she was not timid, and instead wanted to take the initiative to approach it. You know of an Hagrid, who has a passionate love for magical animals, was so frightened that he put the iron brocade on his head when he saw Helena for the first time. Gradually, the dinner came to an end. But Dumbledore did not immediately send the students back to the dormitories as usual, but began to talk about the precautions for this new school year. However, this time his speech seemed to be a little bit longer. Good evening, fellow students. Dumbledore first gave a friendly greeting. Tonight we usher in a new school year and a new class of Hogwarts freshmen. Then there are a few things that I would like to announce to you on behalf of Hogwarts. Then a piece of parchment was spread out, and it was densely written with ministers. Students, please note that after careful consideration by the school, this year's College Cup competition will be temporarily suspended. Instead, a professor and dean responsibility system will be implemented within the school. The 4 deans and professors of each discipline will be directly responsible for their corresponding colleges or disciplines. At the end of the academic year, the school will rate the 4 deans and professors of each subject respectively. The scoring criteria are derived from the overall performance of the 4 colleges and the overall performance of students in each subject. The dean of the school with the best performance will be awarded the title of Outstanding Dean of the Year, while the professor with the highest academic performance will be awarded the Best Professor of the Year award. Yes, after hearing this, any flower gardener rabbit will feel that this system is very familiar. In fact, the new system that Dumbledore just mentioned was actually formulated based on Shane's opinions. Its purpose is to improve the vicious competition among students in Hogwarts school in the past, and instead let the 4 deans and professors in the school become wildly involved. But now, the simple-minded little netizens have not realized the seriousness of the matter. And in fact, if Shane wants to cause trouble, he will definitely not just do this. Sure enough, Dumbledore continued. Starting from this semester, the school will adjust the class time of each class from the original 30 minutes to 45 minutes, and change History of Magic to World History of Magic and Moral Politics. The professor of World History of Magic and Moral Politics is the ghost of our school, Ms. Helena Ravenclaw, while Professor Binns Cuthbert is the associate professor of this new subject. His main job is to write the new subject. Teaching materials. After hearing this, the little wizards finally began to react a little bit. The professors didn't care about this paper. Why did we also take it together, also? Cuthbert Binns is no longer in class, so wouldn't the only class where we can sleep be gone? However, this is not over yet, Dumbledore continued. In order to test everyone's academic performance, starting from this semester, the school has decided to hold 2 centralized examinations at the midterm and end of each semester. The results of the examination will greatly affect the evaluation at the end of the school year. At the same time, after the end of the academic year, each subject professor will rate the overall performance of each college during the year, and each dean will rate each other's overall performance of the other 3 colleges. The comprehensive performance of the college includes students' academic performance, Quidditch points, the number of students who violated school rules in a year, etc. So here, I hope that every student can encourage each other to achieve excellent performance in the new school year. After saying that, there was dead silence in the auditorium at this time. The little wizard only felt that his scalp was numb and his back was cold. Because when they heard this, they didn't know that they were actually the ones who suffered the most. If this new system is really implemented, then for all Hogwarts students, this castle will be tantamount to Devil's Purgatory. You have to know which of these deans and professors in the school, except for a few nagging onesies, the most economical person. You must know that last semester, because Ravenclaw practiced flying magic like crazy, the little wizard's homework had doubled. So you can imagine what methods the professors in the school will use to torture them in order to win the honor at the end of the school year. The little wizard looked in the direction of the professor's chair with cold sweat on his face, and saw that in another space, the lion roars. The eagle shows its sharp claws, the snake shows its fangs, and the badger is not afraid of deaths. The opening dinner hadn't even ended yet, but the four deans had already begun to fight secretly, especially Snape, who looked like he wanted to kill the other three deans right away. When the little wizards saw this, their faces turned pale with fright, and they quickly shouted in their hearts, "Mom, I want to go home." Just when the little wizards felt that the dark clouds were coming over them, Dumbledore began to announce the unlucky guy who won the defense against the dark arts professorship at Hogwarts this year. After talking about the school's new system, I will announce another thing. Our famous novelist and recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, Gilderoy Lockhart, will be our defense against the dark arts professor this academic year. Also Professor Silvanos Kettleburn, who has been serving as our Career of Magical Creatures class, resigned from School 3.4 this year, and our gamekeeper Rubius Hagrid will take his place next. I'm done, thank you everyone. After finally finishing the messy content on the parchment, Dumbledore slowly sat down at this time. Shane looked at Lockhart, who was waving his hands in embarrassment at the professor's chair, and couldn't help but feel a little headache, because he knew the plot of the original work. He knew that Gilderoy Lockhart was just a liar who was proficient in Obliviate from the beginning to the end. Although he admits that this guy's novels are indeed very well written and he likes to read them, he still can't hide this ironclad fact. It's just that this old bee has always been afraid of the curse placed on Lord Voldemort's defense against the dark arts professor position, and he hires some parallel importers every year as a result. The young wizards at Hogwarts now have absolutely no theory and no practice in this class. He had to find a way to solve this problem. He couldn't control what happened to other colleges. Anyway, Ravenclaw couldn't let this liar teach him. So after much thought, Shane decided that he would personally teach the Eaglet's defense against the dark arts class this school year. But then again, why are the defense against the dark arts professors for 2 consecutive terms all graduates of Ravenclaw? And they are all weird peoples. Amid tons of resentment from the little wizards, the opening ceremony finally came to an end at this time. The 2 little lions, Harry and Ronald, were left behind as a matter of course. Professor McGonagall was seen escorting the 2 of them to his office with a serious look on his face. At this time, she really wanted to ask her 2 students why they were so bold and caused such a large-scale magic exposure accident. But at the same time, strangely, Shane was also left behind inexplicably. Just listen to Dumbledore holding the microphone and shouting, "Mr. Dolea, please stay." Shane, who was about to leave, looked confused when he heard the sound. Why is this old beast suddenly looking for me? So he ordered Penello next to him, "Penello, wait a minute and ask everyone not to go back to the dormitory. Wait for me in the common room first. I have something to tell you, okay?" Penello nodded in response. Then Shane walked towards the podium. "Professor Dumbledore, what do you want from me?" Shane glanced at the unfamiliar face standing next to Dumbledore, and then looked at a man not far away who was waiting with a camera. And suddenly he had some guesses in his mind, sure enough. Dumbledore began to introduce Shane. "This is the current Minister of Magic in England, Cornelius Fudge." "Hello, Mr. Dolea." Fudge took off his gloves and stretched out his hand with a smile. Shane rolled his eyes inwardly when he saw this, but he couldn't reach out to hit the smiling man. So he politely held Fudge's hand and said hello. Minister Fudge, click 03 at this moment. The camera next to him suddenly lit up with a flash, and then a puff of white smoke rose. The old-fashioned magic camera took out the photo of the 2 holding hands. Yes, in fact, the main reason why Fudge came to Hogwarts in person today was to establish a relationship with the successor of Ravenclaw. In the past 2 months, Shane's reputation has been unprecedented due to his inheritance of Ravenclaw. As the Minister of Magic, Fudge certainly wanted to take the opportunity to ride on the popularity and improve his reputation. But it's a pity that during the entire summer vacation, Apart from people closely related to him, only Rita Skeeter actually met Shane in person. Even though Fudge tried his best and even tried to use Dumbledore's connections to find someone, he was still slapped in the end like a Tai-Chi exercise. So when Dumbledore saw Fudge today, he immediately understood what he was doing, and even brought someone to take photos. Doesn't this show Sima Zhao's intentions? Everyone on the street knows it, so just like that, Fudge and Shane started talking in official style. After chatting for more than half an hour, Shane was able to get away. Looking at Fudge's back as he faded away, Shane said with black lines on his head, "If people like this come to me in the future, just tell me that I'm dead. Oh tilde, this can't be nonsense and you are still so young." Dumbledore was a little surprised why the person in front of him was looking for such a nonsensical reason. "If there's nothing else to do, I'll go back first," Shane said a little unfavorably and turned around to leave. But at the same time he left a warning, "And Professor, tell that guy not to harass me. Otherwise I will throw him directly to the go feed the Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest." After saying that, he glanced at the handsome Lockhart who was walking not far away, and then disappeared in an instant, leaving Dumbledore alone and silent and Lockhart alone in a mess. Returning to Ravenclaw's common room, the Eaglets have been waiting here for a while. As soon as they saw Shane's arrival, they collectively said respectfully, "Wise Lord." They all said that, "Just call me by my name." Shane put his forehead on his face and looked helpless, shaking his head. "Forget it. Actually, I just wanted to say one thing when I brought you all here. This school year, I will personally teach the defense against the dark arts class in our college." After hearing the news, the little eagles were immediately filled with questions. One of them raised his hand and asked, "Why?" "You will know after you take a Lockhart class." Shane did not immediately explain the reason. Because instead of talking about it, it is better for the Eaglets to truly experience what parallel importing is. But of course you can't skip class so openly. So everyone will come to my place to take this thing away. Learn it in as short a time as possible. And then we can come back to class quietly. With that said, Shane took out a stack of small notebooks that he had just prepared. The content inside is a simple method of practicing clone magic. Although it is difficult to hide the clone from the deans, it is definitely more than enough to fool Lockhart. One more thing I would like to remind you is that according to the school's new system, I will personally prepare an exam for you at the midterm and final of each semester. But it is not a theoretical exam but a practical exam. So all of you must be mentally prepared when the time comes. I can only guarantee that you will not die. But I will be relatively relaxed about the exams for first-year students. But I must not let my guard down, that's it, jealous. After saying that, Shane gave Ivana the method of practicing clone magic and ordered her to distribute it. However, just as he was about to yo-yo to the guild station to prepare for the next recruitment work, Helena Ravenclaw suddenly floated out of the wall and found him. At the same time in Professor McGonagall's office, Harry and Ronald were standing in front of Professor McGonagall tremblingly and began to explain what they had done today. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, do you have something to say to me?" Professor McGonagall frowned and looked at the two of them solemnly. "Professor, it's actually like this." Harry gradually recounted the entire process from the unknown house elf appearing in his home, to him and Ronald being mounted on a pillar at the entrance to platform 9 3/4, and finally to how Ravenclaw's eaglet rescued them. "Said it again." Professor McGonagall sighed helplessly after listening to what the two said, and then said, "I understand everything. Whether it's the strange house elf, or why the platform entrance was suddenly closed, the school and the Ministry of Magic will find a way to investigate as soon as possible. But I'm still curious. Since you can't get on the train back to school, why don't you go home and wait?" Hearing this question, Harry and Ronald fell silent for a moment, to be honest. They didn't know why they suddenly had a brain twitch and wanted to drive back to school. When Professor McGonagall saw the bitter faces of his two students in front of him, he already guessed that they might not be able to explain the reason. So he continued, "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Your reckless behavior this time caused a very serious magical exposure accident. So far, the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic are still dealing with the aftermath of this accident. Then, Professor, we won't be expelled, right? Ronald asked nervously, not yet. Professor McGonagall looked at Ronald expressionlessly. But through this incident, I hope you two can fully realize your mistakes. I will write a letter to your home tonight and punish you by making you read the school rules every day after dinner. Copy it 10 times. When the weight reached the last figure, Ronald and Ronald were stunned and looked at each other in disbelief. 10 times. Even if my hand is broken, I can't finish copying. You must know that the school rules of Hogwarts are at least dozens of pages thick. They are filled with some weird school rules. They have never been deleted or modified since the school was founded. And Professor McGonagall continued to say indifferently, obviously not wanting to let the two of them go. If your grades in the Transfiguration class this semester cannot reach an excellent O, then it will be directly judged as a failure. I take it you gentlemen don't want your Christmas vacation to be ruined. Right after receiving the punishment 420, Harry and Ronald walked out of Professor McGonagall's office. The two stood at the door and looked at each other. And they could see in each other's eyes the despair of campus life in the new semester. But then again, Professor McGonagall just said that he should write a letter to parents. Why does this suddenly feel less like punishing Harry and more like venting his anger? On the other side, Shane was following Helena to Ravenclaw's Bronze Tree Palace. He looked at the wonderful figure floating in front of him curiously, and couldn't help but ask, Helena, what do you want to see me for just now? The beautiful lady in front of him suddenly found him and said that she wanted to ask him to do something. Before she disappeared, my mother said that in addition to her crown, there was another relic placed in her room. Helena floated in front and said slowly, that was given to her by the father I thought I had never met. Of what do you think never met before? A question mark appeared on Shane's head. Why does this sentence sound so confusing? Helena slowly flew to a bookshelf with Shane, then pointed to a book with a somewhat conspicuous red cover on it and said, Mother told me that that thing is behind this book. Upon hearing this, Shane hurriedly stepped forward, pulled out the book Helena pointed to, and then reached out to explore inside. He actually touched an abnormal protrusion, so he subconsciously pressed it hard, just hearing a snap. The bookshelf not far away suddenly split into two halves. Shane immediately walked over and took a look, opened the loosened bookshelf, and saw a fist-sized pine box with a three-dimensional lion head decoration lying inside the mechanism. Curiously, he took out the box, and after obtaining Helena's consent, he slowly opened the box, and a ring inlaid with a vermilion gem came into view instantly. Shane looked at the ring in front of him a little dumbfounded. Lion head decoration with gems. This is obviously not Ravenclaw's style. On the contrary, it is more like thinking of this. Shane carefully looked at Helena aside and asked in a tentative whisper, Helena, is your father? Yes, the founder of Gryffindor House, Godric Gryffindor. What? Shane was speechless and felt a strong smell of a bloody TV series coming to his face. Then you came to me just to take out this ring? No. Helena shook her head. I want you to help me. I want to see my father. Impossible, Gryffindor has long. Couldn't it be? Shane subconsciously wanted to say that Gryffindor was dead, and there was no way for you father and daughter to get together. But at the same time, he immediately thought of the scene when Rowena Ravenclaw emerged from the crowd, and immediately reacted and asked, Gryffindor also left something of his own in Hogwarts. Yes, although my mother passed away before my father. She once told me before she disappeared that she could feel that her father was in Hogwarts. Helena said, so I want to ask you to help me. Father find it, but why? Shane had another question at this time. Why didn't you recognize each other then? My birth was a complete accident. Although Gryffindor loved my mother very much, he didn't even know that he had had a relationship with her. Why is this? My mother cast a powerful oblivion spell on him. Though why she did it is unknown, my old swan tilde tilde tilde. Where did this real-life family ethics drama come from? It can even be bumped into by myself. At this time, Shane only felt that he was full of blood. He sighed helplessly and then began to say, "After you said that, I probably understand why it had such a name at that time. To be honest, when I was in Daxia, I doubted whether Gryffindor also had a corresponding inheritance passed down." "What do you mean?" Helena was a little confused, but quickly asked eagerly, "Do you know where my father is hiding?" "Not sure, but there is a clue." Shane replied, "Now we have to go somewhere." At this time, the principal's office at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had just finished listening to Professor McGonagall repeat what Harry and Ronald had said to him. Dumbledore was silent for a while and then said with certainty, "That strange house elf should come from a certain pureblood family. Only their elves can use a piece of rag as clothing. I think so too, but house elves have unique magical powers. And we have no way of tracking who the elf who appeared in Mr. Potter's room is," Professor McGonagall said with a little worry. "And it makes me even more worried. What matters is that the elf said that Hogwarts is in danger. Albus, I'm worried that something unpredictable will happen at school. About this, I think we don't have to worry about it for now." "Minerva," Dumbledore said calmly. "Facing opponents that may come from the invisible darkness, we can choose to wait for the time being. No matter what the house elf's purpose is. Judging from its behavior of trying to prevent Harry from returning to Hogwarts behind its master's back, it will appear sooner or later. Tell the elves in the school to pay close attention to whether strangers come into the school. Their powers are from the same source and they can sense and track each other." "Okay, I'll make arrangements right away." Professor McGonagall received the order and immediately left the office to implement it. Dumbledore looked at the former's leaving figure and suddenly felt very tired. This is really an eventful time, tilde. Why have strange things that were unlikely to happen before suddenly started to happen one after another since Harry came to Hogwarts? I rubbed my aching headside that I was getting old, and unwrapped a chocolate ball. And just when Dumbledore had finished enjoying the snacks and was about to take a dip in his memories, the arrival of one person and one ghost directly interrupted his regular program. "Oh, Shane Ms. Helena, what's going on so late?" Dumbledore asked, looking at the person and ghost in front of him in confusion. "Professor Dumbledore, please borrow Gryffindor's sword and sorting hat." Before Dumbledore could agree, Shane walked to the glass box where the sword was stored without saying a word, and then took down the sorting hat next to it. Although Dumbledore was curious when he saw this, he did not stop him. Instead, he watched silently. He knew there must be an important reason why Shane did this. "Stinky hat, wake up," Shane shouted, grabbing the sorting hat and shaking it up and down twice. "Oh, it's you annoying little wizard again." The sorting hat was shaken awake and immediately shouted angrily, "Don't think that because you have obtained the inheritance of Ravenclaw, you can insult Wyshion's hat at will. I don't want to argue with you today, but I want to ask you if you recognize this ring." Shane took out the ruby ring he just got and asked. The sorting hat was silent for a while, then replied, "I don't know him. I don't know what you were hesitating about just now. If you don't know him, you just don't know him." I just suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Shane narrowed his eyes, and then looked at the Gryffindor sword in his hand. He suddenly remembered that in the original work, the sword in front of him absorbed the venom of the basilisk and gained the ability to destroy Horcruxes, according to the inheritance given to them by Ravenclaw. The weapons made by the elves can absorb things that can strengthen them. So, Shane suddenly thought of something and directly took off the gem from the ring and pressed it on the sword. Sure enough, at the moment when the gem and the sword came into contact, the sword made of mithril suddenly twisted like liquid mercury, and the red gem on the ring melted directly into the sword. Immediately, Shane picked up the sword and stabbed it directly into the sorting hat. The whole office suddenly fell into silence. "Godric Gryffindor?" Shane asked tentatively. "Oh, this is really a long-lost feeling." The sorting hat suddenly scratched his head with the tip of the hat in a very humane manner. "Boy, how did you discover my existence?" Last time I asked you for clues about Ravenclaw's crown. There was a moment when you called Rowena Ravenclaw not an honorific, but Rowena directly since that time. I have always wondered whether you might exist in the Sorting Hat in another way. After all, the Sorting Hat is your hat. Even with the thoughts of the other three founders, you should still take the initiative, the one. Shane revealed what he had always suspected. As expected of Rowena's descendant. With extraordinary wisdom, Gryffindor praised. But unfortunately I am different from Rowena. Apart from this hat and sword, I did not leave any inheritance to future generations. If there is really one more thing, it is the ring you found that I gave to Rowena. Then you have some misunderstanding. I called you out today not for the so-called inheritance, but to be entrusted by others. After saying that, Shane stepped aside. Helena floated forward slowly, looking at the Sorting Hat with a complicated expression. Oh, it's Helena. I didn't expect to see you after so many years. I was the one who gave you your name back then. Gryffindor's tone was full of nostalgia. I want to recall what you looked like when you were just born. And how it's so cute, Father. Just when Gryffindor was talking endlessly about his past memories, Helena's words, Father, immediately interrupted Gryffindor's words. Dumbledore, who was standing nearby and had been watching the development of the matter, was also so shocked by his father's words that he spat out the hot cocoa he just drank in his mouth. What did you call me just now? The tip of Gryffindor's hat stood straight up, and the outline of his eyes expanded a lot. I am the child of you and Rowena Ravenclaw. Which means you are my father, Helena explained. No. It's impossible, I don't remember Rowena and I at all. My mother cast a powerful forgetting spell on you back then. Helena interrupted Gryffindor directly. Although I don't know why she did this. She doesn't seem to want you to know my existence. Upon hearing this explanation, Gryffindor fell into silence again after a while. I heard him say slowly, you are still so strong, Rowena. After thinking for a while, he actually thought about why Rowena Ravenclaw had to hide the fact that she had a daughter from him. In fact, among the four founders back then, Rowena Ravenclaw was the one with the least talent and the weakest strength. But at the same time, she is also the most aggressive among the four. Even stronger than Salazar Slytherin, therefore. In order to catch up with the strength of the other three, she constantly used her own wisdom to make up for her shortcomings in talent. And even 5 seconds away from her, she challenged Gryffindor, the most powerful among the four. However, she has never been able to win a victory. I was very self-righteous back then, thinking that I could win Rowena's heart by showing off my superb strength. Now it seems that this idea is really childish. Gryffindor said slowly. Perhaps it is for this reason that Rowena keeps competing with me in her heart, and even has a trace of resentment towards me. I'm sorry, child. I'm sorry that I couldn't fulfill the responsibility of a father during my lifetime. Even with my emotionless appearance, I couldn't give you any care, it's okay. Helena shook her head gently. I have been in regret for so many years. But my mother has solved the knot in my heart. Actually, I asked Shane to find you this time. I just wanted to ask, where did you hide the ring my mother gave you back then? The ring? You mean the ring that Rowena gave me before she died? Gryffindor recalled it and said, to be honest, I'm not sure whether that ring was buried with me in the grave. After all, my consciousness was also injected into the Sorting Hat before I died. By the way, why are you looking for this? This is Mother's wish. The ring she gave you and the ring you gave her have been forged into a pair a long time ago. She didn't want the 2 rings that symbolized your hidden love to be separated. So she asked me to find the 2 rings before they disappeared. Helena said slowly, then I think you can go look for it in my grave. That's the most likely place, so where is your grave? At this time, Shane, who had been silent just now, suddenly interrupted for some unknown reason. No news about the deaths of the 4 founders of Hogwarts has been handed down at all. We don't even know how they died or where they were buried after they died. Because I am the lycanthrope of a many-legged beast, I have always been connected with the creatures in the big lake next to Hogwarts. A Gryffindor said, if I had followed my thoughts during my lifetime, I should have buried myself in the big lake. Guarded by the Fishman tribe, many-legged beast. Lycanthrope, you are the giant squid's animagus. Shane scratched his head. This is a bit troublesome. It has been so long, do those fishmen still remember this? I don't know about that. The tip of the sorting hat swayed from side to side. Okay. Then we can just ask those mermaids directly tomorrow. Shane shrugged since there is only one direction. We have to use a straightforward approach, however. After talking about the rings, Shane immediately started a new round of asking questions. In fact, some questions have been lingering in his mind since the beginning, making him feel like a cat scratching his heart. Gryffindor, I was actually curious just now. What is going on with you now? Is it a Horcrux or is it like Rowena Ravenclaw, who sealed part of her soul in the sorting hat? Of course I'm not a Horcrux. It's absolutely impossible for me to do such evil things, Gryffindor said with a little excitement. Although I don't know Rowena's situation in fact, I am just a consciousness that holds most of the memory of my body. I can't feel emotions and I can't think like a human being. Then why does the ring you gave Rowena Ravenclaw wake you up? I have to say you are very lucky, Gryffindor replied. The sorting hat has gathered the consciousness of the four of us. But for the sake of fairness in the sorting, the extra consciousness I injected before my death has been sleeping. Only the alchemical runes on the sword can awaken me. The alchemical runes on the sword are actually engraved on two gems. The one on the hilt is for attack, and the one on the sword is for protection. I gave the gem for protection to Rowena, and the one on the sword is for protection. The alchemical runes are incomplete, so I keep sleeping. I see, then I understand. Shane nodded after finally clearing up the doubts in his mind. Now that the questions are over, I won't disturb your father-daughter reunion. I will go to the Black Lake after class tomorrow morning to check out the situation. To be honest, it shouldn't be difficult to find an underwater grave. As he said, Thaith was ready to activate his magic right away. However, just before he disappeared, he left a message. That's right, just ignore him, old B. He won't mind you chatting here all night. Adka, after saying that, he disappeared in place. However, his last message before leaving made Dumbledore keep thinking in his mind, this seems to be my office tilde. So after thousands of years, a father and daughter suddenly reunited in a special way. At the same time, the dawn of the new semester at Hogwarts is coming. The next day, Ravenclaw's first class of the new semester was herbal medicine class. The herbology classroom is located behind Hogwarts Castle, where there are greenhouses and gardens. 3 of the greenhouses are usually used by young wizards for classes. Among the 3 greenhouses, the plants in the 3rd greenhouse are the most interesting, but also the most dangerous. Dangerous plants such as poisonous tentacles and mandrakes are planted there. If a little wizard who doesn't understand herbal medicine touches these plants, he will have to lie in the school hospital for a month or 2. Today's class is also in the 3rd greenhouse. Shane walked in front and brought the kids here early. Due to the reform of the school system and to promote student exchanges, Hogwarts no longer forces the 2 houses to have classes in a fixed combination. So today is Ravenclaw's herbology class with Slytherin. Good morning, students. Professor Sprout walked into the classroom with his wand and shovel. Pomona Sprout, Dean of Hufflepuff College and Professor of Herbal Medicine. She is a short, fat witch with flowing gray hair. She is a very optimistic and kind-hearted person. She usually wears a thick hat full of patches. And because she likes to stay in the greenhouse playing with flowers and plants, you can always see her covered in dirt at the same time. She worked with Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and others a long time ago. Good morning, Professor Sprout. The little wizard greeted the professor as usual. Welcome all 2nd grade students to the 3rd greenhouse. We will start class now. Professor Sprout's teaching style is very vigorous and decisive. She pulled her sleeves and then moved a pot of plants behind her to the table in front of her. Today I will introduce you to Mandrake. Does anyone know the characteristics of Mandrake? As soon as he finished speaking, a little eagle raised his hand first. It's not worth it. Her finger can only be a little higher than the head of the classmate next door. Ms. Scalia. Professor Sprout looked at the little black-haired girl. Mandrake, also known as screamweed, poisonous solanum and poison apple, is a very dangerous plant that emits a deadly cry when its rhizomes are pulled out of the soil. However, the cry of young mandrakes is not fatal and can only make the person who hears it faint for a few hours. So earmuffs are usually worn when picking mandrakes. Mandrake has the ability to restore petrified people, and its leaves are one of the important materials for animagus transformation. Suri Scalia replied in a coquettish voice. She sounds like a child when she speaks, but in fact she is really the same age as the other second-grade eaglets. After listening to Su Rui's answer, Professor Sprout also smiled happily, and immediately nodded to her and praised, "Oh, what a detailed and exquisite answer. Ravenclaw adds 10 risks. Professor, there are no extra points now." At this time a voice suddenly reminded, "Oh, sorry, I'm used to it." Professor Sprout patted himself on the head. "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Dolea. Okay, let's continue. What we are going to learn today is to repot the mandrake." As he spoke, Professor Sprout took out an earmuff and began to warn carefully. "I think everyone should get the earmuffs I just handed out. Although our mandrakes are still seedlings, and their cries are not fatal for the time being, they must be worn tightly like this." He put on his earmuffs and pressed them in hard after a while. After making sure that all the little wizards were wearing earmuffs, Professor Sprout began to demonstrate how to repot the mandrake. She stretched out her hand and tightly grasped the stems and leaves of the mandrake in front of her, and began to say, "Students, watch it. Grab it tightly like this, and then pull it out of the pot with force, then with a pop." The young mandrake was pulled out of the flower pot, and the entire third greenhouse suddenly echoed with a shrill cry like a baby. Chinese letter, tilde, tilde, Chinese letter, tilde, tilde, tilde. This sound is like a magic sound filling your ears. Even through thick earmuffs, it is difficult to resist it from constantly drilling into your brain. The little eagle and the little snake reflexively pressed their earmuffs tightly and frowned. But Professor Sprout is undoubtedly used to this kind of situation. She calmly put the mandrake in her hand into another empty flower pot, and then continued, after pulling out the mandrake, "Quickly put it into another pot and sprinkle soil on it to keep it warm. Remember that you must add soil quickly. Mandrake is a plant that is very sensitive to cold. If you add soil too slowly, it will soon freeze to death due to the low temperature. Also, be sure not to compact the soil tightly when spreading the soil. This will also cause the mandrake rhizome to be unable to breathe and die." As he spoke, the loose soil suddenly covered the mandrake that had just been repotted, and gradually the harsh squeaking sound gradually disappeared. Submerge it completely with soil as it is now, and it won't cry anymore. Does everyone understand? Know you all have a pot of mandrake in front of you, and everyone does what I just did. Start. Professor Sprout glanced at the little wizard in the greenhouse. To be honest, the operation is actually very simple. If you don't know how to pull out grass and bury the soil, you can just find a piece of tofu and kill yourself. At this time, Shane looked at the mandrake in front of him. To be honest, this was his first time seeing this thing, because the previous first-year herbal medicine classes were all theoretical classes, and they were all taken in ordinary classrooms. Although he often wanders around the school, considering the problem of assimilating knowledge, he usually does not have more than 2 thought entities in class, and they are all concentrated on the 2 courses of Transfiguration and Charms. So this meant that he had never been to the third greenhouse, nor had he attended a senior herbal medicine class. And because the temperature difference is too large, mandrakes don't grow in the Forbidden Forest. Shane pressed the earmuffs, then stretched out his hand, grabbed the stems and leaves of the mandrake, and pulled it up like Professor Sprout did just now. And an extremely ugly and snarling grass root appeared in front of him. He stepped forward and took a closer look. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that he had seen the face of the mandrake in some anime. That thing seemed to be called a spingu, right? Shane did not put the mandrake back into the pot in a hurry, but curiously opened a gap in the earmuffs in an instant. He felt a strong dizziness, as if someone had taken his brain out of his skull and hit it hard with a hammer. His vision suddenly became blurred. Shane quickly put the earplugs firmly in place, and then quickly used sky magic to get rid of the negative state. Good guy, this cry is too cruel. Why are the creatures in this Harry Potter world so weird? Thinking barrier has no effect, which shows that the cry is actually a physical attack and a special sound wave. And in fact, what he just heard was not just the cry of the mandrake in his hand, but the cry of the entire third greenhouse Tilda. After patting his slightly groggy head, Shane glanced at the mandrake in his hand with dead fish eyes. Still crying, to be honest, this thing is really noisy. Even wearing earmuffs is annoying. Then a few tic-tac-toes popped up on his head, and Shane grabbed a handful of soil and put it directly on the mandrake's mouth. Then stuffed it into a new pot and buried it with new soil. Even though the class time was increased, the herbal medicine class was completed quickly. Before get out of class ended, Shane also took away a few mandrake lives. Because of Gryffindor's conversation last night and Suri's answer in class just now, he suddenly wanted to try practicing Animagus. Animagus, a wizard who can transform into some kind of animal while retaining his own magical power. The way to become an Animagus is 1. A single mandrake leaf must be held continuously in the mouth for a whole month, from full moon to full moon. The leaves must not be swallowed or taken out of the mouth at any time. If the leaves leave the mouth, the whole process must start over too. Take out the leaves during the full moon. Fill a small crystal vial with saliva, and soak the leaves in it to allow it to receive pure moonlight if the clouds are overcast that night. You will have to find a new mandrake leaf, start over. Then add a strand of your hair and a silver teaspoon of dew to the moonlit crystal vial. The dew must be collected from a place where there has been no sunlight or human contact for 7 full days. Finally, add a pupa of the Grimace hawkmoss. Place this mixture in a quiet, dark place and do not look at it or disturb it again until the next storm with thunder and lightning. 3. While waiting for the storm to come, you should perform the following actions at sunrise and sunset. Point the tip of the wand to your heart and recite the incantation, Amato. Animo animato animagus, Amato animo animato animagus. 4. After drinking the potion, you will feel intense pain and 2 intense heartbeats, and the creature you are about to transform into will appear in your mind. In fact, Shane knows a kind of magic similar to animagus. Receiving magic, it is the magic of Myra and the 3 siblings who are born with self-awakening. It is a magic that can receive the power of monsters or animals and use it for themselves. It can be divided into partial reception, which only receives part of the target's body, and whole body reception, which completely receives the target. But in fact, compared to animagus, there is a big flaw in receiving magic, that is, even if the whole body is used to receive it, the essence of the magician's human has not changed in any way. For example, if Shane takes in Helena, he will relatively have the ability of the winged demon, but it will only be limited to the physical ability. Other abilities such as changing body size and poisonous breath will be greatly reduced. Therefore, Shane wants to practice animagus. And at the same time, he also wants to challenge the height that the transformation master in the world has never been able to reach. After leaving the third greenhouse, Shane originally wanted to go directly to the Black Lake to find Gryffindor's graveyard. But before that, a person found him in a hurry. Shane, I finally found you. A figure suddenly ran over panting from the other side of the school corridor. Cedric. Shane looked up and down at the person in front of him and asked in confusion, "Why are you so anxious? Is there anything important?" Haha Tilda, it's not a big deal actually. Cedric scratched his head and said, "It's the basic principles of magic array and formation patterns you gave me. I've already finished it in the first month of summer vacation. But I don't have your contact information, so I can only wait until now to find you." Oh. You haven't come to me before, I thought you gave up. Shane exclaimed. Have you ever tried to draw a basic magic circle? Yes. Although I'm not very skilled yet. At least I can release it completely now, after saying that. Cedric took out his wand and began to draw a basic magic circle in front of Shane. In a total of more than 10 seconds, a water-type basic magic array was released, and a basketball-sized water polo fell from midair to the ground. Very good, Shane looked at the water stains on the ground, nodded and praised. I have to say that your talent is even higher than Hermione's. I gave her several lessons during the summer vacation, but she has the basics of painting. The time of the magic circle has not exceeded 20 seconds yet. Then can I learn skyscraper now? Cedric asked excitedly, not yet. Shane immediately poured cold water on him. Only when you practice drawing the basic magic circle to the point where it takes only 2 seconds. You will be qualified to learn skyscraper. What 2 seconds? Cedric suddenly looked shocked. How is this possible? Practice makes perfect, Shane replied. Then he snapped his fingers, and a water-type basic magic circle flashed past. And in an instant, a transparent water ball floated in midair. Then he snapped his fingers again. The fire-type basic magic circle was released, and the water ball suddenly turned into steam. Cedric, you have to remember, you can't force your brain to memorize the patterns of the magic circle. You have to use your body to feel and become familiar with them. I suggest that you take a certain amount of time to practice repeatedly every day. Although this process is boring, it is the only way to quickly master the basic magic circle. Okay, Cedric nodded a little frustrated. Then I want to ask, if I meet the conditions to learn skyscraper, how long will it take for me to be old enough to use the illusion to practice Quidditch? If you want to practice to the point where you can create a permanent fixed illusion like Pumpkinhead on the first floor, it will take about 5 to 8 years. Depending on your talent and hard work, 0. Please give me flowers. But if you just want to practice Quidditch, it will take about 1 to 2 years, after all. You only need to cast spells directly on people. But this is more energy-consuming than permanently fixing the illusion. Shane made an estimate in his mind and said, Okay, then I understand. When Cedric heard that it would only take 2 years at most, his fighting spirit immediately started to burn. He has absolute confidence in himself. As long as he practices hard, he may be able to basically become a skyscraper in just 1 year or even less than 1 year. Thank you, Shane. I'm going back to practice magic first. After Cedric thanked him, he hurriedly turned around to find a place to practice drawing the basic magic circle. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was pulled back directly by a hand. Wait a minute. Shane reached out and grabbed Cedric's robe. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? I have something to tell you here. The guild is planning to recruit people just this weekend. I will post announcements throughout the school in the next 2 days. Shane said slowly, when the time comes. Wait for my news and come over to help. Okay, no problem. Cedric nodded in agreement, so just like that. After saying goodbye to Cedric, Shane came to the Black Lake as originally planned. Looking at the sparkling vast water surface in front of him, he did not intend to drain the entire Black Lake directly like last time. After all, school has started now, and it is not appropriate to make too much noise, therefore. Shane didn't think much, applied a waterproof and moisture-proof impervious on himself, and went straight into the lake, relying on his memory. Shane quickly came to the mermaid tribe in the Black Lake, looking at the mermaid swimming toward him with a spear in front of him, and the dozens of Grindelwalds around him who were preparing to cause trouble. He just waved his hand, and 10 huge cavities immediately covered the entire mermaid tribe. Both the mermaid and Grindelwald were caught off guard and fell to the ground one after another. Find someone who can talk, Shane shouted directly, ignoring the murloc struggling on the ground. After a while, a mermaid who was stronger than ordinary fishmen came out swinging his fishtail. He was a little nervous and asked respectfully, Powerful wizard, why are you here? Do you know where the grave of Godric Gryffindor is? Shane asked directly without much nonsense. I know. It is in the deepest valley of the Black Lake, where countless foreign substances are deposited. The tomb of Godric Gryffindor is guarded by a giant squid that has lived there for an unknown period of time. The mermaid leader heard that he was not here. The one who caused trouble for them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Where is Zugu? Right in the middle of the lake there is a huge cave. You can enter the Void Valley through the cave. Okay, thank you, Shane waved his hand. And the power to maintain the cavity disappeared instantly. And a huge amount of lake water instantly poured in, making all the mermaids and Grindelwald dizzy. If someone flies over the Black Lake to take a look at this time, he will find that the water is boiling and white foam is constantly emerging at one place on the lake. After more than 10 seconds, as the cavity was completely filled, the bottom of the Black Lake gradually returned to calm. On the other side, Shane has also found the entrance to the cave that the mermaid leader mentioned. Looking at the hole in front of him that was half the size of a basketball court, he went straight in but unexpectedly. As soon as he entered the cave, he found that the space inside was much larger than he had imagined. No matter whether you look forward or below your feet, you can see basically endless black. So he slowly went deeper with curiosity. And Shane discovered that the so-called Zuxu Valley in front of him was actually a huge underwater cave. It was just because it was big enough that it was named Valley by the Murlocs. Walking along the rugged cliffs to the bottom of the valley, you can gradually see some unknown luminous plants growing on the rock walls. And from time to time, there will be a large group of small fish surrounding them. This looks like a fire-breathing fish. Doesn't this thing live in the Indian Ocean? How did it evolve into a freshwater fish species here? Shane looked at the orange-red fish in front of him, with black stripes on its skin. It was a magical fish that could suck in phosphorus-containing organic matter and store it. When the fire-breathing fish encounters danger, it will eject the phosphorus-containing substances stored in its body. These substances will glow in the water and will spontaneously ignite when exposed to the air. That's why Chi Ba Chi is so special name. Shane dived very fast, but even so, it took him several minutes to reach the bottom of the Sioux Valley. On the way, he saw many fish that should exist in the ocean like the fire-breathing fish. Standing at the bottom of the Sioux Valley, you can see at a glance some dilapidated boats' wooden boxes. Iron product set, with countless aquatic plants attached to them. Why are these things here? Shane looked at the scene in front of him that looked like a waste recycling yard, and suddenly felt very confused. Logically speaking, the Black Lake is an inland lake. How could the wreckage of these large wooden sailboats used at sea appear in such an irrelevant place? Secondly, there are anchors, etc., even if there is a tsunami. It is difficult to bring it up from the bottom of the water. With doubts, Shane continued walking forward. Even though there were many luminous plants, it was still difficult for him to see what was ahead. Ever since, he raised his hand and made a super large ball of light, which directly illuminated the entire Zuxu Valley. In an instant a few hundred meters away, a huge creature suddenly came into view, entrenched among countless scraps and debris. The whole body is long and narrow in the shape of a gun, with more than a dozen huge and thick tentacles covered with suckers as big as the face. The giant squid in front of me should be as big as Godzilla. F***K, you're not the legendary Kraken, are you? Shane looked at the huge sleeping figure in front of him and suddenly remembered a rumor. I don't know where it came from, but it is said that Godric Gryffindor did not die, but turned into a giant squid in the Black Lake to protect Hogwarts. When Shane heard this rumor, thought it was a joke, but the scene in front of him made him believe that the legend might be true. Do you think any giant squid in the Black Lake has such a body shape? The largest one he had ever seen was only 4 to 5 meters long with its body and tentacles. Also, there is probably a passage leading to the sea at the bottom of this ruins valley. Is this giant squid pulling back all the wreckage around here? But these are all digressions. Shane walked forward slowly and found that there was indeed a crooked marble stele under the giant squid, which was covered with a lot of gray-green sediment. If you don't look carefully, to be honest, He really thought it was just an ordinary stone. Without immediately alerting the giant squid, Shane slowly walked to the stone monument and wiped off the sediment on it. He saw a name clearly engraved on it, Godric Gryffindor. Unexpectedly, the process of finding this cemetery was smoother than expected. However, just when Shane was about to squat down to check if there was a ring, a huge tentacle had already come to the other country, bang. A very dull sound echoed in the water, and the tentacles of the giant squid seemed to receive some resistance when they were about a foot away from Shane, and were instantly bounced out, causing a shock wave. Shane looked up at the giant squid that had woken up, and tried to comfort him by saying, "Big guy, I'm just looking for something, can you continue to sleep?" But it was obvious that the giant squid could not understand human speech at all. After it stabilized its huge body in the water, it attacked again with its thick tentacles. Shane could only sigh helplessly when he saw this, and then started to activate celestial magic super gravity. A purple magic array with twisted formations instantly unfolded above the giant squid's head, and a super strong gravity knocked the giant squid to the ground. Looking at the giant squid that was now in the shape of a cake, Shane turned around and started digging for the ring again. He first clasped his hands and bowed in front of the tombstone, and then his eyes instantly turned into a strange white color, and magic clairvoyance was activated. Under the tombstone, there were no bones and no coffin. The base of the tombstone is actually a thick piece of solid marble with simple carved patterns. After years of precipitation, it was buried in the sand, and only part of the stone tablet was exposed. However, right where the base connects to the tombstone, there happens to be a square vacancy the size of a fist, and the ring can actually fit inside, so Shane immediately used magic to dig out the entire marble tombstone from the sand. He came to the tombstone and pulled out the only movable piece of marble, revealing a mithril ring inlaid with a blue gemstone and a pair of eagle wings on both sides of the gemstone. Shane picked up the ring and looked at it carefully, and found that the pair of eagle wings on the ring looked very much like a setting, reminiscent of what Helena said last night. Rowena Ravenclaw once paired this ring with Gryffindor's ruby ring, thinking that this setting should be used to set the ruby. Shane put the ring away, and the process went much smoother than he imagined. He originally thought that he would have to encounter some twists and turns before he could find the ring when he came to Black Lake this time. But now that the goal has been achieved, it's time to go back. This eerie Zugu is not interesting at all, and there are not even some herbs or ingredients. After adjusting the Gryffindor's tombstone, Shane immediately released his grip on the giant squid, and as expected, the tentacles attacked again. But looking at the squid tentacles so close at hand, to be honest, he really wanted to cut a section and take it back for teppanyaki. But when I thought of that legend, I shook my head and let it go. After all, regardless of whether the giant squid in front of him is actually Gryffindor himself, there is always the possibility of him changing into a human being. Even though it only has the beast side left know as a human, Shane still can't get over that hurdle in his heart. Ever since, Shane activated his space magic and disappeared into the ruins valley instantly. The giant squid was left alone to roll over the sand crazily in the ruins valley, and then gradually fell into a deep sleep again. Back at Hogwarts, Gen N immediately went to Dumbledore's office. The old bee-man is not here, but Helena is already waiting here at the agreed time. "Well, Shane," Helena flew over with an expectant look on her face and asked anxiously, "Have you found the ring, false mission?" Shane smiled and took out the ring and put it on a table. "Oh, great." Helena came forward and looked at the sapphire ring on the ring with a smile. She reached out to touch it, but unfortunately her hand went right through. Shane looked at the regretful expression on the face of the beautiful lady in front of him, and felt helpless in his heart that he could not help. Shaking his head, he then walked to the glass box where Gryffindor's sword was stored. He took out the sword, then turned to look at Helena and asked, "Helena, do you have anything else to say to your father?" "No, I already said everything I needed to say last night." Helena shook her head in relief. "In that case, I will take out the gem." With that said, Shane took out the ruby from the lattice of Gryffindor's sword. I saw the sword flowing like a liquid again, and soon the gaps in the sword grid were completely filled. Then he gently placed the gemstone on the eagle wings of the ring, and it fit perfectly without any surprise. Shane picked up the ring and immediately felt an inexplicable power coming from his hand. He suddenly felt that his body and brain were much more relaxed. "How is it?" Helena asked, looking at Shane's face. "It seems that your mother is very accomplished in alchemy. This ring has the same ability to keep people awake as the crown. Secondly, it also retains the alchemical rune that can activate the protective magic in the ruby." With that said, Shane directly activated the guardian magic on the ring, and then a translucent red protective shield enveloped his body. This strength can probably block 1 or 2 life-killing curses. Unfortunately, it needs to be released automatically. But according to the technology of more than 1,000 years ago, it is already very good. Shane took back the guardian magic, and then asked Helena, "What do you want to do with this ring?" "To be honest, it is not appropriate to put it back in the Bronze Tree Palace. Take it first and keep it for me," Helena said. "My mother's last wish was to reunite the 2 rings. And now this wish has been fulfilled. And as my mother's descendant, you are qualified to hold this ring. Okay, I'll keep it for you first. When you want to see your father, you can come to me again." Shane nodded and put the ring on his finger. He didn't put it away, after all. It was an extra piece of armor that he didn't need in vain. Besides, this ring is not for women like Ravenclaw's crown. So just like that, the first day of the new semester, the ring symbolizing the love between the 2 founders of Hogwarts was worn on Shane's hand like this. And in the future course, World Magic History and Moral Politics, there will also be an additional love story between Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw. After taking care of the ring, Shane came to the auditorium. Since there is only one herbal medicine class in the morning, it is just time for lunch at this time. The Hogwarts Great Hall had undergone tremendous changes due to the school system reform. The long tables that represented the 4 colleges in the past have disappeared, replaced by dozens of hexagonal wooden tables. Each table can seat 6 to 8 people. Shane roughly observed that although the junior teachers from the 4 houses of Hogwarts are still naturally gathered in one area, but without the barriers of hardware, communication between people will inevitably occur for various reasons. The little lion and the little badger are the most social. There are already many little wizards in these 2 colleges who can sit together to eat and chat with each other. Most of the little eagles have introverted personalities. Although they are not proactive in social interactions, they are always friendly to other little wizards. It's just that compared to the previous 3 academies, the little snakes are more unique. But not all of them are people who are full of pureblood ideas. No matter what, there will still be some arrogant people. At this time, Shane couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart when he looked at the bustling scene in the auditorium in front of him. After all, it is indispensable for his contribution to have such an atmosphere at Hogwarts. Shane happily found a seat and sat down, but he instantly scared away the little snakes at the same table with him. Shane was speechless when he saw this. "Didn't I just beat you up last semester? Why should you be so scared?" So he didn't care about these 3 nervous little snakes. But Lulu had already served a feast in time, and the auditorium reappeared the scene of starving ghosts. At the same time, the 3 little Gryffindors had just come to the auditorium after class. As soon as Hermione entered the door, she saw Shane devouring food not far away. So she happily trotted over. Harry and Ronald followed behind, and immediately showed puzzled expressions when they saw this. "Isn't this jealous yesterday? He even broke a plate, why now?" Ronald said secretly, while looking at Hermione's smile not far away and giving a signal. "Who knows? It was the same during the last Christmas holiday. I heard from Fred that he met Hermione in Diagon Alley a few days after the holiday, and said that she seemed to have gone directly to Dolea's house." Harry was also confused, whispered. While the 2 little lions were whispering, Hermione also ran to Shane and sat directly next to him. "Oh, Tilda Ho Min," Shane greeted with his mouth full. Swallow what's in your mouth before you talk. Hermione rolled her eyes, then saw a sparkling thing on Shane's hand and asked, "Why are you wearing a ring? Where did it come from?" While speaking, there was a hint of nervousness in his tone. Shane swallowed all the food in his mouth, and then talked about the love story between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. At this time, Harry and Ronald also sat over. After a while, the story was finished. Hermione immediately exclaimed, "It's incredible. I didn't expect Gryffindor and Ravenclaw to have such a tortuous relationship. A tsundere girl and a straight man. These two people get together and they just don't know how to express their feelings." Shane also looked at the ring on his hand and continued to complain. "I can't help it, it's normal for such a result to happen." As soon as he finished speaking. Harry and Ronald sat next to him and nodded in understanding. You two. Two little brats who haven't even grown chicken feathers, yet know how to love in a twisted way. Shane looked at Harry and Ronald and said sarcastically, "Besides, have you finished copying the school rules?" Harry immediately lost his face when he heard the word school rules and asked in surprise, "How did you know we were going to set school rules? Hogwarts is so big. I'm afraid not many people in the school don't know about it." Shane took out the Daily Prophet that just arrived today and handed it over. "Look, you two have become celebrities." Harry and Ronald immediately took the newspaper and read it. I saw a big headline on the cover. Harry Potter and his classmate Ronald Weasley caused the most serious magic exposure accident in the past 50 years. This has to make people wonder whether they acted recklessly based on their status as heroes. There is also a large dynamic photo attached under the title. From far to close, you can see Harry's face sitting on the flying army. "Oh my God, who took this picture?" "We clearly pressed the button of the cloaking device." Ronald shouted in shock. "If the stealth function of your car was normal, there wouldn't be so many people seeing a car flying in the sky." Shane showed a sarcastic smile and said seriously, "You two, if you have gotten into such a big trouble this time and haven't been fired yet, you should go home and burn incense and worship Merlin. If you follow normal procedures, you should be in Azkaban now." Hearing this last sentence, Harry and Ronald's faces instantly turned blue. Don't scare them too if they were going to Azkaban. They would have been captured by the Ministry of Magic. I heard that the Minister of Magic was sitting next to Professor Dumbledore at the dinner last night. Hermione patted Shane's arm, interjected, "Oh my God. My mother will definitely beat me to death when she sees this newspaper." Ronald collapsed on the chair with a look of horror on his face. "I wish I had heard this sentence last semester. You also had something to do with me last semester." Shane reached out and pinched Hermione's face, making the latter feel embarrassed and angry. And at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from above his head. An owl flew in through the skylight of the auditorium with a hooting cry, then flapped its wings twice and bumped into Ronald's arms. Shane feels that the only owl in the Weasley family seems to have poor eyesight. At the same time, he saw the letter in the owl's beak, and immediately looked at Ronald with pity, and made a strange sound, "Oh tilde tilde tilde," and then covered Hermione's ears. "What are you doing?" Hermione blushed and grabbed Shane's hand, asking curiously. I saw Ronald tremblingly picking up the roaring letter, swallowing before mustering up the courage to lift the sealing wax. And at the moment when the sealing wax was lifted, the roaring letter instantly turned into a grinning red lip, and the huge sound resounded throughout the auditorium and formed an echo. "Ronald Weasley, how dare you steal that car? I'm really going to be mad at you. Your father is under review by the Ministry of Magic. And you brought Harry with you, it's all your fault. If you continue to disobey the rules and do something outrageous, we will take you home directly." Listening to this terrifying and familiar curse, Ronald could only keep nodding mechanically, his eyes full of fear. But the next moment, he heard the yelling letter change the topic again. His tone became gentle and he looked at Shane next to him. "Thank you, Shane. Ronald gave you trouble. And Ginny, congratulations on entering Gryffindor. Your father and I are both proud of you." Immediately, the roaring letter stuck out its tongue at Ronald and automatically tore itself apart. Ginny looked at her brother at the next table with a look of helplessness. At this time the entire auditorium fell into a dead silence, and everyone looked at Ronald sitting there in shock. In the next few days, the roaring letter Ronald received became an interesting story that the entire Hogwarts junior class talked about. The time soon came to night. Shane had just left the guild station and returned to the common room when he suddenly heard a whine. Wise Master tilde tilde tilde, huh? Shane heard the sound and went out, only to see a group of third-grade eaglets lying in the corners of the lounge. Looking at him feebly and immediately said in surprise, F***K, what's going on, who is it, bullied? They had 2 defense against the dark arts classes this afternoon. And that's it when they came back, who's talking? Wise Lord, don't pretend you can't see me. Su Rui said angrily, raising his head. Wise Master tilde tilde, Zhang Qiu sat under a sofa with a tired look on his face. You are right. We had a defense against dark arts class this afternoon. Lockhart actually asked us for 2 consecutive classes. What is his favorite color? What is his ambition? When is his birthday and what is his ideal birthday gift? Oh my god, this is torture at this time. Another Zioing also started to interject from the side, after these 2 classes lasted for 90 minutes. They were all about his own affairs. And black magic defense had nothing to do with it. Equals 0 asterisk. That's why I said last night that I'm going to teach the defense against the dark arts class this school year. Shane sighed with some empathy. As long as he took one of his classes, everyone knows that he is a real parallel importer. And only his idiot fans will believe him. Wise Lord, when will you give us lessons? Zhang Qiu asked. I don't want to take Lockhart's lessons anymore. Even if we haven't mastered the clone magic yet, well, regardless of whether you have learned the clone magic or not, I'm going to buff Lockhart with the Imperious Curse. So you don't have to go to the defense against the dark arts class in the future. Shane thought for a moment and said, Then when will we have class? Just in the evening, just do it in the lounge. Shane said from 7 to 9 p.m. The 1st to 3rd grade classes are in class, and everyone else is in class until 11 o'clock. Then Wisdom Master, let's start now. All the 3rd grade eagles immediately stood up as if they had been given a shot of blood. Don't you guys take a break? Shane looked at the little hawk in front of him in surprise, which was half dead just a moment ago. Why did he suddenly become full of life? We just expressed our temporary despair for the future. Zhang Qiu said, Okay, let's call all the 1st and 2nd graders. In this case, Shane also decided to familiarize the little eagles with his teaching method. In fact, Shane used to have a nickname in fairy tale, Devil Teacher. All the magicians in the guild who had experienced his training complained endlessly. Even a strong-willed person like Urza would be a little afraid of Chanjin's training method. Although the training effect was very good in the end. The way of training from physical to mental was simply making life worse than death. Natsu once challenged Shane without fear of death. After losing, he was directly dragged into the deep mountains and forests for special training by Shane. And when people in the guild saw him again a month later, he was already white anyway. Is everyone here? Shane glanced at the lounge and asked, Everyone from 1st grade to 3rd grade is here. Zhang Qiu nodded. She had just visited all the boys' and girls' dormitories and asked a few classmates who could fly to go out and call them all back. Okay, everyone, come with me. Shane turned around and walked into a mirror. And then the other eaglets looked at each other and followed in with a little nervousness. After passing through the mirror, everyone came to a brand new space in an instant. All I could see was the endless tropical rainforest in front of me, and the bright sunshine above my head, creating the Tyndall effect. It was a dreamlike scene, so beautiful. Wow, Tilda, where is this? A little eagle exclaimed, This is an illusion. Using the same magic as Pumpkinhead on the 1st floor. Shane turned to face all the eaglets and explained, To be honest, I shouldn't have let you 3 grades come to class together. But considering the streamlined nature of the defense against the dark arts professors at Hogwarts, I decided that you should take it together in the same grade. Then let's start class now. Today we will learn how to escape first. Before the eaglets could react, Shane waved his hand. And the first grade, second and third grade eaglets instantly split into two teams, followed by a long howl of wolves. And they suddenly scurried through the dense trees. 3 werewolves came out. Wow, it's a werewolf, run. When the second and third graders saw this, Zioing subconsciously screamed, turned around and ran away, but unfortunately, several of the eaglets were so frightened that they froze in place, and then were bitten by the werewolf's neck and thrown away. Regarding this cruel scene, Shane had no expression on his face. Instead, he turned sideways and began to introduce to the first-year Zioing. Euseithes is a werewolf, sometimes called a werewolf, a human who can transform into a wolf when the full moon rises, caused by lycanthropy infection. Lycanism is a magical disease. Current research shows that this disease can be spread among people through contact with saliva and blood. Therefore, when a deformed werewolf bites someone, the person bitten will also become a werewolf. At this time, Shane made a stroke with one hand, and a standing werewolf appeared next to him, startling the first-year eagle standing in front of him. Because lycanthropy is very easy to spread, there are not a few werewolves in the magic world today. Their normal appearance is no different from ordinary humans. But lycanthropy is more serious, and they will appear like this even in their normal state. Several characteristics at this time. The standing werewolf gradually changed into a human form. The human form of a werewolf will retain the characteristics of the wolf to a certain extent, such as wolf hair growing on certain parts of the body, canine teeth in the mouth hand liking to eat bloody meat. At the same time, because of their low social status, the werewolf group is generally poor, so their clothes are usually ragged, although they also want to live like normal people. Shane pointed at the face masks and clothes of the transformed werewolf around him and said, "There are many ways to defeat a werewolf. The legendary method of using silver weapons cannot kill a werewolf, but applying a mixture of silver powder and white blood to the werewolf's bite can cause it to seal and save the victim." Died of excessive bleeding. Werewolves are not as resistant to magic as many magical animals. They are only slightly stronger than humans, so in many cases it only takes 1 or 2 magic spells to knock them down. But werewolves move extremely fast and are very flexible, and they all appear in the nights. So how to hit the werewolves is the key. I think your seniors have set a good example for you in this situation. While Shane was giving a lecture in the distant jungle, several more eaglets were bitten on the hands or legs by werewolves and were thrown away. However, some of the stronger ones have come to their senses and started to take out their wands to fight back. But unfortunately, none of their spells hit. And just when the second and third grade eaglets were desperately trying to escape, a dozen little creatures that looked like goblins suddenly stood in front of them. So after talking about werewolves, I will talk about another dark creature that is very similar to werewolves. The Red Hat. A short figure with a blood-red hat appeared next to Shane again. In this way, under the immersive squeeze teaching, 2 hours passed quickly at 9 o'clock in the evening. In Ravenclaw's common room, all the young eagles in the 3rd grade and above were notified that they were going to take the defense against the dark arts class. And they were all waiting here at this moment. The extra new mirror in the lounge suddenly rippled, and the little eagles who had been in class came out one after another. "What's wrong with you?" Pinello asked cautiously, but no one responded. I saw that these little eagles in front of me seemed to have souls out of their bodies, like soulless walking corpses, using their body's instinct and subconscious to walk. Everyone who is in 3rd grade or above, come in. Before the senior Zioing could figure out what was going on with his juniors, Shane stuck his head out from the mirror and shouted outside. So with great anxiety, the senior eaglets put down their books one after another and slowly walked into the mirror. The next day, Hogwarts Great Hall. The young wizards around suddenly saw a scene like this. The people in Ravenclaw Academy were pale and listless, as if they had been drained dry. Many people were wondering what they had encountered, but no one answered. This reminded many little wizards of the grand occasion during Halloween last year, when half the school was knocked unconscious. But just when everyone was surprised by the strange behavior of the little eagles, another thing immediately diverted their attention. At this time, Harry and Ronald had just finished their meal and were about to leave the auditorium. But as soon as they walked out of the door, they saw many people suddenly gathered not far from the corridor, raising their heads and not knowing what they were looking at. So both of them walked over curiously. Harry asked a familiar figure in the crowd, Neville. What happened? Neville said nothing, but raised his hand and pointed in a direction in front of him. Harry and Ronald looked in the direction of their fingers and saw that at some point, a text announcement made of light and shadow suddenly appeared on the wall of the corridor, which read, "To all my dear classmates at Hogwarts. Hello, I'm Shane Dolea. Partner is not just an ordinary noun. It represents a beautiful feeling and a kind of trust that can be given unconditionally. In the long and short life, people rely on each other. No matter the pain or sadness, there will always be someone by your side. You are never alone. Count the stars shining in the sky, which represent the light of hope for the future. Feel the breeze blowing by. It is the vein that guides us to yearn for beauty. Let us follow the beat of the fairy song and move forward bravely. We solemnly declare that the Hogwarts Fairy Tale Guild has been officially established. Guild leader Shane Dolea. Vice Presidents Cedric Diggory, Hermione Granger. Guild rules: 1. The guild prohibits all malicious fights. 2. From the moment we join the guild and wear the fairy tale badge, we are family to each other. 3. Please always remember that the devil in your hand will eventually point to the enemy. 4. Please firmly believe that even if the paths are different, you must never underestimate the lives of yourself and your companions. And never forget the bonds established between your companions throughout your life. 5. All conflicts within the guild are not conflicts, but are manifestations of friendship. 6. All conflicts within the guild can be resolved in any way without violating the second rule. 7. No matter how they quarrel, no matter what happens, fairy tale partners need each other and respond to each other. 8. Please rely on fairy tale. 9. Never do anything detrimental to fairy tale. Good Zhao Zhao, otherwise you will be the enemy of the entire guild. 10. The most powerful force in the world is bonds. Guild member selection time, September 6, Saturday. Location: Hogwarts Atrium Lawn. Volunteers are welcome to join Fairy Tale and officially become guild members who can practice powerful magic. At that time, President Shane Dolea will personally preside over the selection event. Signed, Shane Dolea, Fairy Tale Guild Badge. Everyone looked at this long announcement and started talking about it. But secretly, many people were already eager to give it a try. No joke, since Shane entered Hogwarts, the various miraculous magics he has publicly displayed are really fascinating. For exemplifying Magiclone Magisillusion magic. Science magic, referring to agricultural tools that automatically manage vegetable gardens, etc. Coupled with the matter of obtaining the Ravenclaw inheritance. Many people have actually wanted to ask Shane for magic advice for a long time. But Shane is often elusive, and many people are too embarrassed to ask, so now that there is an opportunity to learn Shane's extraordinary magic, the little wizard's minds are naturally very active. However, at this moment, although many people really want to join Fairy Tale after seeing the recruitment announcement, there are still many people who don't quite understand what this guild does. In the past, they had only heard of clubs formed by professors in schools, but they had never heard of an organization like a guild. Moreover, this announcement was written in a strange way. Apart from saying that you can learn powerful magic, the rest of the content seemed to have no useful information at all. And it was also a bit confusing. But Shane said there was nothing he could do about it. His writing skills are limited, so he can only rack his brains to write something relatively middle of the road. Otherwise, the entire announcement will appear very bland and not high-level enough. However, compared to the puzzled little wizards around them, Harry and Ronald knew some of the inside story. Come to think of it, we have been helping in the Room of Requirement for so long, and we still don't know what this guild does. Ronald said with a bit of resentment. Then are you going to participate? Harry turned around and asked. Of course I want to participate. You don't know how luxurious that place is, Ronald replied. Although I was punished for violating the school rules, I still have a share of the credit. I also want to enjoy it. That's right, Harry nodded in agreement. And just when the little wizards were having a heated discussion about fairy tale, Cedric, who was far away on the Quidditch pitch, suddenly received a message from an owl of light and shadow, asking him to immediately go to the room of requirement opposite the tapestry of Barnabas on the 8th floor, where the troll was beating the fool. Looking at the letter in his hand, Cedric was very surprised why it happened so suddenly. So he rushed to the place mentioned in the letter without stopping. As soon as he arrived in front of the tapestry on the 8th floor, he saw Hermione already waiting at the door. Are you Cedric Diggory? Hermione asked with a smile. Yes, it's me, Cedric nodded. My name is Hermione Granger, just call me Hermione. Hermione introduced herself first, then turned and opened the door to the room of requirement. Come with me, Shane is waiting for us inside. After saying that, he walked into the gate. Cedric followed behind, and at the same time he was very confused. He wondered if there was a door before here. After 3 years at Hogwarts, although he went up to the 8th floor less frequently, he still knew that it was just a wall, so with doubts, Cedric slowly walked into the door, and an extremely beautiful scenery came into his eyes instantly, which stunned him. After a whole summer of construction and renovation, the Fairy Tale Guild Station has been 100% completed, and all facilities have been installed. As soon as you enter the door, the first thing you see is a huge square. There is a marble fountain in the middle of the square. The fountain's pool contains some common fish caught in the Black Lake. Most of the square is covered with green lawns, separated by gray-white stone brick roads at the same time. There are many magical animals that Shane captured from the Forbidden Forest, such as velvet pig monsters, fairies, and so on. Looking up, the original high ceiling was cast with the same magic as the ceiling of the auditorium, but it was more perfect and beautiful. The ceiling of the station can be changed according to the actual alternation of day and night, and you can even enjoy the Milky Way starry sky at night. Of course, if you want dark clouds, rain, thunder, and lightning, you can, but Shane is really not good at it. People will become depressed if they live in a dark place. This is where our guild is based. Hermione looked at Cedric's shocked expression without any surprise, and began to introduce the basic situation of the station. The big 3-story wooden house in the distance is called the Goblin House. The smaller house next door is the kitchen. They are places where guild members rest, communicate, and hold meetings. The first floor of Fairy Residence is the leisure area. The second floor is Shane's office and conference room. And the third floor is the room where members used to rest. As he walked, he came to the fairy's residence. Hermione pointed to the 2 houses in the distance and continued. The round building is the library, and the red square house behind it is the material storage area. Shane has put almost all the books he can find in the library. According to incomplete statistics, there are more than 11. 0 books in total, in addition to these. Hermione continued to give Cedric a brief introduction to other areas of the guild's residence. To the right of the Goblin's residence are the gym and the medical room. The gym has all the fitness equipment you need, such as treadmills, dumbbells, as the name suggests. The medical room is a place for treatment, but it also has the function of researching potions and herbal medicines. Behind the Goblin's residence is the study area, which is a huge square with a small house built on the side of the square. This place is mainly used for practicing magic or experimenting with alchemy props, etc. The last thing left is the actual combat area, which is a large arena where the guild resolves its internal conflicts. And just when Hermione was introducing the basic structure of the guild station to Cedric, Shane also walked out of the Goblin Bureau. He looked at Cedric, who was still in shockwaved, and said, "Now that you're here, don't be stunned, come in quickly." On the first floor of Goblin House, Hermione and Cedric were sitting on a brand new sofa. Shane made 2 cups of sweet hot milk tea for the 2 of them, then looked at the man who still had not recovered and asked, "Cedric, How is the guild, Otilda, to be honest? I don't think I deserve to drink tea in this place. Cedric blinked and responded a little dull edge, haha. I spent a lot of effort to build the entire guild station. If I can't even shock you to this extent, then I have to overthrow and rebuild. Shane's face was full of pride at this time. Then he took a sip of milk tea happily, put down the teacup in his hand, and started talking about business. Hermione, Cedric, you are the first guild members of Fairy Tale, so I have decided that you will temporarily take over the duties of vice president. Wait a minute, presidents. Shane just said one thing and was interrupted by Cedric. And for some reason, he instantly entered the role and even changed his name for Chang'an. Can I ask what is the purpose of our guild? Well, the name Fairy Tale originally meant endless adventures. Shane said slowly, and a trace of memories began to appear in his pupils unconsciously. It's just that I want to after thinking about it. This meaning seems inappropriate here. Actually, you don't know, right? 95% of all the new reform measures introduced by Hogwarts starting from this semester were proposed by me. It turns out that the culprit is you, the president. Cedric said in shock. If this news gets out, the students in the school will not be able to chop you up. Then they have to be able to beat me, Shane shrugged. Saying it didn't matter and continued actually. The purpose of setting up Fairy Tale is mainly to reform Hogwarts. Completely overthrow the current idea of pureblood glory in the magical world. But here are some specific things, Evan, if I tell you now. You may not be able to understand them, so after the guild is on the right track, you can slowly experience it, President. Why do I have a feeling now that you look more and more like the Dark Lord? Cedric suddenly revealed a strange look in his eyes and complained. Why did I do that thing? I thought it was glamorous. Shane rolled his eyes and then changed the subject. By the way, how are you doing with your magic circle now? Show it to me. After saying that, Hermione and Cedric took out their wands naturally, and then continued to remind, don't use wands, why? Hermione looked confused. You just rely too much on the wand, which is why your body has never been able to fully remember the depiction of the magic array. Shane knocked Hermione on the head. You too. Give the water-type basic magic array a try. Then he pushed the 2 empty cups out. Seeing this, the two had no choice but to put down their wands, and then began to use the feeling of practicing magic circles to release magic. After a while, both glasses were filled with water, and a lot of water drops were sprinkled on the table. Hermione took 41 seconds, Cedric took 27 seconds. It takes twice as long. Shane sighed and put away his pocket watch. I'll give you two a task. Compress this time to 2 seconds within a month. There is a magic gathering array in the study area at the back. The magic power there is rich, which can speed up your practice. Magic. President, what is magic? Cedric raised his hand. Oh, by the way, I haven't told you this concept yet. Shane patted his head. In fact, during the summer vacation, when Shane was teaching Hermione, he accidentally discovered that Hermione was unable to sense magic. And then a problem that he had ignored suddenly surfaced. That is the wizard in the world of Harry Potter. And there is no concept of the term magic. It may be that the purity of magic power is too high for people like Hermione who have grown up in this plain world. The original magic power of this world is like air and water, and has naturally integrated with human life. Therefore, the natives in the world of Harry Potter do not feel any special difference in the original magic power with their bodies. So it is difficult to perceive it unless the amount is huge enough. As for magic, let Hermione talk to you later, Shane said. There is one more important thing to do now, that is, I want to ask, what color do you two like? Color. Both Hermione and Cedric had a question mark over their heads. What kind of important question was this? But although neither of them quite understood what Shane wanted to do, they quickly answered, I like blue, He-Min said. I prefer green, said Cedric. Okay. Shane took out his wand. Where do you want to engrave the guild seal on your body? Cedric, you come first. Cedric's face became even more confused, but he still subconsciously pointed to his left upper arm. Then I saw Shane step forward, lightly swiping the wand on his arm, and Cedric's sleeve instantly opened a big gash. Then the wand touched the exposed skin again, and a green fairy wing appeared. The badge appeared on his arm. This badge has the ability to protect you at critical moments. No matter where you go, Fairy Tale will protect you. Shane repaired the damaged sleeve and said, "Then Hermione, where do you want to carve it?" Then he turned to look at the little witch. But when Hermione saw Thish covered her arms, took a few steps back and hid behind the sofa, and shouted with a face full of rejection, "I don't want it. If my father knows that I have a tattoo on my body, he will definitely scold me to death." Immediately afterwards wanted to escape out the door, but was immediately carried back by Shane like a kitten. While Shane used the levitation curse Wingardium Leviosa to restrain the kitten who was about to escape. He said to Cedric next to him, "Cedric, you can move freely first, and I will do some ideological work for this girl first." The latter nodded when he heard the sound, and then immediately walked out of the Goblin residence and walked towards the so-called study area. "Ah, Shane, you're so weak, put me down quickly. I don't want a tattoo," Hermione shouted while struggling in midair. Shane, on the other hand, looked at her with dead eyes and began to reassure her, "I told you this is not a tattoo. It is just a symbolic symbol of Fairy Tale." But after hearing this explanation, Hermione immediately gave Shane a vicious look and said angrily, "Then let me ask you, is this printed on the skin?" Shane nodded naturally, "Yeah." "Does that mean painting on the skin, that's it? Is it difficult to remove once it's stamped?" "No one can go to this except me." "Then you still say this is not a tattoo?" Hermione got up on her hands and knees in midair and started to act unreasonably. Seeing this, Shane sighed helplessly, rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. "Forget it. It's better to get hard faster. I won't go into details if I don't understand clearly. The matter of guild seals has no business district, because this is the biggest button that strengthens members' identification with the guild. Are you ready or not?" Shane reached out and pinched Hermione's little face. "Not yet," Hermione replied firmly, determined to die. "If you don't, I'll tell Mr. Granger what happened to you at the end of last semester." Hermione felt aggrieved and finally gave in. She was really afraid that Shane would tell her family about her self-righteous attempt to die last semester, and her parents would definitely expel her from Hogwarts for safety reasons. "Where is it?" Shane picked up the wand again and said, "Put me down first." Hermione stared at her legs in the air before Shane lowered her down. But just after Hermione stood firm on the ground, she suddenly grabbed Shane's hand and wanted to bite it, but was immediately held down by a hand. "I still want to do this." Shane pressed the little witch's head with one hand and said jokingly, "Tell Muir, do you want to carve it? If you don't tell me, I will choose it for you. Don't scold me then, I'm acting like a hooligan." Hermione's face turned red upon hearing this, and she hesitated for a moment before reluctantly pointing to her left upper arm. "Wouldn't it be better if this was the case earlier?" As Shane spoke, he stepped forward and opened Hermione's sleeves, revealing the snow-white skin underneath. Hermione's face suddenly became even redder. "All right." After engraving the Blue Guild emblem and repairing the sleeves, Shane put away the wand. But at this time, Hermione was still angry. She looked at Shane's face, took advantage of him and kicked the latter's calf hard, and then ran out of the goblin's house. "Isn't this girl just carving a badge? She's going to die or live." Shane looked at Hermione's disappearing back and shook his head. At the same time, Chang'en's recruitment announcement also spread throughout Hogwarts in a short period of time. Many people are discussing what the conditions for selection will be at that time, and some people have even thought about what magic they will learn after joining the guild. And at night, this matter also spread to the Ministry of Magic and many pureblood wizard families. Fudge, who was at the Ministry of Magic, was very uneasy when he received the news. Because of the lessons learned from Voldemort's Valpurgis Nights, the Ministry of Magic is very wary of student organizations, especially those formed by students with excellent academic performance and great appeal. for fear that the next Voldemort will be born. Not to mention the pureblood wizard family. They had already formed a quarrel with Shane last semester, and they immediately gritted their teeth when they received the news. They had thought of many ways to deal with Shane before, but they still couldn't find Shane's weakness. The young members of his family who were studying at Hogwarts lacked abilities and had limited strength. In addition, Hogwarts was not the domain of pureblood forces, so it was impossible to launch any form of assassination against Shane. Outside the school, they were unable to find Shane's family and friends, and some people did not dare to move at all because of the great influence. Some time ago, the Quibbler published a new 10-page comic strip. They thought they saw an opportunity and immediately sent people to Lovegood's house. But all the people they had not planned to send disappeared without exception. All these kinds of things reveal a kind of shocking weirdness everywhere. So in the end, after much thought, these pureblood families could only find Hogwarts as the only way to deal with Shane. But the problem comes again. If the members of my own family can't do it, then adults like them can't rush into the school to deal with Shane. Right then, Dumbledore didn't just kick them out. Ever since, it was on the third day after the recruitment announcement was issued. At this time, in the Slytherin common room in the basement of Hogwarts, many little snakes have received letters from their families, demanding that they enter the Fairy Tale Guild as undercover agents at all costs to obtain information about Shane Dolea. Of course, Draco Malfoy also received a letter from his father. But when he looked at the content of the letters, there was no trace of excitement on his face, but an unusually complicated mood. 0. Please give me flowers, to be honest. He had reservations about the task assigned to him at home. He is a dandy, but he is not a fool. Although I don't know the specific strength of Shane, he killed a giant monster on Halloween last year, fought with a snake and hawk on equal footing with a magic spell, and later obtained the inheritance of Ravenclaw. Judging from these 3 incidents alone, not only himself, but who in the entire Hogwarts doesn't think Shane Dolea is the strongest person in the school besides the professor? Even if the entire Slytherins were stacked together, they probably wouldn't be Shane's match, so because of this, Slytherin is now much more restrained when facing Ravenclaw. And he no longer has the attitude of the past where he would look at people with his nose while walking on the road. At the same time, Draco also felt that the so-called undercover mission in front of him was a bit too overwhelming for a second-year snake. However, in the end, he did not dare to choose to disobey his father's order. He could only tell his father secretly in his heart that he would try his best to complete the task. But if he couldn't do either, couldn't be blamed. He couldn't just use his surname as Malfoy to force himself into the guild if others didn't accept him. 0. And if that were the case, he felt that Dolea would definitely nail him to the wall. Compared to the Slytherin side, the Ministry of Magic is also unable to sit still. Cornelius Fudge personally came to Hogwarts to find Dumbledore, with the purpose of asking about the Fairy Tale Guild. Albus, what is this fairy tale used for, Cornely? Fairy Tale is just a student organization. You don't need to be so nervous at all. Dumbledore said calmly. You also know that Hogwarts has undergone some major reforms this year. But it also has consequences. There are some contradictions. There are many things among students that we professors cannot interfere with. So naturally, a student organization is needed to balance these contradictions in the reform. But is it really that simple? Fudge looked doubtful. Forget about the others. Shane Dolea has the title of Ravenclaw successor on his head. And you know how heavy this weight is, and no offense to me. Many people say that Slytherin purges dark wizards. But in fact, the largest number of people in Azkaban are the people from Ravenclaw. Can you guarantee that he really doesn't have the same thoughts as the Dark Lord? In that case, Connolly, how do you think we should handle this matter? Dumbledore directly threw the question back by doing Tai Kai. You must know that nothing Mr. Dolea did was against the rules. Even the application was formally submitted to me. Wouldn't it be better to just find some reasons to ban the establishment of this guild? Connolly responded with a self-righteous spread of his hands. What if Dolea secretly established fairy tale without telling us? Just like the Dark Lord did. He is fully capable of such abilities. Dumbledore said lightly, "Do you think a person standing in the sun is dangerous? Or do you hide our people in the shadows safe?" Fudge was speechless for a moment. He pouted and pondered for a while before he said helplessly, "Okay. But I have a request. This so-called fairy tale must register with the Ministry of Magic in detail to clarify the nature and functions of the guild. And its guild members must also register with the Ministry of Magic. I will convey this request to Mr. Dolea." After lingering for several more minutes, the pestering Minister of Magic gradually left. Dumbledore looked at Fudge's disappearing back, suddenly waved his hand, used the same light and shadow magic as Shane, transformed into an owl and flew out at this time. Somewhere in Hogwarts, Shane soon received a letter from Dumbledore. After he read the content above, he immediately curled his lips mockingly. The Ministry of Magic is like a slants council. It thinks it is a powerful organization and wants to get involved in everything. And it is not afraid of having its hands chopped off. The letter also said that Fudge wanted to have a casual relationship with him in person. But he could guess with just his toes what our dear Minister of Magic wanted to do. It's nothing more than promising various benefits, drawing up big P-making conditions, and then letting Shane and Fairy Tale serve the Ministry of Magic. And finally, indirectly extending the Black Hand into Hogwarts. After all, many people know that Hogwarts is independent of the Ministry of Magic's regulatory system. But this behemoth that connects all levels of the British magical world has always been outside the control of 953. This is an absolutely intolerable thing for both the people and institutions in charge of power. Therefore, when he thought that the Ministry of Magic or Fudge would probably not give up on the guild's affairs, Shane immediately separated a missing person and asked him to go to the Ministry of Magic immediately to deal with this small matter. In fact, you only need to cast a magic that forcibly changes your mind. And it doesn't take much effort, what's more. If it doesn't work out in the end, he is fully capable of replacing the Minister of Magic. And the above is just a small episode before the establishment of Fairy Tale. Time quickly came to Saturday, and it was time for the Fairy Tale Guild member selection day. At 9 o'clock in the mornings, almost all the little wizards in Hogwarts came to the atrium lawn. Some eager to try it out and some just joining in the fun. Of course, only a few join in the fun at this time. The lawn in the atrium was crowded, and it was estimated that at least 80% of the students in the entire Hogwarts came to participate in the selection of Fairy Tale members. Around the selection team, there are at least 10 Shans who are maintaining order. According to the previous work arrangement, Hermione was responsible for registering information for those who participated in the selection, while Cedric was responsible for guiding the registered people to participate in the first round of selection. At the information registration desk, Shane quietly walked up behind Hermione, looked at the registration status and then asked, "How many people are there now?" "I don't know. And no matter you are the main body or the clones. Don't bother me now." Hermione was irritated now. Because there were so many people participating in the selection, even with the help of Shane's missing body, she was still a little overwhelmed. In addition, she was forcibly engraved with the guild seal before, and she is still angry about this matter. But faced with Hermione's little temper, Shane didn't want to spoil her except for the old man. No one in the guild had ever dared to treat him like this before. What's more, he is still the president of the guild. If he can't subdue a little girl, where is the majesty of the president ever since? In the shocked eyes of everyone, Jean once again separated into a missing person. After letting him take over Hermione's work, he picked up Hermione like a kitten. "Tilda Shane, what are you doing? Let me go." Hermione's face turned red instantly. With so many people watching around her, she felt unbearably shy for a moment. But because she couldn't borrow any strength in midair, she could only let Shane drag her towards the corridor. In a corridor in the atrium of Hogwarts, Shane put Hermione down then pretended to be fierce. stretched out his hands and pinched the latter's cheeks. You try to be cruel to me again. Let go, Hermione struggled angrily. Hold on. Shane continued to squeeze and moved his head forward, so that the tip of his nose was only a palm away from Hermione's face. Are you still angry? Feeling the warm breath hitting her face and looking around again, Hermione's face suddenly turned as red as a dry-heated copper kettle, because she had discovered that many people were looking at her curiously. She felt panicked in her heart. Let go, I won't make trouble anymore, Hermione said anxiously, grabbing the two wrists in front of her. Shane felt relieved when he saw the cute little witch in front of him with smoke coming out of his head. He thought he had bullied her enough, so he let go with satisfaction. But after Hermione was let go, she looked at Shane's smiling and proud look, and was immediately out of breath, with a blush remaining on her face. She pushed the latter's chest hard, and then ran away angrily. Then the selection activities continued. In fact, there were only 2 casting challenges set by Shane. The content of the first challenge is to test the young wizard's ability to perceive magic. Shane has set up a magic gathering array on a lawn in the atrium. The process of the challenge is to let the little wizard enter the array to sense the magic, and then condense a visible magic particle within half an hour. And then he will be eligible to enter a challenge. However, this first hurdle has already dissuaded many people, because no one knew what the concept of magic was. When Cedric explained the rules of the challenge, all the little wizards looked confused and entered the magic gathering circle to challenge. The result was that half an hour later, only 2 of the first batch of 30 people passed, and the elimination rate reached an astonishing 97%. The second selection challenge is a fantasy magic that extremely tests human nature. The challenger needs to enter an isolated island in the sea with an area of 25 square meters. All memories about magic will be cleared, and at the same time maintain an extreme survival for 7 days with an ordinary friend in reality, a fictional fantasy. But the food on the island and fresh water can only sustain 2 people for 4 days at most. The main purpose of this challenge is to test the character of the challenger. And just when the entire guild selection event was going smoothly, Hermione naturally encountered 2 familiar little lions at the information registration office. Harry's Ronald. Are you also coming to participate in the selection? Harry scratched his head a little embarrassedly, just trying to come over and participate. It's not just the 2 of us, Fred and George are here too. Ronald pointed to a pair of red-haired twins not far behind him, who were gearing up and getting ready excitedly. We also had a share in the construction and renovation of that room. Credit no matter what. We have to try to see if we can enter Fairy Tale. Since you're here, let's register your personal information. Hermione nodded, and then handed over the registration form in duplicate. Harry and Ronald picked up the registration form and looked at it. Apart from the 4 options of name, gender, age, and specialty, there was nothing else. After a while, Hermione quickly put away the 2 registration forms, then pointed in the direction of Cedric and said, "You follow the team to the square over there. There will be someone there to guide you on what to do. I wish you a smooth pass, thanks." After saying that, Harry and Ronald walked quickly in the tight direction. Time passed slowly, and the first round of the challenge of the Magic Gathering Circle lasted until 1:30 in the afternoon. According to statistics, a total of 617 people participated in this selection event throughout Hogwarts, and a total of 63 people have temporarily passed the first round. At this time, after a brief rest, these 63 people have collectively entered the second round of the Fantasy Challenge. Everyone in? Shane walked to Cedric and asked. Looking at the Dark 10 entrance, everyone went in and the process went smoothly. 1-0. Cedric fiddled with the registration form in his hand, and then asked with a strange expression, "President, is this challenge you said a bit too cruel?" He had experienced the second round of the illusion test in front of him yesterday, and to be honest, it felt really uncomfortable. "Don't worry, I'm measured." Shane patted Cedric on the shoulder. "If you are an adult, almost no one can complete this challenge. But these little wizards who are inexperienced in the world are relatively simple-minded. So I am confident that some of them can pass the test. While speaking, a familiar name suddenly came into view. And then Shane said in surprise, "Luna, is she here too?" "Luna, are you talking about Luna Lovegood?" Cedric looked at the name on the registration form. "I remember her, she was a very special girl. She was the one who inherited Ravenclaw's crown." "Yes, she's a natural Ravenclaw," Shane nodded. While chatting about Luna, Shane also curiously picked up the registration list for the second round of challenges and looked at it. It has to be said that most of these 63 people have surnames that are familiar to the magic world. Many of those who can pass the first round of magic perception are people born in traditional wizard families. This has to be said that the pure blood theory is reasonable to a certain extent. However, there is only one point at this moment. In the illusion of the second round of selection challenges, the little wizards are constantly experiencing the test of human nature. When each of them enters the illusion, under the influence of magic, they subconsciously believe that the illusion they are in is real. Among these 63 people, in order to better see the character of those being challenged, Shane gave certain special care to individual groups of people. That is, the survival partners assigned to them are not so-called friends, but people with whom they have extremely bad relationships in reality. For example, your young master Draco Malfoy. The life partner assigned to him in the island fantasy at this time is not one of his followers. Nor is it Pansy Parkinson, who has always secretly admired him, but his nemesis Harry Potter. In contrast, Harry's companion was not Ronald but Draco. No more than 2 hours have passed in reality, but the people in the illusion have spent 5 days. And all food and fresh water have bottomed out at this time. In Harry's fantasy was feebly calling Draco, who had fainted on the beach, Malfoy. He has experienced a lot in the past 5 days. Disgust, loneliness, fear, anxiety, confusion, etc. There are different emotions growing in the heart every day, making people feel like their days are like years. On the first day, he saw that the person he lived and died with turned out to be one of the people he usually hated the most. He felt disgusted and felt that God had made a big joke on him. In the beginnings, he had a few fights with the annoying Malfoy in front of him in order to compete for food and fresh water. But they quickly broke off because they didn't get any advantage. In the end, the two of them shared the supplies equally. The next day, 25 Malfoy were acquainted with each other, but they never interacted with each other and ate their own food. On the third day, the clouds of loneliness and other negative emotions gradually hung over his head. Harry couldn't help but start to rely on his only partner to vent the negative emotions in his heart. On the fourth day, food and fresh water were scarce. The desire for survival coupled with the fear of death began to erode Harry's sanity. He wanted to snatch the remaining food and water from Draco's hands. But after struggling many times in his heart, he didn't choose to do it that way. On the fifth day, food and fresh water were exhausted, and physical hunger and thirst further eroded people's will. Harry saw Draco fainted and slowly walked to his side. After calling a few times, he found half a piece of bread and the last few mouthfuls of fresh water on Malfoy, which could barely support a person to survive for a day. Harry looked at the pitiful supplies in his hand, and then at Malfoy, who was lying on the ground and had fainted. The dilemma of whether to save others or survive himself was once again placed in front of him. So after who knows how long, Harry finally chose to divide the remaining supplies into 3 parts again. 2 of them were fed to Draco, and he ate the remaining one himself. At the same time, outside the fantasy world, while Harry and others were constantly going through life choices, in the tent that had been enchanted by the illusion, not only Shane, Hermione, and Cedric were watching and evaluating the performance of the 63 young wizards, but also several deans. Of course, I am standing here. Dumbledore was concerned about Harry's performance. At this time, he was looking at one of the 63 crystal balls. He felt very satisfied with Harry's choice in the illusion, because the former showed the qualities of disregarding past resentment and calmness. However, Professor McGonagall expressed some concern when looking at this extremely challenging challenge to human nature. She walked up to Dumbledore and asked with an uneasy look on her face, "Albus, isn't this testing method a bit too much? They are still just children." "Minerva, I don't think you need to worry too much. It's precisely because they are children that they can withstand such a test," Dumbledore said lightly. "They are not saturated with the colors of the world like us. They are simpler than us old guys much more, I think Mr. Dolea set up such a test just because he took this into consideration." At this moment Shane, who heard the conversation between the two professors not far away, suddenly said, "Professor McGonagall, a person's nature is not determined by his own abilities, but by the choices he makes when facing desperate situations. As you just said, these 63 people are just children who are not deeply involved in the world. But because of this, they lack absolute rationality to make the so-called correct choice. The lack of rationality must be replaced by their nature. The purpose of setting up this illusion is to allow us to better see the good and bad nature of each of them, so that they will not embark on an irreversible path after learning powerful magic." "Oh, Mr. Dolea, your words are really inspiring," Professor Flitwick exclaimed. "Just a little insight into life." At the same time, on the other side, after Snape entered the tent, the first thing he did was go to the crystal ball in front of Harry and look at it for a while. And then he went to see the situation of the Slytherin students. But after looking around, to be honest, he was very dissatisfied with the performance of his students. The characteristics of Slytherin College are shrewdness, tact, ambition, self-preservation, and scrupulous means, strong will, talent, friendship, and power. But what did he just see? Facing the dilemma of survival on an isolated island, in addition to protecting himself wisely, he only saw 4 words: hysteria. Obviously, the partners we live with are our friends. So why can't we choose to share weal and woe? However, not all little snakes are so selfish and pretentious. Snape saw a student who had the hope of passing the fantasy test, and that was his friend's son, Draco Malfoy. In the fantasy world, when Draco woke up on the first day, he saw that the person lying next to him was Harry Potter, and his mood was similar to Harry's. However, compared to Harry, the young master's behavior on the isolated island was more arrogant. On the first day, it was the same as Harry's place, including field frames and platform supplies. The next day, I couldn't stand the loneliness, and while eating and drinking, I started to show off my glorious history to Harry crazily. But I don't know how much of these deeds were bragging and how much was true. The third day was no different from the second day, except that the supplies were almost exhausted. On the fourth day, the supplies were emptied, and Draco was starving and proudly did not ask Harry for water or food. On the fifth day, the man fainted, and Harry gave him some supplies. He didn't dare to waste food as he did before. On the sixth day, it was Harry's turn to faint. The first thing Draco thought when he saw this was, "If this damn Potter dish will die, it's none of my business." But when night falls, the island is quiet except for the sound of waves. Draco finally couldn't bear the endless feeling of loneliness and slowly crawled to Harry's side. After a fierce struggle in his mind, he finally tasted a mouthful of food and water, and fed the rest to Harry. At the same time, he said in a panic, "Potter, don't die. If you die, I will be alone. What should I do here?" His eyes couldn't help but shed tears at this time. En, who was watching this scene from outside, smiled slightly, and then said to Hermione on the side, "He passed." Hermione clicked her nose at the sound, and reluctantly put a red mark on the name Draco Malfoy on the list. When Snape heard that Draco had passed the test, Snape's lips slightly raised but instantly returned to his original cold expression. As time goes by, the last round of fantasy testing is coming to an end. At this time, Dumbledore glanced at Shane meaningfully and said, "I think we should leave. We may disturb Mr. Dolea's next business here." After saying that, he took several deans and left the tent. After a while, the 63 young wizards who participated in the illusion test gradually began to wake up. Cedric followed the procedure and took them to the lawn outside the tent. Immediately afterwards, Shane began to announce the official membership list of Fairy Tale. Except for him as the president, there are a total of 16 young wizards among them. There are 7 from Gryffindors: Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley; Hermione Granger, female, Fred Weasley, George Weasley; Neville Longbottom and Ginny Weasley, female; Hufflepuff 4, Cedric Diggory, Justin Finlay; Zoe Matthews, female, Sonia de Oliveira, female; Ravenclaw 4, Suri Scalia, female, Zhang Qiu, female; Luna Lovegood, female, Penelo Cravat, female; Slytherin first, Draco Malfoy among the 16 people. Except Hermione and Cedric, all the others passed 2 rounds of selection. After the list was announced, among the 48 people who were not selected, some were crestfallen, some were as if nothing had happened, and some just jumped out of defense, but there is no way. All links are fair, and just if you fail, you can only say that you have not met the conditions. But at this moment, Shane looked at the list in front of him. Why are all the girls who passed Ravenclaw? Also, why are there so many Weasleys? Is this family so powerful? As the spectators slowly dispersed, the Fairy Tale Guild member selection event came to an end. Thena's the president. Shane also began to face the new partners and began his speech. Welcome everyone to join Fairy Tale. Being able to pass 2 rounds of tests shows that you have both the talent and character to become a magician. As the president of the guild, I have a few words to say to you here. Fairy Tale always values harmony between people. Human beings are originally weak creatures with uneasy emotions. In order to live strong, we support each other. And in order to prevent clumsy people from hitting more walls and taking long detours, we need guilds and partners, the presence. Please remember, support each otherly on each other. Trust each other, and keep moving forward on the path you believe in. This is the magician of Fairy Tale, then now. Shane snapped his fingers and everyone's eyes blurred. And they came to a place with beautiful scenery. In the garden in front of the fairy's residence, I saw a large round wooden table filled with various delicacies, and a mouth-watering aroma wafted in the air. In order to welcome the new members, the guild has prepared a sumptuous banquet for everyone. Please celebrate happily. As soon as he finished speaking, the Weasley twins rushed towards him like crazy. When I got to the table, I started to wolf down the food. In fact, they don't feel very hungry physically, but they have experienced the process of being hungry in the fantasy world. Anyway, they are very hungry psychologically now. On the other side, Hermione happily ran towards Harry and others, and congratulated Harry, Ronald, Neville, Ginny. Welcome to join Fairy Tale 27, thank you. Harry nodded happily, but at the same time, he also had mixed feelings and glanced at Draco, who was a little awkward not far away, not knowing what he was thinking. However, no one noticed anything strange on Harry's face. While Ronald was happy, he had a look of fear on his face. He recalled with some horror, to be honest. I thought I was really going to starve to death on that island. The feeling of wanting to stuff everything in your mouth is really scary. I swear I will never waste any food in the future, me too. Neville next to him agreed. In the end, I started drinking sea water. But I don't know why I became thirstier as I drank. It was simply torture. 11 even shivered after finishing speaking. Although they all passed the test, the feeling of enduring hunger and thirst made them deeply touched. Ginny, how are you feeling? Hermione looked at the youngest red-haired girl among them. I'm fine, Ginny smiled shyly, while glancing in Harry's direction from time to time, her face turning red unconsciously. Fairy Tale was officially established, and Shane prepared a sumptuous welcome banquet for the new members. At the same time, he also gave everyone a general class on the knowledge of magic arrays, and distributed the book Basic Principles of Magic Arrays and Characterization of Magic Arrays to everyone, asking them to submit the contents within 2 months. Things learned. But after the banquet, Shane left Draco alone as expected. President Duo, what's the matter? Draco asked nervously, he didn't know why. But he always felt an inexplicable sense of fear when facing this. "Why are you so nervous? I'm not a monster and I won't eat you." Shane said a little funny, then put his arm on the ladder's shoulder. "I left you alone because I just wanted to talk to you. I said when we come to fairy tale, everyone is family and friends. But I saw that you just took the food and sat alone at the banquet. What were you thinking about?" Draco was speechless for a moment. But after a moment of silence, he said, "I am the only one in Slytherin here. This has nothing to do with the academy." Shane replied with a smile. "Have I forgotten what I said before the banquet? Mutual support, mutual dependence, and mutual trust. And belonging to different academies does not affect your communication with other people." Draco fell silent again, not knowing how to face and deal with this embarrassing situation. But Shane smiled even deeper when he saw this, because the Draco in front of him reminded him of Gadgil and Juvia when they just joined the guild. When the two of them first left Ghost and joined Fairy Tale, many people didn't like them, but they later passed their performance and were recognized by everyone in the guild. So, in order to guide the little snake in front of him who had been misled by his family, Shane suddenly asked another question, "Draco, do you have any friends?" "Of course I do." Draco replied immediately, "Goyle and Crab. Are they both my friends, a follower or a friend?" Shane asked thoughtfully, "Perhaps you can ask this. Do you think they are interested in you as Draco or the surname Malfoy?" Hearing this question, Draco lowered his head silently. Speechless, "You are usually arrogant and domineering. But I can see that you are a smart person and your character is not bad. Otherwise, you would not be able to pass the final test of the illusion." Shane continued, "Take your time with some things and don't put yourself too high. So tall, no one is born noble. The death curse won't go around you just because your last name is Malfoy. And it won't definitely kill the target just because it's a muggle. So think about it. And remember, Fairy Tale is always one big family." After saying that, Shane patted Draco on the shoulder, stood up and prepared to leave. However, at the next moment, Draco called him back. "President, my family." Draco stood up with a hesitant expression on his face. Shane smiled immediately when he saw his appearance, and immediately comforted him. "Don't pay too much attention to the tasks given to you at home. Do what you think is right." Looking at Shane, who disappeared in an instant, Draco fell silent again after a while. He slowly came to his senses and began to murmur, "So the president has known about it for a long time. Dad, it's not that I don't want to complete the task you gave me. It's because the president is a freak." Time passed slowly and a month passed quickly. In this month since the establishment of Fairy Tale, this so-called guild seemed to have suddenly disappeared in Hogwarts, and there was very little news about them in the school. The reason why this happened was entirely because the new wizards who joined the guild were being forced to study in seclusion at the request of Shane, in order to urge new guild members to lay a solid foundation for practicing magic circles as soon as possible. Shane has forced everyone to go to the guild every day after class in the afternoon for intensive learning and special training in magic circles. And dinner will be directly taken care of by the guild. At night, Harry, Ronald, Neville, Ginny and others had just come out of the room of requirement, all looking tired. "Oh my God, when will this end?" Ronald complained with a look of despair. "I have to go to class during the day and come to the guild at night. I feel like all I have to do is eat and sleep every day. Let's study next, don't forget. We haven't even finished copying the school rules that Professor McGonagall gave us 10 times. Harry also added fuel to the fire with his eyes blank. "Actually, I feel pretty good," Neville said next to him. He didn't look very tired. It was just that he was a little out of sorts after a night of studying. "In the past, I didn't know what to do with the extra time after taking classes. Even if each class is now increased to 45 minutes. The maximum of classes in a day is only 3 hours. So I think it's pretty good to use the remaining time to do homework and study." What? Harry and Ronald looked at the classmate in front of them, who was among the best in their grade in both herbal medicine and potions theory, and immediately didn't want to talk to him, however. just as the four little lions were preparing to return to their college to rest. A very strange sound suddenly reached Harry's ears. "Blood, I smell blood. Let me tear you apart, let me K you deep, kill, kill." Kill, listening to this creepy, mysterious whisper. Harry's expression suddenly changed, and he subconsciously began to ask, "What's the sound?" He looked around nervously but didn't see anything, and the source of the sound seemed to be in the wall. So he quickly put his ear against the wall and listened carefully. But at this time, Ronald and others who didn't hear the sound looked at him in confusion. They didn't understand why the latter suddenly became so nagging. So Ronald asked Harry, "What's wrong with you? Did you hear any noises?" Harry asked nervously, turning his head. Ronald, Neville, and Ginny looked at each other and shook their heads. "It's time to kill." The mysterious whisper came again and moved quickly along the wall. Upon hearing the sound, Harry immediately shouted anxiously, "It's moving. It wants to kill someone," and then ran after the sound without saying a word. The three people behind him were still confused, but they still followed immediately because they were worried about Harry's safety. At the same time, Goblin's Curie, Hermione and Cedric were standing in front of Shane, showing off their results in the past month of special training. "Very good, Hermione is exactly 2 seconds and Cedric is 1.72 seconds, Shane nodded with satisfaction. "Now that you have reached the standard for the release time of the basic magic circle, you can start practicing your exclusive magic." "Cedric, this is the skyscraper's training method." He handed a thick magic book to Cedric, and then handed a thinner one to Hermione. "This is the catalog and brief introduction. You can choose a kind of magic to practice here." The two excitedly took the books in front of them, and after practicing for more than half a year, they were finally able to learn more profound magic. After a while, Hermione decided that she wanted to learn the formation. "Sky Dragon Slayer magic, why do you want to choose this?" Shane looked at where Hermione pointed and asked curiously. "I saw that this magic is very comprehensive. It not only has the ability to fly quickly, but also has healing and auxiliary magic. And its power is not bad," Hermione answered truthfully. "Indeed, among the many dragon-slaying magics in the sky, although it is not the most powerful, it is the one with the most comprehensive abilities. Its abilities include attack, defense, assistance, etc. Now that you have decided, this is how to practice the dragon-slaying magic in the sky." Shane took out the corresponding magic book from his portable space. "But without the help of the dragon-slaying magic crystal, you may not be able to practice this magic. It will be more strenuous, so be prepared to endure hardship." "Dragon Slayer crystal, what did it come from?" Hermione asked curiously as she took the magic book. "The dragon-slaying magic crystal is a treasure that inherits the power of magic. If you implant this crystal into the human body, you can directly obtain the power of dragon-slaying magic." Shane explained, "If there is a magic crystal of dragon-slaying magic in the sky, you can basically ignore the learning process and jump directly to the stage of how to use the power of Dragon Slayer magic." "So awesome," Hermione exclaimed. "That's why the Dragon Slayer crystal is a treasure." Shane replied, and just as the two were discussing the Dragon Slayer magic crystal, a small figure suddenly ran over from a distance and shouted, "President." "President." When they heard the sound, they saw Ginny running towards them panting. When Shane and the other two saw this, they subconsciously thought that something had happened, so they rushed forward to greet them. Hermione spoke first and asked, "Ginny, what happened?" Something happened." Shane frowned when he heard these words and quickly asked Ginny to lead the way. After a while, Ginny led a few people to the corridor on the 3rd floor and saw a very horrifying scene in front of them. Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts, and his cat Mrs. Loris were hanging upside down on a statue, their whole bodies in a stiff state. There was a message written in blood on the wall next door. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air beware." Harry, Ronald, and Neville were standing in front of the wall, a little at a loss. "Oh my God, what happened?" Hermione was shocked when she saw this. "I don't know. At first Harry said he heard some strange noises. And then we ran here and then this is what happened. Neville replied a little nervously. I heard some very scary noises like snakes. Harry also began to explain next to him, slowly telling what had just happened. At the same time he was still looking at Filch and Mrs. Norris, who were like pendulums on the wall. And 10 kinds of fear, doubt and familiar feelings were lingering in his heart. And before everyone could figure out what happened in front of Lee's by, Shane, who knew the plot of the original work, had already come to the upside-down Filch. He first looked at the window glass on the side of the corridor, where his face was vaguely reflected, and then stretched out his hand to activate the sky magic, trying to see if he could undo the petrification. But alas, nothing happened. President, are Filch and Mrs. Norris dead? Ronald asked nervously. Not dead, just petrified, Shane replied calmly. Is it a petrification spell? It's not a curse, to be precise, it should be a curse. After saying that, Shane put Filch and Mrs. Norris down and then said to everyone present, You all go back first, I will handle it here. And Harry, as in if you hear any strange noises again, don't worry about it for now and notify me or the deans as soon as possible. This is not something you can solve, Shane, what the hell happened? A dangerous magical creature has been awakened. Shane replied simply, then smiled and touched Hermione's head. Be obedient and go back first. If you have anything to do tomorrow, say it again, then. After sending away the little wizard who was still in endless doubts, Shane looked at Filch and Mrs. Norris on the ground and gradually fell into deep thought. Unexpectedly, Voldemort's diary Horcrux still entered Hogwarts in an unknown way. Is this the corrective power of the world? In the original novels, the diary Horcrux has been hidden in Malfoy's home, however. A large-scale inventory of dark magic items by the Ministry of Magic forced Lucius Malfoy to take the diary out of the mansion. Then, when he was worried about how to avoid the Ministry of Magic's search, he and Arthur Malfoy Weasley had a conflict, and the diary was put into Ginny's school bag as a result. The Horcrux accidentally entered Hogwarts and caused chaos, which led to the subsequent Chamber of Secrets incident. Precisely because he knew the plot of this original work, Shane secretly checked Ginny's belongings at the beginning of the school year and did not find the existence of the diary Horcrux. So he thought that Hogwarts could calm down at least for a short period of time. But I never thought that just 1 month into the school year, the first batch of victims would come. Originally, he wanted to let the basilisk sleep and use it to give the eaglets the final exam questions at the end of the semester. But since he woke up early, he simply went to the secret room to catch it and count the balls. Also, no matter how the diary Horcrux entered Hogwarts, it is necessary to find out whose hands this ghost thing is. Otherwise, Kaidan will be a disaster. Saw thinking of this, Shane erased the bloody writing on the wall, then activated space magic, taking Filch and Mrs. Norris to Dumbledore's office. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. Shane looked at the figure leaning in front of the pensive and said hello first. Good evening, Mr. Dolea. Dumbledore heard a familiar voice and raised his head from the pensive and turned around slowly. However, when he saw a man and a cat lying on the ground, his calm expression suddenly became a little serious. It seems that something bad happened in our castle again. What happened to our dear caretaker and his cat? One of Voldemort's Horcruxes awakened a basilisk, which was turned to stone by the curse. Shane walked to the tea table nearby, poured himself a cup of hot cocoa naturally and continued. Harry heard something that others could not hear. The voice, Parseltongue. Really, but that's not surprising as a Horcrux. He may inherit some of Voldemort's abilities as a matter of course. When Dumbledore heard Shane's words, he immediately thought that it was related to Voldemort's soul. But what about the Horcruxes and basilisk you just mentioned? If there are such dangerous magical creatures wandering around Hogwarts, there can't be any warnings. That basilisk is not from outside. It has been sleeping in Slytherin's secret room. But one of Voldemort's Horcrux sneaked into Hogwarts and woke it up. Shane replied, Is there really a chamber of secrets? Dumbledore frowned, Professor. You've been lying on the pensive for so long. Haven't you been able to discover something? Dumbledore fell into silence for a while, and then said slowly, "You are right. Ever since you told me about the Horcrux, I have been looking for some clues about the Horcrux in my previous memories. I did notice something in 1943. I was the Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts and Tom was in his 5th year. I remember that years. His excellence and performance could be said to be unparalleled. At that time the entire Hogwarts professors, including me, thought he was a perfect student. But there are no perfect people in the world, if there is. It is because he deliberately shows what you think he is perfect to cover up something invisible." Shane took a sip of hot cocoa and answered, "Yes. Myrtle Warrens, a Muggle-born girl, was suddenly found murdered in the bathroom on the 2nd floor of the school one day. Looking back now, the circumstances of her death at that time and the current situation are. Urki was exactly the same, with his eyes wide open and full of boundless fear." Dumbledore clenched his fists and combined all the information he had obtained for so long. With a trace of regret in his eyes, Cfaf looking at it now. Myrtle Warren's death was probably the evil deed committed by Tom. He sacrificed the life of such a girl to make a Horcrux. Perhaps the subsequent incident of Hagrid's expulsion may also be it was also a frame-up planned by him. It's useless to talk about so many old almanacs now. Professor, even if you put the truth in front of the Ministry of Magic, they will most likely find various excuses just for the sake of face. It's not that easy for you to help Hagrid clear his name." Shane drank the hot cocoa in the cup and put it back on the tea table. "Let me deal with the basilisk. I will also help investigate the Horcrux, however. You also need to use the principal's authority to help find the diary." "The Horcrux is a diary, how did you know?" Hearing that Shane actually knew the specific Horcrux that caused trouble this time, Dumbledore suddenly showed a trace of confusion on his face. "Last time, Ravenclaw's crown could be interpreted as a coincidence. But where did the information come from this time, of course? Shane would definitely not tell him that he was a time traveler. So he answered directly when he saw him, 'Don't worry about how you know. The cover of that diary says Voldemort his name. You just need to follow this clue to find it. Hogwarts is such a big place. It shouldn't be difficult to find. And if someone is controlled by a Horcrux, there should be some abnormal behavior. Okay, I'll get people's attention. Then Filch and Mrs. Loris will leave it to you. I hope Professor Sprout's mandrakes can grow faster. Otherwise, those little lions that roam at night may lose the fun they should have for a long time." After saying that, Shane was about to leave the office. But Dumbledore immediately stopped him when he saw this. "Shane, there's something I want to confirm with you. Did you make all the students at Ravenclaw Academy skip Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class?" "Oh, yes, this happened." Shane nodded without any hesitation. "It's really you." Dumbledore said with a headache a few days ago. "Severus complained to me that the students in Ravenclaw are doing something special. The students who go to the defense against the dark arts classroom are all stiff clones. Absenteeism is a serious violation of school rules. And Ravenclaw's collective truancy will have a very bad impact if it spreads to other professors and students. So I want to ask you, can Ravenclaw students go back to class normally?" "Cannot." As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, Shane glared at him and firmly refused. It's a good thing that the old bee didn't mention this matter. But he became very angry when he mentioned it. Over the past months, he has been giving defense against the dark arts classes to the Little Eagles. And he has become increasingly angry as he goes on. First, the foundation is very poor, and most of the knowledge about many dark creatures is only half understood, which is simply called a dead endorsement. The second is that the application of knowledge is too rigid, and there is no way to integrate the knowledge in the book to use magic. For example, when the 3rd grade Eagles deal with giant monsters, they actually like to directly use magic spells such as Incarcerus and Petrification. That really d Shane off. The most terrifying thing about the troll is its huge physical strength. And the troll is a magical creature with high magic resistance. To it, these magics are simply equivalent to none. So the best way to deal with a troll is to target its weaknesses. The troll's IQ is not high and its head is fragile. You can knock it down by placing quickly enlarge Engorgio on the obstacle under its feet. This will buy you at least 7 or 8 seconds of attack time to hit its head. At this time, what kind of magic can't be used? But for such a simple reason. The little eagles panicked when they saw the giant monster's huge body, and then were affected by the smell of the troll's body and used magic indiscriminately. Thinking of this, Shane suddenly became furious, and flames of resentment began to appear in his eyes. "Oh, Professor, since you brought up the defense against the dark arts class, I'm going to take the opportunity to have a little chat with you." I saw him taking a deep breath and then shouted, "Old B, I'm not talking about you. It's been 2 years in a row, 2 years. What kind of crooked professors did you find for the defense against the dark arts course? Oh, last time he was a two-faced monster, this time he is a liar. Oh, I also heard from third-year students that their first-year defense against the dark arts professor was hired by you from Azkaban. Later I learned from Hagrid that this so-called professor turned out to be a smuggler of magical animals. What happened to him was because he went to the Forbidden Forest without authorization to look for magical animals. At this rate, are you going to find a werewolf to teach the students next semester? If you find someone more normal, you won't cause so much trouble. Do you know what it's like when I'm giving practical lessons to Ravenclaw students? The entire third grade team Zioing beat up a werewolf. They were all wiped out in 5 minutes, 5 minutes. How did you become the principal? Why don't you dare to fight against Voldemort TN's bullshit curse? Let me tell you, every student is a bully and you. The principalaire always a bully. If one day a Hogwarts student goes out and is killed by a dark wizard, it will be because you, the principalaire, too cowardly. Shane took the opportunity to squirt hard on Dumbledore. The portraits of the past principals on the wall next to them were stunned when they saw this situation, because they had never seen a student dare to confront the principal like this. Of course, Dumbledore was also speechless because, in fact, he also knew very well that in the past 10 years, especially since the period when Voldemort was active until now, the students of Hogwarts are indeed far behind in defense against the dark arts than before. Millicent Barnold, the previous Minister of Magic, had complained to him, saying that the quality of Hogwarts graduates had dropped drastically, and that the magic level of many newcomers was a mess compared to before. First, because Voldemort carried out terrorist activities more than 20 years ago. Dumbledore directly took the defense against the dark arts course in order to prevent some students from pureblood families in Hogwarts from learning dark magic and to increase Voldemort's power. The content has been deleted year by year, and many black magic books have been moved to the restricted area. Second, because of the curse placed by Voldemort, the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts is changed every year, resulting in students not being able to learn coherently and systematically. In addition, Dumbledore did not dare to hire him out of conscience. Professors with higher quality come to teach students, and the quality of teaching drops significantly. Shane continued to spit out sweet things, and Dumbledore was extremely embarrassed at this time. He raised his hand and scratched his head, then looked around, and then touched his pocket, as if he was looking for something. But in fact, he had nothing to find at all. At best, he just wanted to cover up his embarrassment. The day after Filch and Mrs. Norris's disaster, because the incident occurred during curfew and Shane erased the bloody writing on the wall. The basilisk's first attack did not cause panic in Hogwarts. The school is still as peaceful as usual. However, this tranquility did not last long. At noon, when the little wizards were having lunch, a dull sound from nowhere suddenly came, and all the little wizards in the auditorium suddenly felt the ground shaking. The Professor McGonagall, who was chatting with his colleagues at the door of the auditorium, heard this voice and quickly looked around nervously, observing the surroundings in horror. The little wizards looked at each other in shock, unable to realize what happened. For a moment. After a while, the same loud noise as before came, and this time the sound was louder, and the ground shook more violently. Everyone leave immediately, run outside the castle. Professor McGonagall noticed the noise coming this time, and the source of the sound seemed to be closer to the auditorium. He also thought of the strange house elf that prevented Harry from returning to school. So he immediately ordered the evacuation of the students. As soon as Professor McGonagall finished speaking, the seniors of each college immediately began to retreat outside the school with the young wizards of their own colleges. However, just as everyone was walking out of the auditorium and preparing to pass through the corridor, a huge explosion stopped everyone in place, not far away. An unknown force blasted open the corridor wall from the inside out, causing bricks and stones to fly and smoke to fill the air. At the same time, a giant snake nearly 30 meters long flew out of the wall, accompanied by a painful roar. "Oh my God, what is that?" Professor McGonagall quickly pointed his wand at the giant snake and shouted at the same time, "Everyone retreat back, don't look back, and notify other professors to come over." After saying that, he immediately walked forward quickly to prepare to meet the enemy. But just at this moment, a familiar voice interrupted her steps. "Run. Keep running, let me see where you go." The voice of someone speaking suddenly came from the big hole where the giant snake flew out. And Professor McGonagall knew who the owner of the voice was as soon as he heard it. "Mr. Dolea, sorry, Professor McGonagall. I didn't expect this basilisk to be able to run so well." Shane walked out of the smoke slowly. "I disturbed everyone so much that we took a lunch break." That's right. The basilisk was blown out of the pipe directly by Shane. And what happened started more than an hour ago. In order to solve the problem of the basilisk, Shane asked Hermione about the location of Myrtle's ghost more than an hour ago, and then quickly came to the girls' bathroom in the Earth Building of Hogwarts. Relying on his memories, he looked at the faucet decorated with snake patterns in front of him. And without saying a word, he used magic to blow up more than half of the entire hexagonal prism wash basin. He waved his hand to move away the large amount of flying dust in front of him, and a dark hole leaked out in an instant. Shane jumped down without any hesitation, and used magic to repair the broken sink back to its original state, so as to prevent the basilisk from escaping from the entrance during the capture. Going down to the bottom of the caves, I saw that the surrounding environment was very dark and humid, with a smell of rancidity, ammonia and water that assaulted my nostrils. The crisp clicking sound under my feet seemed unusually abrupt in this strange environment. "I'll go tilde, it stinks." Shane covered his nose with a look of disgust and quickly used magic to block his sense of smell before starting to release lighting magic. Lumos Maximum. Several light balls floated out from the magic array in his hand, illuminating the dim environment around him. Shane looked down at his feet and found that they were all fish and mouse bones. The clicking sound just now was the sound of these bones being broken. Is the intestinal system of this basilisk so strange? After eating it, it pulled out complete bones. He complained for a while, then raised his head and started to check the surrounding situation. Below the entrance of the wash basin, this place is at the intersection of many pipes. There are 8 pipes in different directions leading to unknown places. For a while, it is not clear which road leads to the secret room, so Shane immediately started to combine the 2 pupil magics of Eagle Eye and Perspective, and soon found the location of the secret room. Just go through the pipe on the right and walk through an underground cave. Without further ado, Shane didn't want to stay in such a dark and humid place for a long time. So he immediately took off and flew quickly along the right pipe towards the secret room. But just as he flew to the cave, the big snake skin on the ground stopped him instantly. Oh, what a big snake skin on the uneven ground of the cave. A huge basilisk shed its skin lying on it, and the scales on it shone with colorful light under the light of the ball. So, adhering to the principle of shopping in wild areas without growing any grass, Shane quickly packed up the huge snake skin in front of him and put it into his portable space. This basilisk is a rare thing, and it is said to have shed its skin so much, if you put it away, even if you don't sell it, it will be more than enough to make an armor for everyone in the guild. You must know that Basilisk a 5x level magical creature, has very high magic resistance. After collecting the basilisk's shed skin, Shane continued to move forward and soon came to the entrance of the secret room. The round door in front of me is somewhat similar to a bank's underground vault. It is locked by 7 snakes biting the door edge. There are also some unknown runes on the door edge, which gives the overall feeling of heavy metal. This door must be opened by someone saying "open" in Parseltongue. But Shane doesn't know Parseltongue, so he can only use the old method and break the door violently. Thinking of this, a green magic circle flashed through the cave. Shane's right hand suddenly turned into a heavy rotating chainsaw. And then he swung the sword out without saying a word. Iron Dragon Sword 000 in an instant. The entire cave echoed with the sound of huge metal collisions, as well as the squeaking sounds of metals violently rubbing against each other. Damn it, it's useless. Shane was a little stunned as he watched the Iron Dragon Sword in his hand keep emitting sparks. And the door to the secret room did not move at all despite being attacked. So he withdrew the magic out of curiosity, then walked forward and knocked. Shane discovered that the metal texture on the Slytherin chamber door did not seem to be pure iron or copper. It was probably mixed with alchemy. He guessed that Salazar Slytherin was worried that someone might break in by mistake and break the door violently like he just did. So he used alchemy to create this indestructible door. But it's not a problem for Shane since Salazar Slytherin used alchemy to build the door. You couldn't have used alchemy to strengthen the stone wall that fixed the door next to it. Right, please give me flowers then. The white magic circle lit up, and the super advanced destructive magic crash was activated. Decompose. The cave wall next to the secret room door was instantly broken down into fine powder, and an entrance more than 2 meters high was instantly exposed. Shane walked into the secret room. The first thing that comes into view is a long and flat stone road. On both sides of the road, there are 7 huge snake-headed stone statues with fangs grinning and spitting out letters. They look very intimidating. Follow the stone road to the end, and you will see a huge stone statue of Salazar Slytherin. Shane walked up to the statue and looked around, but found no trace of any living creature. But this was not beyond his expectation. Before he came to the secret room, he had already predicted that the basilisk would probably not be in the secret room. So, a large bucket of dead fish prepared in advance was poured on the ground. The strong fishy smell should attract the basilisk. After setting up the bait, Shane sat on a snakehead statue, used magic to hide himself, and then silently waited for the basilisk's arrival. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, a rustling sound suddenly came from a pipe mouth not far away. Shane immediately put down the chocolate in his hand and saw a huge basilisk slowly crawling out of the darkness, spitting out worms. However, after the basilisk climbed out of the pipe, it did not immediately approach the bait. Instead, it kept spitting messages and watched from a short distance away, showing a surprisingly high level of vigilance. Shane couldn't help but squint his eyes when he saw this, and thought to himself, this basilisk seems to have a high IQ. Could it be that it senses my residual scent? The tongues of snake creatures can collect odor particles in the surrounding environment. He guessed that the basilisk must have detected the smell on his body that was different from that in the secret room. However, even though he discovered that the basilisk might have noticed his arrival, Shane still did not act rashly, because he clearly knew that looking directly into the eyes of the basilisk would cause death immediately. And he himself did not know whether he could withstand this ability. So in order to be careful about sailing the boat for thousands of years, he added a strong sleeping potion to the bait from the beginning. According to Snape, one bottle would kill a fire dragon, let alone a basilisk. As time went by, the basilisk finally seemed to be unable to bear the temptation of food and began to slowly approach the bait. However, just when the basilisk's tongue was about to touch the fish meat, it suddenly raised its head as if it felt something, and immediately turned its head and began to crawl into the pipe quickly. Damn it, who gave it the orders? When Shane saw the duck that was about to be cooked fly away, he immediately spit out the fragrance. And before the basilisk could completely escape, He raised his hand and cast 2 magic spells to blind the basilisk's eyes. The basilisk suddenly let out a scream and then got into the pipe. The basilisk must have received orders from Parselmouth if it moved strangely. But Shane didn't feel the presence of anyone around him. But now he couldn't care so much. Seeing that the basilisk was about to escape, he immediately chased after it, to be honest. Even though the basilisk's body is so huge, its moving speed is very slow. The drainage pipes of Hogwarts were built in the 18th century. It may be because there was no good planning at that time. So these pipes are crisscrossed and extend in all directions. It can be said that they are the home of mollusks such as basilisk. The basilisk kept switching escape routes in the pipe, and Shane, who was chasing it, could often only see its tail disappearing around the corner. Shane was extremely annoyed that he couldn't increase the pursuit speed. Because the pipe was not straight, he would not be able to react if he flew too fast. Just now, he accidentally broke a stalactite with his head. Helena! Shane realized that it might be difficult to catch up with the basilisk at his own speed. So he shouted, and then a blue figure flew out of his chest. He couldn't stop the car in the pipes, but this curling-winged demon could definitely do it with its flexible posture. Stop that smelly snake for me. As soon as the order was given, Helena flapped her wings twice and flew quickly in the direction of the basilisk. And very quickly, it flew along other pipes to the front of the basilisk, and instantly enlarged its body and blocked the path forward of the basilisk. Upon seeing this, Shane immediately started launching magic attacks. Dragon Emperors. A huge high-pressure wind column instantly rushed towards the basilisk along the pipe. Bangs at this time. The little wizards dining in the Great Hall of Hogwarts felt the first shock. But unfortunately, the wind pillar did not hit the basilisk, because Helena was blocking the way with her venomous breath. Feeling the threat of the basilisk, she moved her body back a few meters and then jumped upwards along the 10 pipes on the belt. Shane and Helena hurriedly chased after them, each with a crouching winged demon pursuing in parallel along the pipe. Helena sprayed out a breath hitting the basilisk's tail, and the rest hit a stone wall. But this was enough to make the basilisk feel pain, and its escape speed instantly slowed down. So Shane took the opportunity to activate his magic again, Zero Freezing. The blue magic circle lit up, and the intense cold air spread along the pipe, instantly freezing the struggling basilisk in place. At the same time, ice ridges also hung in the pipe. Phew, it's finally done. Shane breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the long ice sculpture at the end of the pipe. He touched his aching forehead. He had hit the wall several times while flying too fast, and even torn his clothes, however. Just when Shane was about to go over and recover the basilisk, a sound of ice cracking suddenly came over, and he looked up in shock. I saw that the ice on the basilisk began to petrify, and turned into pieces of stone that began to fall off. What the hell? Shane was filled with questions when he saw this situation. Didn't he remember that the basilisk in the original book had the ability to turn to stone? But no matter how much it is now, let's hold down the basilisk first and study it carefully later. So, Shane started to activate a more powerful magic, Dragon Emperor Roars, Dragon Emperor Roars. A golden pillar of fire rushed out of the pipe, knocking the basilisk away, and its huge body hit the cave wall with a loud noise. But at the same time, because of the ice and stones wrapped around it, the high temperature of the fire pillar did not cause substantial damage to the basilisk. At this time, the young wizards in the Hogwarts Great Hall had begun to retreat under the leadership of Professor McGonagall. After the basilisk was knocked against the wall, its scales explode, blood began to flow from its mouth, nose and body, and it roared in pain, but at the same time, the beast's escape instinct continues to drive it to flee for its life. Seeing that the basilisk was still moving its body and climbing up, Shane rolled his eyes and thought that he was not going to hold back. Then a brilliant aqua-blue demon lit up, ice-tide. The extremely large amount of cold air froze the entire pipes of Hogwarts in a short period of time. However, although Shane's move effectively restrained the basilisk, it also harmed the little wizards who were going to the toilet. Can you imagine being on the toilet and suddenly being hit by a blast of cold air? Especially those little wizards who go up in size. Under the power of super magic, the basilisk was frozen again. But it was still activating its natural abilities. And the ice on its body began to petrify and fall off again. However, Shane no longer wants to waste time like this. So the whole person rushed forward fiercely. And with an iron fist, the basilisk and the wall of the pipe were directly blown away. And the dazzling sunlight suddenly shot into the dim pipe. Shane looked at the big hole in front of him, twisted his neck and said, "Run, keep running." "Let me see where you run, Mr. Dolea." Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly came from outside the cave. Shane heard the sound and walked through the smoke, and immediately saw Professor McGonagall standing in the corridor with a look of astonishment. So he scratched his head a little embarrassed and said, "Sorry, Professor McGonagall. I didn't expect this basilisk to be able to run so well. It disturbed everyone so much that they took a lunch break. That one that just flew out is a basilisk." Professor McGonagall suddenly felt his blood pressure rising when he heard that there was such a dangerous magical animal. Didn't Professor Dumbledore tell you?" Shane was a little confused. Old B should have at least informed Professor McGonagall, the vice principal, about the murder of Filch and Mrs. Loris last night. "He didn't tell me anything. He went to the Ministry of Magic early this morning." Professor McGonagall said, "Please explain clearly what is going on with this basilisk." Professor, now seems not a good time to explain this matter." Shane pointed at the basilisk rolling on the lawn not far away and roaring in pain. "We have finally dealt with this snake." What a weird thing to say. "You go protect the students in the back." Although Professor McGonagall was very angry at this time, he still understood the importance. After saying a few words, he wanted to go up and deal with the basilisk. But the next moment he was held back by a hand. Shane said with a smile, "Professor, I'll do the rough work of dealing with the basilisk. Just stay here and you'll be fine soon." After saying that, Professor McGonagall rushed forward before he could react. Crazy growth over growth, Shane activated his magic. And a green magic circle lit up under the basilisk. Dozens of thick vines burst out of the ground, instantly fixing the basilisk firmly on the lawn. The basilisk struggled frantically and activated its petrification ability again. The 10 vine roots began to break, right hand. Shane didn't leave the basilisk a chance to struggle. A giant rock hand came out through the brown magic circle and punched the basilisk 7 inches. The next moment, the basilisk just let out a scream and fainted instantly. From start to finish, the battle was resolved in less than 20 seconds. Then Shane waved to Professor McGonagall in the corridor behind him and shouted, "Professor McGonagall." "It's solved." Professor McGonagall heard the sound and trotted over. He was relieved when he saw the basilisk that had fainted and was torn to pieces. But the next moment looked at Shane angrily and said, "Well, Mr. Dolea, now is the time to explain, right?" Shane laughed, and then started to talk about the ins and outs of the whole thing. On the other side, the little wizards hiding in the distance suddenly heard no movement. So a few bolder little lions decided to sneak to the scene of the incident to check the situation. "Are those Shane Dolea and Professor McGonagall?" A little lion looked at it from a distance. "It seems like nothing happened. But what is that long green thing? It looks like a big snake. Is it some kind of magical animal? How about we go up and have a look?" "Forget it, let's go back and inform everyone first. Otherwise, if just a few of us run over without permission, I'm afraid that something will happen and Professor McGonagall will skin us. Don't forget that there will be competitions at the end of the school year." "Okay, let's go back first." With that said, several lion cubs began to return along the original path. At this moment, Jean-Anne had already explained everything briefly. Bala, that's it. After Professor McGonagall heard the whole story, he not only felt his blood pressure was high, but also had a splitting headache. "You're saying that in order to prevent the basilisk from escaping, you used magic to freeze the entire drainage pipes of Hogwarts?" Shane nodded proudly, "Yes." Professor McGonagall suddenly felt his blood surge and he staggered. "Hey, Professor, are you okay?" Upon seeing this, Shane quickly reached out to help him. At this moment, several other professors from Hogwarts finally arrived. "Mr. Dolea, what's going on?" Professor Flitwick ran ahead because he had the flying shoes given to him by Shane. And just when he wanted to ask what happened, the basilisk next to him instantly caught his attention. "Oh my God, is this a basilisk?" At the same time as he was speaking, Snape and Dean Sprout also arrived. Behind them were a large group of young wizards, all of whom stretched their necks and their eyes were full of curiosity. "Severus, please take care of this. I think I have to go to Poppy's place," Professor McGonagall said while pressing his temples. And then he was helped by several Gryffindor girls towards the school hospital. Snape, who took over the command of the scene, also stared at Shane with a somewhat ugly expression. "Dolea, what happened? Why did such a big basilisk appear in the school?" "I have to say that this time things were very big. Such a big basilisk, a 5x level critically endangered magical creature, suddenly appeared from inside the school and was seen by so many students. Without even thinking about it, the news about the presence of a basilisk in Hogwarts will be all over the front page of the Daily Prophet tomorrow. And the Ministry of Magic will also use this incident to its advantage." "I have to explain again, tilde. Shane sighed helplessly, and then quickly repeated the matter simply. At the same time, the little wizards standing not far away began to gradually become commotion. Just now, many people heard the speeches of several professors. "Oh my God, that's a basilisk. Dolea actually killed a 5x level magical creature by herself. This is too fierce, but where did this basilisk come from? I saw a big hole over there. Could it be that it has been living in the walls of Hogwarts? Suck tilde, let's not talk about anything else. Can this magical creature called a basilisk be eaten?" While the little wizard was having a heated discussion, the three professors had simply listened to Shane's retelling and fell into silence for a moment. Although things are making a big fuss now, the threat of the basilisk is now eliminated. Otherwise, something like the murder of Filch and Mrs. Norris last night happens again, to be honest. Hogwarts really doesn't know how to deal with it. Snape waved his robes and walked carefully to the basilisk, while keeping his wand pointed at the latter's eyes. Upon seeing this, Shane immediately couldn't help but remind him, "Professor Snape, don't worry, this basilisk blinded me from the beginning, so you don't have to worry about the power of its eyes." Hearing the sound, Snape relaxed a little. "I saw him squatting down and touching the scales on the basilisk's body. And then he possessed himself and put his ear to the basilisk's body. He didn't know what he was listening to." "Professor Snape, what are you doing?" Shane asked, confused, just to make sure it's dying. Snape stood up expressionless. "What?" Upon hearing Snape's words, Shane yelled instantly, and then suddenly flew to the side of the basilisk at a speed that was beyond the reach of the naked eye, and immediately turned on the fluoroscopy to check it. I saw that inside the basilisk's body, the heart and other internal organs had been ruptured, and the entire body was showing large-scale internal bleeding. This kind of injury would have been fatal if it were placed on a human body. Finish the ball hit it too hard. He was holding back his strength from the beginning to the end. Why did you have to kill the basilisk? No. After working so hard in the dirty drainage pipe for so long, we can't just let it hang like this. So Shane immediately started to activate sky magic, and at the same time shouted unconsciously, "Damn it. Brother, please don't die. You are the final exam I prepared for the little eagles. With such good practical materials, there is no one more suitable than you in the entire Forbidden Forest." 25 Of course, the little wizards not far away also heard Shane's screams. "Kitty, does that mean Ravenclaw?" Everyone subconsciously looked to the side. I saw that when all the little eagles heard what Shane just said, their faces instantly turned pale. The whole person seemed to have been glanced at by the basilisk through some medium, and instantly became petrified and froze in place. What did the wise master just say? Is this giant monster preparing us for the final exam? Are you kidding me? It must be a joke. You basilisk, die quickly, don't let this beast be saved. And just when the eaglets were going crazy in their hearts, a phoenix cry came from midair, and Fawkes rushed back from the Ministry of Magic with Dumbledore. Early this morning, because he recalled that the Ministry of Magic seemed to have conducted a large-scale inventory of dark magic items before. Dumbledore wondered whether this might be related to Voldemort's Horcrux suddenly sneaking into the school. So early in the morning went to the Ministry of Magic to get information. But he never thought that when he was halfway through the investigation, he suddenly received news that a huge basilisk suddenly appeared outside Hogwarts. So he immediately set off from the Ministry of Magic and rushed back. At the same time, luckily, he brought Fawkes with him, so he could be faster than the people from the Ministry of Magic who came later. Everyone, please go back to your dormitory immediately. Don't come out without the professor's instructions, Dumbledore ordered as soon as he landed. The little wizards were very reluctant to hear this order. They all wanted to see what the basilisk looked like up close. However, they heard the principal's tone, and it seemed that it was not good to continue staying here. So they could only obediently walk towards the dormitory, turning back one step at a time, while the stiff little eagles were dragged away by the little badgers. Tilde, lucky you're not dead. At the same time, on the other side, Shane breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he treated him in time. Otherwise, the basilisk might not have been saved even 1 minute later. Dumbledore came over, looked at the basilisk on the ground, pressed his aching head and said, Shane, you didn't say last night that this was how to solve the basilisk problem. People from the Ministry of Magic are coming. They will arrive in a few minutes. We must deal with this basilisk before they arrive and come up with a suitable reason to deal with them. Otherwise, the Ministry of Magic will put forward various conditions to Hogwarts in the name of various dangers and interfere in the management of Hogwarts. That's it. Hearing this question, Shane suddenly looked contemptuous and then said, What kind of problem is this? Look, I'll go over and cast a powerful forgetting spell on each of them now. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves. Get ready to welcome the guests who are about to arrive. When several professors at the scene heard this sentence, they suddenly had black lines in their heads, to be honest. They have seen a lot of people and things in their decades of living, but they have never seen a bold little wizard like Shane. Shane, this is not the time for joking. Dumbledore immediately stopped Shane, who was about to stop someone, and said with a headache, Even if you cast a forgetting spell on people from the Ministry of Magic, not only the people who come know about the basilisk. The news was conveyed by the Hogwarts portrait through people in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic. Many people in the Ministry of Magic know about it. What's more, so many students saw the basilisk with their own eyes today. So there's no way to hide it, no matter what. Hogwarts must now come up with an appropriate explanation, and then give an explanation to the Ministry of Magic and the students' parents. Okay, Shane put down his rolled-up sleeves boredly, thought for a few seconds, and then asked Professor, There should be a boggart in the school, right? Boggart, a magical creature with the ability to shape-shift. It has the ability to see into people's hearts and transform into the thing you fear most. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them does not classify it into grades. It just states the classification does not exist. And Dumbledore's eyes instantly lit up when he heard the name. Boggart, what a good thing. This is really a good way to fool people. A few minutes later, Fudge rushed to Hogwarts from the Ministry of Magic with a group of Aurors. As soon as we landed, our Minister of Magic shouted and asked, Where is the basilisk? Where is the basilisk? He was very confused. The situation in front of him seemed to be very peaceful, and everything around him was intact. With no trace of any battle, Dumbledore, on the other hand, calmly pointed to the basilisk on the ground next to him, and began to talk nonsense seriously. This is it. But luckily it is a boggart. Fudge looked suspicious. Didn't he mean a basilisk? Dumbledore nodded calmly and began to explain. Yes, boggart. In fact, this is all just a misunderstanding. There was a student who was proficient in magical biology who was very afraid of creatures like basilisks. and a boggart hiding in the school suddenly ran out and happened to bump into him. And then he made an unexpected mistake. Then since it is a boggart, why hasn't it changed in any way? Fudge continued to ask unwillingly, Mr. Dolea happened to come across this incident, and he cast a special magic. So the boggart would only remain as it is now before waking up. Special magic, Fudge turned his attention to Shane. Yes, there is this kind of magic in Ravenclaw's heritage. Shane nodded seriously. Then where is the student who is proficient in magical biology, you mentioned? And what is his name? Fudge was still unyielding. This student is in the school hospital and is a Scamander child. Dumbledore replied. At this moment in the school hospital of Hogwarts, Rolf Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and the grandson of Newt Scamander, is lying on the hospital bed with a lifeless look on his face, reciting a temporary character design of his own, to prevent some well-intentioned guests from suddenly visiting. Minister, it's been checked. An aura from the Dangerous Creatures Committee in charge of the inspection suddenly lined into Fudge's ear and whispered. It is indeed a boggart. It may have been under some spell that caused it to faint now. Passed through the past, and has maintained the form of the basilisk. Hearing this, Fudge gritted his teeth, thinking that such a good opportunity was suddenly gone. He took a deep breath, nodded, pursed his lips and said, In that case it's okay, but Albus, I hope Hogwarts can strengthen the management of magical creatures in the future. Although creatures like boggart are not very dangerous, they may cause some unnecessary trouble. Just like this time. 153, please ask Hogwarts to submit a report to the Ministry of Magic afterwards. A clear report so that we can explain it to the public. Dumbledore continued to respond expressionlessly, okay. Okay, no problem. Immediately afterwards, Fudge took the people away, and Dumbledore and several professors finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shane, I hope you can inform me next time you do something like this so that I can make preparations. Dumbledore pressed his temples with a look of helplessness on his face. Didn't I tell you last night that I would deal with the basilisk issue? You ran to the Ministry of Magic early in the morning. What does it have to do with me? Shane looked unconvinced for a moment. You just said I'd leave it to you. But you didn't say it was today. And you still did it in such a flamboyant way. Dumbledore retorted after saying that. He went to deal with the follow-up matters just now. He seemed to have heard that many students were frightened when going to the toilet. He didn't know what was going on. And Shane naturally doesn't want to worry about old B. He stretched out comfortably, and then brought out the basilisk that was buried in the ground and had been filled with a sleeping potion. He is now thinking about where to find a place to keep the basilisk in captivity. After raising Helena for so long, he now has some experience in raising magical animals. But having said that, what about Helena? Where did Helena go? Shane suddenly realized at this moment that his little pet seemed to be missing. And it had been missing since it came out of the pipe. Could it be? Shane looked at the repaired wall with an embarrassed face. He suddenly recalled that when he cast Ice Tide, he seemed to have frozen Helena in the pipe at this moment. Helena had already broken free of the ice on her body, and was alone in the crisscrossing pipes of Hogwarts, looking for a way out with resentment. Fortunately, Helena had a space anchor placed in advance, and Shane quickly found his little pet. Immediately afterwards, Shane brought the unconscious basilisk back to the guild, used rock magic to build a cage in a corner, and put the basilisk inside, of course. People in the guild also came over to watch curiously. At noon they all practiced in seclusion in the guild, and Kilulu made lunch in the guild, so they had no idea what happened outside just now. Is this the basilisk? Isn't it too big? It was the one that attacked Filch and Mrs. Norris last night. Harry, who had just listened to Shane's explanation of what happened, was looking at the huge body of the basilisk in front of him in shock, feeling a little too scared to step forward. Shane, are you really okay with keeping the basilisk here? Hermione looked at the newly made stone cage with a little worry. If it escapes, none of us can stop it. Don't worry, let alone the basilisk. Even if the fire dragon comes, it won't be able to break through with 10 times its strength. Shane looked confident but then reminded. But you have to be careful yourself. The basilisks, I repaired the eyes just now when I was treating them. Although most of its power is now sealed, you may faint if you look directly into its eyes for a long time. And the venom of the basilisk is no joke. With that said, the man walked directly into the cage, and everyone followed behind him cautiously. As for Luna, who was alone, she ran to the basilisk's side without knowing it, and curiously touched the cold scales on it. Apart from Shane, she was the only one in the entire guild who could approach the basilisk like this without changing her expression. Even the Weasley twins felt a sense of fear when they felt the cold aura emanating from the basilisk. Luna, do you like it very much? Shane walked up to Luna and asked curiously. It feels very comfortable to touch, ice cold. Luna turned her head with a smile, her gray pupils revealing a sense of joy and relaxation that was different from ordinary people. Then do you want me to help you cast contract magic? No. I was just thinking it would be nice if I could talk to it. Then you can find that person. Shane pointed to Harry not far away. He knows Parseltongue. You can ask him to teach you, me. Harry pointed at himself, a question mark and an exclamation mark appearing above his head. It's you. Otherwise, why do you think you could hear the basilisk talking last night? Please teach Luna when you have time. This language that can be used to communicate with snakes can be taught. Oh, okay, Harry didn't dare not agree. Because everyone in the guild knows that Shane dotes on Luna very much and responds to her requests like a treasure. So this also leads to jealousy in the guild, RR. Shane walked up to the basilisk and used magic to open the basilisk's mouth, revealing the sharp fangs inside at this moment. The huge fishy smell emanating from the basilisk's mouth caused everyone behind Shane to take a few steps back. And everyone could not help but retching. Come here guys, help me squeeze the venom glands. I want to collect the venom from the basilisk. Shane took out 2 500 ml poison glass bottles, then pointed at the top of the corner of the basilisk's mouth and said. But after waiting for several seconds, no one dared to step forward. A few tic-tac-toe characters popped up on Shane's head and he cursed. A bunch of big men are worse than a girl like Luna. Cedric, you are the vice president, you take the lead. When Cedric heard the order from the president of his family, his expression suddenly changed, and he pulled the frightened Justin away with a grimace. Fred, George, you two are also over your waist. There was no other way. The Weasley twins could only hold back their nausea and slowly walked forward. The 4 people came to the front of the basilisk and smelled the strong fishy smell that could be smelled even if they covered their noses. Their faces suddenly turned purple. Wait a minute when I tell you to start. You all press the basilisk's venom glands together to force out the venom. Shane pointed to the location of the venom glands again, and then placed the glass bottle under the basilisk's fangs. 123 start. As soon as Shane finished speaking, Cedric and the other 2 held their breaths and used all their strength to press on the basilisk's thunder glands. Immediately afterwards, the basilisk's fangs began to spurt out a thin stream of water. Well, no, a stream of venom. President, are you feeling better soon? Justin asked painfully. It's still early. It will take at least a few minutes to install it. This answer plunged the 4 people who were pressing the poison glands into deep despair. No matter how hard they held it, they couldn't possibly go without breathing for several minutes. But at this moment, Sister Tian and the guild suddenly saved them. 4 blisters suddenly covered the heads of the 4 people, allowing them to breathe while isolating the smell of the basilisk. Penelo, thank you so much, you are an angel. Fred and George said loudly and moved one after another. Why didn't they think of using the bubble charm ever since? After Penelo's reminder, everyone in Fairy Tale put on bubble hoods. After a few minutes, the glass bottle was finally full. Shane looked at the orange liquid in front of him and couldn't help but smile. President, what are you using the basilisk venom for? Harry walked over and asked curiously. I told you to study more. Otherwise, you wouldn't ask questions like this. Shane rolled his eyes at him and then said, Neville, explain it to him. The venom of every magical creature has many uses in potions. Does the president collect basilisk venom to study potions? Neville looked curious. It's not my research. My level of potions is not that high yet. Shane put away the 2 large bottles of venom and replied, this is actually for Snape. He has a potion master like him and such connections. Resources are not wasted, then you can move around freely. Don't forget to learn the magic circle. After saying that, he disappeared instantly. After leaving the guild station, Shane came to Slytherin's secret room again. In order to capture the basilisk at noon, he didn't even have time to explore this mysterious secret room. To be honest, he didn't quite believe that Salazar Slytherin only left a basilisk in the secret room. He guessed that there should be other similar relics here. So subconsciously, Shane first focused on the stone statue of Slytherin. Perspective, the pupil magic is activated. But what comes into view is only an ordinary pipe and a huge air chamber, which is covered with bones of small animals. It should be the place where the basilisk rested and ate before. This makes Shane a little disappointed, because the whole secret room is so big, and it seems that there is no other place to hide things except the avatar. So he turned his attention to the snake head statues behind him, wanting to see if there might be some mechanisms hidden inside. But unfortunately, it is solid. Shane sighed a little frustratedly, thinking to himself, it would be okay if it wasn't possible anyway. He originally came back here with the mentality of giving it a try. So he turned around and prepared to leave the secret room. But just when Shane was about to activate space magic to leave, the sound of water droplets suddenly made his brain buzz 3 times. Tick-tick, the rock wall above was dripping with water. Hearing this extremely small voice, Shane suddenly remembered that the symbolic element of Slytherin College is water. Whether it is Slytherin's lounge or the secret room in front of them, they are all built in dark and damp places. So there is no doubt that water has always been closely related to Slytherin. This water flows downwards, could it be? Thinking of this, Shane activated perspective again and looked at the ground. Sure enough, there was a dark pool about 10 meters underground in the secret room. And he could also see that there seemed to be an unnatural cylindrical stone platform in the middle of the dark pool. This immediately made Shane excited. But when he looked around, there seemed to be no way down. So he launched Crash Decompose. Against the ground again, the white light lit up again, and a large dark hole suddenly appeared on the floor of the secret room. And Shane jumped in immediately. The dark pool under the ground was pitch black, so dark that you couldn't even see your fingers. Therefore, Shane immediately released several large light balls, illuminating the entire underground dark pool like daylight. I saw the jade-like white stalactites in front of me sparkling, dripping water continuously, forming ripples on the surface of the pool at the same time. The cylindrical stone platform not far away has also revealed its true appearance. Winding upward from the base, there are 7 ferocious Acnologia, venomous snakes crisscrossing and circling until the snake heads converge in the center of the stone platform, forming a support. Shane was suspended on the water of the dark pool and looked around. Except for the serpentine platform in the middle of the dark pool, there seemed to be nothing of value. So he slowly flew forward and saw a snake pattern ring inlaid with black gemstones placed on the stand on the stone platform. Even though it was placed in such a dark and humid place, except for water stains, there were no traces of erosion by time on its body. Shane picked up the ring and looked at it. There seemed to be alchemical runes engraved on the surface. So he tried to inject magic into it. But unfortunately, nothing happened. He thought again and thought of the legendary Slytherin's emphasis on blood. So he squeezed a drop of his own blood from his finger and dropped it onto the ring. Sure enough, this time the gems on the ring had a slight reaction. But it only flashed a red light for a moment before returning to calm. It seems that the red light on the ring just now was supposed to be a blood test. Perhaps only the blood of Slytherin descendants can be used to reveal the secrets on this ring. In fact, the blood of this so-called descendant is not difficult to obtain, And it does not require Voldemort's blood. Because thousands of years have passed, and so many wizarding families can trace their ancestors back. Which ancestor is not related to them, so. To unlock the secret of the ring, it might be enough to put a drop of Harry's blood on it. And if Harry's blood doesn't work, he can just find someone from another pureblood family to bleed him. The students in Slytherin Academy include almost all pureblood families in England. And there is always someone who can do it. And if everything fails in the end, the worst he can do is go to Yingjiang's house. There is a family named Stuart there, and they are the descendants of Slytherin with real records. Shane put the ring away first, in fact. In addition to looking for suitable blood has another way, which is to directly violently break the alchemical runes on the ring that detect blood. But after thinking about it again and again, he still didn't dare to mess with it, because no one knew whether Slytherin had any backup plans for this ring. If you use violent means to break the runes and cause the ring to self-destruct, wouldn't you be working in vain and end up losing more than you gain? Perhaps we can meet the alchemy master who has lived for hundreds of years. But is he still alive without the magic stone? Shane shook his head, and then activated space magic to leave the dark pool. But he didn't notice that at the moment he took the ring off the stone platform. The stone walls around the dark pool suddenly shook very slightly. At the moment when he reached the underground pool, a stone suddenly fell and hit the calm water, causing a small splash, and where the stone fell just now, a huge black scale leaked out of the cave wall. And before we knew it, it was dinner time. The little wizards bustled into the 137 auditorium, one after another, to prepare for dinner. At this time, each of them was still discussing the matter of the basilisk at noon. And what was very rare was that tonight, Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, surprisingly, appeared at the same time as the chairman of the great hall outside of the holiday banquet. Dings, dings, ding. Seeing that the little wizards had almost arrived, Professor McGonagall knocked on a goblet and shouted, "Students, please be quiet." The little wizards suddenly became quiet, and they all guessed that it was about the basilisk. Sure enough, Dumbledore stood up and slowly stood up, and began to say, "Good evening, classmates. Now, I will give you an explanation about the basilisk appearing in school at noon today. Blah blah blah. I'm still talking about dealing with the Ministry of Magic." However, as the little wizard listened below, a series of ellipses floated over his head, and they all stared at the white-bearded old man on the stage who was seriously making up a story. "Principal, who are you kidding? Do you think we are blind or blind? If we hadn't seen the basilisk flying out of the wall with our own eyes, we would have believed you, as we all know. Although magical creatures like boggarts can imitate the forms of other creatures, they cannot imitate the bodies and talents of other creatures. If that basilisk was really a boggart, it would have ascended to the sky and returned to its original form when Dolea flew out of the wall. Wouldn't there be any need for so many troubles later also?" We heard several professors say the name basilisk more than once in our class, and Dolea even shouted that he would use this basilisk as Ravenclaw's final exam. We all know this very well. So can this rhetoric add some credibility? At least don't insult our intelligence, is that okay? "Hello," answered the phone, of course. Dumbledore couldn't hear what the little wizards were saying, and he continued to talk nonsense on the stage, but in fact, he didn't want students to believe this rhetoric. He just wanted to fool the Ministry of Magic. The matter of the basilisk continued to ferment within Hogwarts for a week, and then gradually withdrew from the topic stage for young wizards due to the forgetful nature of human beings. Today is the weekend, and Shane is suddenly called to the office by Dumbledore. "Shane, good morning." "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore." The two greeted each other. "It's such a big weekend, why are you here with me? Do you want me to deal with the ice in the drainage pipe?" Shane asked first. "Oh no, of course not." Dumbledore immediately denied. "The house elves in the school have almost cleaned the blocked drainage pipe, so I won't bother you to do it, to be honest." He never thought about asking the person in front of him to help deal with the drainage pipe from the beginning to the end, because he could completely imagine the scene where Jai-En released powerful fire magic and directly blew up the entire pipeline of Hogwarts. Then why did you come to see me? Do you have any delicious new snacks? Shane ran to the snack cabinet and began to rummage skillfully. I came to you because of Tom's Horcrux. After hearing Dumbledore's words, Shane looked around subconsciously, but did not find the book in his mind, so he asked. Did not find, yes, Dumbledore nodded. It seems that because you dealt with the relationship with the basilisk too quickly, it seemed to have hidden itself, and the entire Hogwarts was eerily quiet, huh? Is it my fault? Shane pointed at himself, looking unconvinced. It is true that you had to alert the enemy, which led to the fear of hiding the Horcrux. Dumbledore glanced at Shane and then continued. But these are not the key now. According to the records of Horcruxes in some books, if a person wants to be resurrected through Horcruxes, CFAF, he must continue to plunder a person's life or soul, and then get an empty shell of the body and then replace it. This kind of robbery is invisible and extremely difficult to detect. So now I am very worried that as time goes by, whether Tom may silently replace someone in the school and then be completely resurrected. Now I'm worried that there are so many useful things. In the end, there is still no way to find the Horcrux hidden in the school. Shane rolled his eyes. Forget it, let me help, after all. If this thing is kept hidden in the school, it will be a disaster sooner or later. I don't know how much trouble it will cause me by then. Then what are you going to do? Dumbledore asked curiously. You don't have to worry about what you do. Shane took apart a chocolate frog from the snack cabinet and stuffed it into his mouth. He puffed up his cheeks and said, but don't worry, Professor. You won't do anything that will attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic. After hearing this last sentence, the vigilance in Dumbledore's eyes faded a little. After leaving Dumbledore's office, Shane teleported to the guild and found someone directly. Draco, I want to ask you something. Shane dragged the young master out of his room. President, what's the matter? Draco asked cautiously. Where is your home address? President, why are you asking this? Draco's face turned a little pale instantly. I didn't reveal any information about you and the guild when I returned home. So don't embarrass my father, what are you thinking? Shane rolled his eyes and slapped the latter on the head. I did go to your father, but I just asked about some things. I can give you gold galleons. Draco covered his head, still not convinced. When Shane saw this, his eyes widened. He slapped his palm down again and cursed. I beg you to think carefully with your pig brain. Let's not mention that you are now a member of Fairy Tale. If I really want to deal with your fathers, why would I need to come to you? You think your home is some kind of mysterious place. I'm asking you because I am the guild president and I respect every member of my guild. Otherwise I would just use legilimency. Or it would be the same if I asked my Snape. Draco covered his head. The back of his hand was red from the beating. He raised his head tremblingly and asked, Really? Really? A few tic-tacs appeared on Shane's forehead. Will you tell me or not? I said it. Draco shouted, quickly giving his home address. Then the next second, he disappeared from the figure of his family president. Wiltshire, England, the Malfoy family mansion. At this moment, Lucius Malfoy and his wife Narcissa Malfoy were sitting in the luxurious living room, leisurely drinking afternoon tea. Did Draco send a letter back? Lucius asked suddenly. A month ago, he knew that his son had successfully joined the Fairy Tale Guild, founded by Shane Dolea. And since then, he had been waiting for Draco's letter about Shane's information. Not yet. Narcissa took a sip of black tea and replied slowly. What on earth is he thinking? It's been more than a month. Can't we find out just a little bit of information? Lucius frowned, looking a little angry. Lucius, I think it's better to forget about this matter. Narcissa began to advise again worriedly. Shane Dolea is too mysterious and Draco is still young. He has no ability at all to be qualified for such a job. There was a letter from the Parkinson's family 2 days ago. Those who went to the Lovegoods have not been found yet. They are probably dead. I don't want to know what they did. Shane Dolea is too dangerous. Even fools know that the paintings he drew to humiliate the Dark Lord could not have been accidentally learned by him. So even if there is no way to deal with him, at least I need to have information about him. Instead of not knowing anything about a person who can threaten our family like I do now.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.